talking about, and I got to eat real whole food. So you know what? When I reached my goal, I was able to stick with it. It's a lifestyle. Ideal Use weight loss coaches will work with you every step of the way, and they're going to help you lose that weight, but they're also going to help you keep it off. I'm now 3.5 years into it, and I'm down 70 pounds from when I started. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers have lost at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. You can sign up now, and you're going to also get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight, get that $200 Visa gift card. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
All right, every time we bring up the Pistons, there's this undercurrent of ticket text. Boring. The NBA's terrible.
I in large part agree with that. However, our Pistons team does not play like a lot of a majority of the NBA teams. They are playing from start to finish.
Texter says, I get the Pistons are a fun story and you need to talk about it, but they are nowhere close to a legitimate playoff team. They would lose any series in 5. They are so far from great, Ryan and Clausen. I would agree they're a fun story. We don't need to talk about them.
Did he mean championship team, not playoff team?
I was going to say, they're definitely a legit playoff team.
You might think whatever you want of the East. They're 5th or 6th in the East right now and closer to the 4 seed than the 7 seed playing game. Yeah. I mean, I don't get it.
Texter says Cade should have a legitimate case for MVP. Not that he'll win it, but he should get votes.
I don't know that I'd go that far for MVP. Certainly all NBA. Now, what team? First, second, third? Probably.
I don't know. Call it second. We can fight about it. Third.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, guys.
Top 15 is what you're talking about.
Yeah. One of the 15 best players in the sport at 23 years old. He's among the leaders in assists, scoring. I heard Wojo right before I left for vacation doing a topic with Rieger, and Wojo added an extra S. He's not just a star, Cade's a superstar. He's basing it off of like one highlight dunk, but he said in tandem with all the other things, we have a full-blown superstar in Detroit. I tend to agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Guy that could be, remember we were talking last summer before his extension, could he be the number 1 on a title team?
Answered the question.
Yeah, I think he's answered that question. And I had no issue with, or even hesitation with extending him, but those were the debates of, is he a 2? Should you really be giving him a max? Absolutely deserves a max.
We're due for our annual top 5 Detroit sports athletes here in town. We usually do that about once a year. It'd be interesting to see where he goes comes in with most fans at this point.
It's tough because Scuba won the Cy Young.
I don't know how you don't put him 1.
And the Lions have all pros, plural, like the best at their positions in the sport.
Any wings? Raymond?
Maybe.
Uh-oh. What's he doing, John?
All right, I got a beach bag.
We got
a satchel
presents
over there.
Yeah.
Satchel. Got some gifts from my travels.
Yeah. Did you borrow that from your wife?
This is a beach bag, John.
Oh, okay. Still.
How would you... hold on, before I open this. Is this feminine, Heather? This blue and white bag?
If you saw him walk into the beach with
feminine.
that, no kids, just him and his wife, and he's carrying his striped purse.
It's fine. It doesn't surprise me.
If he's
Now,
carrying
hold on. Before I give you a gift, what does that mean? It's feminine and it doesn't surprise you. Gift rescinded.
It's fine. It's a bag that I can picture you carrying. It's totally fine.
She's not helping herself.
You carry.
If he's walking with Kelsey and carrying that, I have zero issue.
Yeah, you carry
if
a
you're
bag
walking,
for your
You
wife.
carry your wife's purse all the time, don't you?
yeah, exactly. Blah blah blah. But that's a very judgmental.
It's fine. It's a bag.
Because it's
I feel like I'm ruining the moment.
No,
if it's pink and white, even I question it. But it's blue and white.
It's the rope, I think.
It's
It's the rope with the tassel.
Oh, yeah, the tassel.
Not that they're tassels, but
I get what you're saying.
it's fine.
Yeah.
You're not trying to tell us something with this
Fine, yeah. Looks good on you.
baby blue thing.
I am not.
Oh!
No, there's no.
Oh, coming back from vacation.
Whoa.
No baby announcements.
That would have been the
But I
great gift.
did get for Tom and for Greg and for Heather rum cakes.
Rum cakes?
Oh,
look at this.
So that's one of the things they do there. This is the big brand.
Uh-huh.
But these are from
Well,
the Cayman
thanks.
Islands.
I've never had a rum cake before.
Oh, no?
I don't think so. Not a genuine rum cake from the Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
Never had one of those.
John, you noticed you did not get any rum cakes.
What'd he get?
Yes.
Beef sticks?
Lump of coal.
Let me reach into a lump of coal. It kind of looks like a lump of coal, and it kind of looks like beef sticks, but these are cigars.
Oh, nice.
Oh, my man. Wow, you know me so well.
That's nice.
When we went to Vegas, I saw you would
I would partake.
on
yes.
occasion, so I figured, and they were hand rolling them at the place we stopped in.
Oh, is that is that a cutter along with it?
Yeah.
Oh, my man.
Case and 2 cigars. They're 2 most popular ones.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go.
Aw, thank you.
It smells so
I'm sorry they had to be in a feminine bag for you.
You pulled out cigars. You gotta saved yourself.
All right.
I don't know if
Thank
I've
you.
ever had rum cake. I have no idea if I have.
Give
or
it a
not.
try.
So very good. Thank you.
They have them all over, like all the rest stops. It's like a very touristy thing, but it's a taste of the Cayman.
Yeah.
So what best meal you had down there?
So one of the days, I did these skewers of ribeye, chicken, lobster, and prawns, and they were awesome.
What's prawns?
It's like a big shrimp.
I thought
Like a
I was going
sweeter-
to have a Bronner's moment there for a
what's-
second.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the cigar in.
I love the taste of tobacco. this one's going to stick with me the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I somewhat take back my
You
comments.
feel bad now?
Yeah. Not really, but maybe a little bit.
You can light it up for the Pistons playoff wins.
Yes, which I will do. Maybe. Hey, well, you're not allowed to light one of these up in the LC. I was going to say maybe we could share these
there you
at a hockey game. We'll have to do
Parking
it outside.
lot? Yeah.
Parking lot.
Parking
yeah.
lot.
Tailgate. Yeah. Cigar tailgate.
Look, good things to look forward to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very thoughtful.
Very thoughtful.
Yeah.
Nice that you were thinking of us while you were on your
course.
vacation.
Yeah.
Did you try the rum cake?
I have tried them. They're good. They are good.
Yes, I would second that. I've had them before.
Have
you
you?
have?
Yeah, they're very good.
I mean, I can't picture anything with the word rum and cake being bad. So,
No.
And they do all kinds of flavors. Like they'll do like a
Okay.
coconut, banana. That's kind of just their premium one.
yeah.
Now.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, top notch
top
for you
notch
guys.
for
Gotta
us.
make sure
Thank
get that
you.
in there. Yeah, primo.
Gator's in the studio. Gator, what's up?
That's right. That's right.
Have you ever had a rum cake?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. A little rummy there. You know, you can definitely taste it.
Oh, sure.
It's,
Cool.
It's all good. Yeah. How was your vacation?
Good. Rested, relaxed.
Yeah, every
Got
time
to
someone
sleep
goes
in.
on vacation, he comes back, and he always goes somewhere nice. Never a tan. I mean, not
yeah,
even-
that's what I said. I said
a
you
little
didn't come home
tan.
with it.
From the. Okay.
Don't show too much shoulder.
No,
Yeah, easy.
that's okay though. Protect the skin. I'm
No,
all
I know.
about that.
I mean, Jim's more of a moonburn kind of guy. Than he is
But-
About moonburn.
Yeah.
How do you get the moonburn?
staying out late at night. You know,
Without a lot of clothes
Shirtless
on.
the deck
yeah.
of a
Yeah.
cruise ship.
Let's watch it here. What do you guys got coming up today?
Let's watch it. He says. Look, hey, 25 games left for the Red Wings and the Pistons, and they're both in great shape. And Tigers started spring training. Got
Yeah.
the combine this week. All 4 food groups are happening, man. This is kind of fun.
They
time
are
of the-
active and they're fun.
Yeah, I didn't expect this at all. I mean, you go a year ago. Did anybody think the Pistons were going to be, whatever, 6 games above 500 or whatever they are? And I think we kind of expected the Red Wings to take this step, but they took this step because of a coaching change they made 22 games ago or whatever it is, and it's been a lot of fun to watch all this with those 2 teams. And then here come the Tigers. Low key starting a spring training, but of course you get the overreactions every day.
Oh, sure.
As you
Mize is
expect.
fixed and Maeda's back.
Right, exactly. Leaner and meaner and all this stuff.
Jace Young's raking.
Look at that. 2 doubles
Yeah.
yesterday.
How about that?
How? Right, Doug?
Dylan Dingler with the big home run.
It was a big home run. As soon as
Yeah.
he hit it, I'm like, that's gone.
I don't know what happened over here. But this mic is
Doesn't work.
in some sort of jail.
How did this happen?
I don't know.
Wow. Look at that.
It's called problem solving, people.
Yeah, well, Costa 1, Karsh none.
The mic. Well, I mean, I didn't want to. I don't know what's going on with this.
You wanna hit
but
some
if he was
buttons?
no, if you were using it,
It's called a drop board.
suffice it to say, this studio was kind of discombobulated, and now my mic is set free. Not that anybody cares.
We do for the next 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, I won't be at this.
I'll leave this one operational
Yeah,
for
there
you.
you go.
All right,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson are next, 97.1.
Good morning and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass, Kenny on phones. How are you today, Scott?
I'm all right, Doug.
All right. Anything exciting this weekend? Single life, bachelor pad.
Yeah, I think I'll
Living it up.
When we do the champ and chump, I'll tell my tale of horror.
Yeah.
No, it's actually, I mean, for other graphic reasons. But yeah, I'll get into that later on. But otherwise, I was fine. Had some of the boys over on Friday night, watched Michigan State game. That obviously worked out well for us Spartan folk. So that was fun to watch. And Pistons and Red Wings, man. Just getting stuff done. Although Red Wings, not as much on Saturday. It's a little concerning. Back-to-back games they play, they have, big leads and 4 minutes to go and
what the hell,
leads.
man?
I don't know. I mean, and I was talking to a friend last night and I mentioned, they're in pretty good shape here. They got less than 4 minutes to go unless they do exactly what they did yesterday. And then sure enough, give up the lead, go to overtime, and thank God they were able to escape overtime with a win, because that's what you do. You just let Patrick Kane cherry pick, get a breakaway, and
you got caught behind the play. It all worked out for them really well. But,
yeah, I'm half joking when I say cherry pick. He's amazing one-on-one. He's just going to score.
And yet, you hate that they even had to come to that.
Yeah.
It's one of those, this has happened a few times where wins don't feel satisfying because you shouldn't have been in that overtime to begin with. And it happens every once in a while, right? But it happened in back-to-back games.
And what hurts is that we remember all too well a year ago, they missed out in the playoffs because of that tie-breaking stat, which was wins in regulation.
Yep.
So even though they got the win yesterday, it wasn't in regulation, which kind of hurts a little bit. You hope it doesn't come back and bite them. But nonetheless, I'm still happy with the fact that they're scoring goals. Their power play looks ridiculous in how good it is. But I don't know. You can throw any excuse you want. I'm not going to throw excuses. I'm just happy they got the W, and we'll see how they respond later on this week when they get back at it. But that game, there were some things that came out of that game that have you going, huh? Really? But the Pistons were fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, I'm going to vent today.
Here we go.
About the Pistons, and we'll get to that coming up. As Gator mentioned, it is a Monday, which means champ and chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? Get to your champ and chump votes. We tally them up. And Evan is back. Last week we couldn't post champ and chump as he was fighting a flu that has gone through his household, his parents' household. He said he lost 15 pounds, which is pretty crazy. But Evan is back. He runs the website along with the Birchie kid, doing great work over there at 971 The Ticket. So get your champ and chump votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who had the worst weekend? 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, I could do 4 hours. We're not going to, but I could do 4 hours on last night being the prime example of why I cannot stand someone. I cannot stand this guy. And Gator, years ago, I remember we were doing the typical sports talk thing. I mean, we're talking 15 years ago, and we were talking about hate this guy, hate that guy. Hate's
it's a strong word.
It's a strong word. It's strongly dislike. We like to talk about how we strongly dislike certain things, but there are certain things where I think it's to say to okay that you hate. I hate the way Trey Young plays NBA basketball. I've talked about it for years. I think it's bad for the game. I think it is a terrible watch. And I think it is a player who seeks to get to the free throw line more than anything else. And it's a strategy that's been very effective for him because he gets to the free throw line. It seems like he's always in the top 5 in the league in free throw attempts. And it's not an accident. It's by design. It's how he plays the game. And we've talked about how the Pistons have won NBA championships and nobody liked the style that the Bad Boys played or the going to work Pistons played. And maybe this is what it's like being on the other end of it, or maybe just everybody everywhere should understand that this is the most unethical score in the NBA. And at the end of that game last night was a prime example of why I can't stand him. And first of all, bravo to the Pistons for winning their first 2 games out of the break. They went to San Antonio and won. They went to Atlanta and won. They've got the Clippers tonight, back-to-back, road then home. It'll be tough. But they are 3 games now into the 6th seed. The game and a half behind Milwaukee for the 5 seed, 2 games behind Indiana for the 4 seed. But they went last night in a wild one, 146-142, I think was the final.
148, 143.
There you go, whatever it was. I have spent years bitching about Trey Young. And it just comes down to I don't want to watch somebody shoot free throws. And I feel like he is trying to play the game to shoot free throws. And when the Pistons challenged that call, and for people who missed it, the Pistons are up 4 with 15.3 to go. Trey Young drives to the basket and jumps into Isaiah Stewart. The Pistons challenged the call, and the official, in an official capacity, speaking on behalf of the league, said, and I quote, "The offensive player seeks out contact with his arms. The defender maintains a legal guarding position. No foul." And I'm like, yeah. Yes, thank you. And thank you, NBA. Thank you, NBA, for instituting a rule where you could challenge foul calls so that this guy can't get away with this crap. Now, is stopping the game to review a play more exciting than watching free throws? No. Neither of them are particularly exciting. But I want him to cut it out. I mean, he's...
Knock it off.
Well, I feel like in an official capacity, that's an example of getting exposed. And I don't know. I would feel humiliated as a professional to have this reputation. And, look, it's a personal thing, right? I'm trying not to get into the anything other than I don't like watching that style of game. And he exemplifies that style of game. And that wasn't even the worst thing that happened.
Oh, boy.
That wasn't even the worst thing he did in the last 15.3 seconds last night. And we will get to that coming up. Champ and Chump calls. Pistons win. Red Wings win. Tigers win yesterday. And there's plenty to talk about on all 3 fronts. Wherever you want to take it, though. It's open lines. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take a case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, I apologize, Annette. I'm just so worked up about the end of the game last night. That the overturn call on Trey Young. What did you make of it? Like, because I was celebrating it like it was a game-winning shot. I'm just like, thank you, NBA.
Well, they had the one that was underneath the basket that they reviewed and overturned, and that was I was a little concerned because not that I thought that Stewart fouled him when he took the shot. I thought he may have fouled him well before that.
Right.
But that's not what they were looking for. So, okay, great. And that's sweet vindication for a guy like you.
Oh, God.
That can't stand Trey Young and his style of play. And I get it, right? But that guy gets to the line, and it's good for his team that he does it.
Dude, you found something amazing. And I guess it probably, we talk about games. One of the most important stats in life when it comes to being a sports fan is the stats of games I watched.
Right.
So I watched Trey Young play the Pistons. You did a little research about how Trey Young has performed against the Pistons?
Yeah. And he's been awfully good. I mean, in the 4 games this year, he's averaging 30 points against the Pistons. But in his career, this year in those 4 games, he's averaging 10.3 free throws per game. Last year, he averaged 12 free throws per game. And then you go back to the 22-23 season, and he averaged 12 and a half free throws per game. So the last
10,
3 years,
12 and 12. And his normal average over the 3-year span was how much?
Well, and his normal average has been over the last 3 years. This year it's 7.3.
Yeah.
Last year was 7.5. And 22-23 was 8.8.
So it's been a full, like he gets to the foul line way more against the Pistons.
Yeah.
Like 4 free throw attempts a game over the course of a season. That adds up than he does against everybody else. So it goes back to games I watched. It's at its worst.
This is one that's actually, you are correct. In games you watched, this is one. Maybe just be Atlanta. I mean, you hated Dominique all those years.
It's overrated. But yeah, look, that's a whole nother topic.
But that's just what I'm saying. It's an Atlanta team again.
I don't know. Maybe there, because this is different than
Did you not like Mutombo?
I had no issue with Atlanta players. It's just, I mean, I guess I have an issue with this Atlanta player, but it has nothing to do with the fact that he plays for Atlanta
or previous Atlanta.
But the thing about this is not, I can't stand this guy because he kills my team. This is a different kind of can't stand. I can't stand it because, am I wrong? Is this just bad for the game? Makes the game more unwatchable?
Well, ask yourself this. If this guy's on your team and you're down by 2 points late in the game, who do you want to have the ball?
Okay, which brings us to what happened with whatever it was, 1.7 seconds left. Atlanta's down 4. Okay? They have the basketball. Clock's ticking down, 4-3-2. And who's got it in his hands down 4? Trey Young. And so what does Trey Young do? He does the only thing you can do, which is try and get fouled shooting a 3 and make it a 4-point trip, which is what everybody's going to try to do. But because it's Trey Young, he launches, a 35-footer. Isaiah Stewart does a flyby, as a moderate contest, a flyby, lands off to the right and doesn't touch Trey Young. Trey Young lets the ball go, lands cleanly, and launches himself sideways into Isaiah Stewart's knees, and he gets the call. And I'm like, if this shot goes in.
They got to leave him room to land.
He left him room to land. He launched himself west to dive into the knees of Isaiah Stewart, and he got the call. And I'm like, you cannot give him that call. A. B, of course he got it, and thankfully C, he missed the 3-pointer, and then he missed the first free throw.
But again, if this is a guy that's on your team, that's what you want him to do. Anything by hook or by crook, get to the line and take 3 free throws if you're not going to knock down the shot. And the other part is, now that, look, you'd think they know because this is his MO. This is who he is in the NBA. It's not just against the Pistons, although more prevalent against the Pistons, that if you're JB Bickerstaff, you're just going to say to the guys, look, in that situation, you do the mild flyby. keep running.
Yeah,
run the hell away.
Yeah,
you don't want to
away.
be anywhere within 10 feet of this guy because he's going to convulse his body in such a way that he will make contact somehow, and you're going to get a foul.
Okay, so this has been something I've been bitching about for years. And last night at the end of the game, thankfully the Pistons won and beat Atlanta. Ha. And now, like, Kang, you are NBA guy on the show. Is anything I've said an over-exaggeration or overreaction?
No. Doug, I agree with you on this. Here's the issue, though, right? I understand what you're saying, Gator, because what Trey Young does is he's an all-star. He's one of the better players in the league. He helps his team win. He gives his team a shot every single night. He's the best player on the squad. The problem is this is where the NBA as a whole would have to step in. And
they kind of have, though.
Yeah, exactly. Is this entertaining for the viewing audience? That's why rules get changed in sports.
Yep.
Hack-a-Shack, things like that. Like, hey, no one wants to watch this. How do we change it? The tush-push is being discussed in the NFL. It's not whether you can stop it or not. It's whether do people want to watch this. So with Trey Young, I think the harder thing is how do you regulate someone like that? Because he's not the only one. There's foul hunters and foul seekers.
Devin Booker looks for it.
James Harden. It goes on and on. But, some are worse than others, though, Gator. And Trey Young's at the top of that list.
He's in the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, so how do you regulate it? How do you control it? And that's a deeper issue.
Yeah, because the problem is, you know what the NBA loves? Guys that score. Mm-hmm. So if you can say at the end of the game, well, this guy was pretty sweet. He had 36 in the game last night, or however many points he had. That's you're
they
looking
do,
at a
but
box
they
score
also
afterward.
they're not going to show highlights of free throws unless it's the end of the game.
Course they're not
so
going
they
to.
want highlights of guys actually scoring. So like I said, it depends on how bad of an epidemic this becomes in general, and before things change.
To the league's credit, the being able to review foul calls and at one getting overturned last night, I had the most aha, I knew it moment in my sports viewing life. It was so gratifying to me because I can't now look. This is the way I view watching him play the game. Okay.
Would you like to see this amended where, in a situation like that, where you think he's clearly launching himself into somebody else's body, that it goes to review, and then the officials can say, offensive foul?
I wouldn't hate that. And so, look, the deal is, the bigger news is the Pistons won the game, right? I got it. This is me going on a bit of a sidebar rant. The Pistons won a game. They're 5 games over 500. They've got 31
points
wins.
they've scored in a regular season game, regulation game, since 1984. 148
Incredible,
points.
Which was a different time in the NBA.
They weren't taking 3-point shots in 1984.
The Pistons have won 6 in a row. Like, we're sitting here talking about what they're doing. What they're doing is playing at such a high level that they're bringing home court into play here. They're playing so stinking well, and that's the bigger story probably to most Detroiters. And I apologize for sidetracking on this one thing. Although, I kind of want to do the topic of guys you disliked, you just didn't like watching them play because of the way they played the game. This is different than somebody who tortures you.
It was like David Eckstein. Being a spaz.
Yep. Now, I can't remember. It was him that leans into pitches, right? Where I'm like, that's not why I'm not here to watch you get hit by a pitch.
No, I totally understand what you're saying, Doug, because the purity of the sport has been taken out of it. You're just trying to find ways, different weird, loopholes to try to win a game. That's why Cade Cunningham, we should enjoy him so much. Other than the fact that he's a great player, he's an ethical scorer. When he gets fouled, it's legit. He got fouled. He's not looking for the foul.
Scars to show
it. He had 3 free throw attempts yesterday, right? Last night. He barely, because he's not trying to get fouled. He's trying to score. And if you happen to foul him, then he goes to the line. But a lot of guys now are looking for the fouls, and you go on any other sport, we're just looking for this little loophole to get,
right,
to find a way to win. And that's not why we grew up playing sports and watching sports.
To me, absolutely. If you can define it as a player, let's hear it. To me, it's a style play. Like for you, it's the guy who's hunting fouls in basketball. For me, and also you mentioned the guys who are leaning into the pitch because they just want to get on base. That's annoying to me. In baseball, it's kind of been corrected. To me, it was like the human rain delay kind of guy. Mike Hargrove years ago was deemed the human rain delay. But the guys who would sit there and adjust their gloves, adjust the bat, they hold the hand up in the air. But now it's kind of regulated because of the pitch count or pitch clock. You got to get in there. But the number one thing that drives me nuts is the embellishing. Whether it's a flop in basketball or it's a flop in hockey.
Yeah.
Their stick touches your skate and it's not impeding you whatsoever. You're just skating right through it, but you decide I can't skate now. I just lost my edge, and here comes the arm goes up, and we've got a penalty now. Just the embellishing bothers the hell out of me. In football, the pushing and shoving that goes on after the play, and someone touches another player, and then they go flying. Yeah. You get a 320-pound offensive lineman that all of a sudden is launched into the end zone, the opposing end zone, because a defensive lineman just simply shoved them gently.
Well, if there's anybody in sports that annoys you as much as Trey Young annoys me, and we do need to talk just straight up about the Pistons. I mean, the Pistons, what they're doing is impressive at a point where you can't help but dream about a postseason success, whatever that is.
Remember a year ago when you had the bet about will the Pistons win 3 in a row?
Yeah, and I lost.
Yes, they
never did.
They're on a 6-game win streak right now.
Yep.
They've doubled that.
Yep.
They're 5 games above 500 right now. They have multiple streaks this year of the 3 games in a row.
Yep.
This is a totally changed team because of a new head coach, a new general manager, and a completely new energy in this team, and not so coincidentally, a healthy Cade Cunningham.
248-539-9797. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There you go.
A lot of back and forth, a lot of lead changes.
Yep.
High scoring. Pistons shot 59% from the field. They were 50% from three. I think there were, 41 3-point shots that were made in the game.
You know, you don't want to play these kinds of games all the time.
No.
But Greg Kelser did say that the Pistons, there was a point where the Pistons couldn't win these kind of games, these high-scoring shootouts, and now they can because they got enough talent and enough scoring ability that they can get it done.
Well, and they don't get it done all the time, but they're starting to learn how to do that because we've seen games, it was even against Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken, where hit a shot at the end. Cleveland hitting shots at the end. There were some devastating losses among the 26 losses on the season. But they've got 31 wins, and they've got 6 in a row now. And they're playing really, really well together. And, I mentioned earlier, it certainly helps to have a general manager that's made some competent moves. You got a head coach that completely inspires this team and wants to be here and wants to coach. And it's not to slam the previous coach, Monty Williams. Monty Williams clearly didn't want to be here. He wasn't ready to coach.
I think it's okay to slam him.
Well, it's to me, it's not even. It's okay. I guess it's slamming, but at the same time, he was made an offer he couldn't possibly refuse, and he took it. And his heart wasn't in it. Whatever. I'm glad that JB Bickerstaff's here because you go through the bad, you get the good. And Cade Cunningham is, knock on wood, he's healthy and he's showing up like a superstar. He's starting to play like a superstar. He's already a star in the league, but now he's playing like a superstar. And it feels like the next bump to go over or next hurdle to clear, even make it bigger than a bump, is can we see a whole season what it looks like with Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham together? Would this be that dynamic duo you're looking for? Love Malik Beasley. And I think they're going to bring Malik Beasley back. And I want him to bring Malik Beasley back. He's amazing in his role, what he does. Coming off the bench, he can score 20 points every night coming off the bench. He's deadly from three-point range. I think he's the number one three-point shooter in the NBA right now. And thinking about what it looks like when you add Jaden Ivey to the mix too when he's healthy, because he was having a really good season. Jaden Ivey was shooting, if I'm not mistaken, 40% from three before he got hurt. Now, the team didn't have a winning record at that point, but they were learning how to win. They weren't awful either. I think it was like 14-18 when he got hurt, and now they've really kicked into the high gear since that point. But this is a fun team, and this is a team that still has plenty of room to go with the players that are here. It's not like you have to have this, free agent X to give a max contract to get this team to be competitive. They're competitive.
They're competitive, but they might be able to land free agent X now.
They might be able to, or does that come in the form of getting your guy healthy?
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls in a minute. Time for our Champ and Chump nominations. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Cade Cunningham, 25-38 in the 2 wins over San Antonio and Atlanta on the road. 6 wins in a row, led by Cade, my champ of the weekend.
My champ of Michigan State's 3-point shooting in the game against Michigan on Friday night. They knocked down 9 out of 22. That's 41% for a team that was shooting under 30%. They do that in posting a 75-62 win. Holloman, Fears, Richardson, they combined for 7 of 12 behind the arc. As State's 4 more made threes. That was the difference in the game.
My chump of the weekend is, Trey Young.
Oh, boy. Fair enough. All right, for me, this hurts because I'm nominating myself and any dog owner out there that if you've ever done this, you know how bad I feel. I was trimming my dog's nails yesterday. And the thing you have to be concerned about when you trim the nails is you don't want to go too deep and you clip what's called the blood line because then it starts to bleed and it seems like it can last forever, but you need to stop the bleeding.
Oh, no.
So you got 5 claws on each paw. I get to the first 5, no problem. Next 5, no problem. Go to the back paws. First one, no problem. Second one, no problem. Third problem, and she just kind of pulled it away. She didn't wince or anything like that. She just kind of pulled the paw. I'm like, what's going on? And then I see some blood coming out. I'm like, damn it. And I feel bad for several reasons. Number one is I feel terrible that I just did this to the dog. Second of all, it's like, I can't believe I did this. I'm trying to be as careful as I can. And the thing did not stop bleeding. My house looks like a crime scene right now because then she starts walking around the house. I'm like, no. And I'm trying to grab it and then holding keeping pressure on it for like 10 minutes and that should do it. And nope, not doing it. Then I let her outside and got all the snow outside. And it looks like you could track a deer. Like I just bagged the first buck of the season and I'm still looking for it, looking at the blood trail. Dude. I could not feel worse than what happened.
I feel bad.
I mean, it was, suffice it to say that there were blood stains in parts of the house I did not expect to see. And I feel just awful about it. She's fine today. She's good spirits, running around, but that is nothing anybody wants to go through.
Well, that's grim, Gator.
That's why I don't like doing it. I don't trust myself doing this thing. This.
Ugh.
There's no sports chump of the weekend you want to go,
Right. Not in myself. I'm a chump.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Wow. All right.
You can change it in the reset noon.
Yeah. I got Trey Young. Let's get to the phone calls. Matt's in Dearborn. He's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, fellas. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Gator, that's awesome. I don't remember you chumping yourself. You probably have, but that was pretty funny. So, anyway, Trey Young, I'm with you, Doug. Can't stand it. Can't stand him. Almost can't stand the NBA sometimes with the flops. LeBron James being the king of the flops. But the only thing I could think of is with 1.7 left and your team down 4, wouldn't you really try to do whatever you could?
He's the perfect candidate for it. Like, he is the perfect candidate to try and get a 4-point play.
But wouldn't you do it?
I didn't like him. Yeah, I would, but it's like saying, hey man, this guy needs bail money. He's a thief. He's a crook. He needs bail money. So what does he do? He goes out and steals it. Like that. Right. That's what it feels like. So he can get his bail money.
First or second quarter, and they flop all the time, but I'm not standing up for them because I don't like them like you. And if you got 1.7 left, you're going to try something.
He's a repeat offender, and I guess in that particular instance, I should have chumped the officials for giving him the foul. He launched himself into Isaiah Stewart, who was off to his right. I mean, I couldn't believe it.
Exactly. Hey, you guys are great. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797.
Little scheduling note here. The Tigers-Blue Jays game today, spring training game, has been canceled because of inclement weather.
Yeah. It is also known as rain. All right, feedback coming in. Unnamed texter, my champ is Patrick Kane. My chump is Michigan.
Nice goal from Patrick Kane. Goals, I should say. I think he had 2 goals and an assist in yesterday's game.
Piston thoughts. 1, Trey Young is the whiniest, most annoying player in the NBA every single play. Cade is legit, unstoppable at times. Schroeder pickup was a GM ninja move. Go Pistons, Wings, Tigers. It's from Mike and Celine. The fact that Schroeder was on the court at the end of the game, like that's always very telling as to where people are in terms of their respect that they have.
Yeah, and Kelser made the point that, look, there's a reason he's out there at the end of the games because of his experience, because he's been in the league for a long time, been on a bunch of teams. He knows the situations, and this is the kind of guy you want. And, he made that baseline play and then threw it high off the glass. It goes in, gets the free throw. I mean, that's an one that you'll take every time and trust it to make big-time free throws at the stretch, and he did. He's an excellent pickup for this team. I mean, that's a piece right there that you need on a winning basketball team.
Champ the Pistons for keeping up their winning ways. Chump the Red Wings for blowing multiple goal leads late in back-to-back games. That's unacceptable.
They were up 3-0 in the first 5 minutes of the game yesterday, and then had every opportunity to get goal 4 and goal 5 in regulation. They had a bunch of chances, couldn't bury it, and then, unfortunately, you get the last 4 minutes of the game, team pulls a goaltender, they get not 1 but 2 goals, they tie it up, but the Red Wings were able to withstand that, get the win yesterday. It's not a regulation win, but it's a win. But it does feel like 3 out of 4 points over the weekend is disappointing. It should have been 4 out of 4.
Yeah, it does. And I thought about chumping them because of the way that they blew the leads. At least they got the point yesterday. Blown opportunity to get a regulation win, but champ is anyone not named Trey Young. Chump is Trey Young. I've been right with you, Doug, his entire career. He's bad for the game. Garbage street park player. Wow. 248-539-9797. Lots more to get to, including Combine. It's this week. And the Lions, of course, have done great work in the draft. Much of the data that they collect is this week. They've done very well. In the 20-minute interviews, it feels like, is the Lions' strength of getting the kind of football player they want. Who will impress them? We will get to that in the 11 o'clock hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a new 2025 Chevy Trailblazer for just $299 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $299 a month on a 25 Trailblazer LS with zero down. Activate the savings with approved credit and a GM employee discount and current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. They guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. See dealer for details. Get there fast. All offers end March 3rd. Together, let's drive. The car, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Tigers win yesterday. Kenta Maeda looks pretty damn good on Saturday.
It's a shutout, Doug.
Yes, it was. And there was a lot of, hey, don't forget about me going on yesterday in that Tiger game. And we will discuss it as the show goes on. Of course, we have open lines, 248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Joe. Joe.
You driving in your car.
Hello, sir. Joseph?
Joe?
No good.
I thought maybe we had him there.
539-9797. I don't know if his radio was up or down, but always keep it down, please. And thank you. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Embellishment to get calls. Welcome to sports, Doug. Receivers fall down to get PIs. Catchers frame pitches. Have you ever seen an untouched soccer player go down in the penalty area? It's sports.
The catcher framing a pitch is one of the ones that bothers me too.
So the thing about it is, he's of course right, and I don't really particularly like any of those things. The catcher framing the pitch thing might be a thing of the past with the new baseball ABS, which I don't hate. I don't hate that
because it's quick.
It is so quick, and there seems to be little dispute over like if a batter wants to challenge a pitch, it comes up quickly. And it's accepted and you move on. So, and the soccer, it's the worst part about soccer. Like, it's the worst part about soccer. And we joked years ago about magic sponge and can of spray because players go down on the field, which looked like it could be a fatal injury. And then somebody shows up from the sidelines with a stretcher, a sponge and a can of spray. They sponge down the injury. They spray it. They carry you off. And the player, by the time they get to the sideline, pops up and returns to the game in spite of what looked to be like a dislocation of your entire upper body.
Warning, so graphic.
Yeah. And so yes, don't like any of those things either. Thing about Trey Young, mainstream American sport, repeat offender. Is there a football receiver that is constantly drawing fake pass interference calls?
I think every receiver complains that they've been hit.
I don't know if there's one, though, that is as much of a repeat offender as Trey Young is in basketball.
What about just Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I was going to say Mahomes flopping as a quarterback.
That's a good call, and people don't like him because of it. So, 248-539-9797. Joe, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
No. There is a more prolific flopper of all time, and that's Reggie Miller. I couldn't stand Reggie Miller. And every time he got the ball, he definitely went for the flop. And they had another guy on the team. I can't remember his name, but he had a lot of big hair. He was light-skinned, and he was worse than Reggie Miller sometimes. But Reggie Miller did it all the time. Do you all know that guy's name? The big light-skinned guy with a big afro?
For the Pacers?
Back in the day?
Right, back in the day.
I remember guys from those teams, but are you thinking Dale Davis? No, it wouldn't be Dale.
No, it wasn't him. Well, I would know it if I heard it, but Reggie Miller was still the most prolific destroyer of the game with all the flopping. Worse than Trey Young. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, I don't remember being as annoyed by Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller.
Trey Young's pretty annoying.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I
remember Reggie Miller would definitely be complaining about calls and begging for him. But I think you might have the all-timer with Trey Young.
Yeah, Reggie Miller was a he was a kicker. Like, he'd go to take his shots and he'd kick his legs out and into people and get fouls because of it. It felt like Reggie Miller could have a limb fly akimbo at any time to pick up a foul. But I don't know. Trey Young to me is the worst. 248-539-9797. More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. What about in football when a quarterback tries to draw the other team off sides? You know what's funny about that is I'm always mad at the team that jumps, because I always feel like dude, you know this is a possibility, but is that as bad?
Well, the quarterback gets up there and barks, and that's all he's trying to do is like Aaron Rodgers has been great at that throughout his career. It's just another reason to hate Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Or to dislike him.
Will writes in, my champ of the weekend is Alexander Ovechkin. A hat trick yesterday gets him 13 points away from passing Wayne Gretzky. My chump is Trey Young for the king of unethical basketball. Thank you.
I cannot believe Alex Ovechkin is closing in on this record. This is one of those records that thought would never get near. I mean, because it's a Gretzky record. And if you're going to beat a Gretzky record, you've done something in your career, because most of these I thought were pushed well out of contention.
So, A, yes. B, I don't know that I can think of a superstar, a absolute superstar in sports that is as universally respected as Alexander Ovechkin. I think when you get to superstar status, other fan bases will find reasons to hate you. Does anybody hate Alexander Ovechkin?
I don't think so.
Am I wrong on this one?
Well, I'm sure some people do, but I feel like it's very few, unless you're like in that heated rivalry with Pittsburgh and Washington, because Ovechkin and Crosby are always going against each other. Outside of that, I think you're right. I think Ovechkin is like a likable dude. He plays hard, scores a ton of goals,
plays the game the right way, and I mentioned Evan out sick. Kenny's back from being sick as well, and he's a big-time NHL guy. Am I wrong? Is there anybody as star player do you know anybody hates Alexander Ovechkin?
No, he's pretty much universally recognized as the best goal scorer in the NHL, maybe ever. And those eventually people start to hate you if you're great, right? I wanted him to win the one cup when he did 5-6 years ago, whenever it was, and then I was like, all right, that's enough. He did it. Let's move on.
You don't need to root for him anymore.
Nope.
But he
deserves it.
Do you
got it.
Do you dislike him?
No, I don't dislike him at all. I find his antics quite funny, actually.
I think Ovi is a unicorn in the world of sports in that way. And yes, it is amazing. We thought Wayne Gretzky were putting numbers out there that would never be touched.
I mean, he's just consistently scored 40 goals a year. It's amazing how consistent he has been in his career. And to have 29 goals in 41 games played this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when he was like 28 goals away from the record, something like that. And I'm like, he's not going to get it this year. He's going to have to play next year to do it. No, he's 13 away from the record.
Yeah.
He could very well do that. Now he's still going to have to score at a really high rate, but with whatever he's got, 25, 26 games left, it's within reach, particularly if you're going to go out and mess around and get a hat trick like he did the other day. He's so impressive.
I like Ovechkin a lot. I mean, on the ice, the guy's amazing, of course. Off the ice, if you want to pick holes at this, because you're talking universal love.
Yeah, let's go.
There was a Putin thing. I mean,
wow. It's the Russian thing,
yeah,
right?
right, exactly. And I don't want to, I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying there was that.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, fair. But it's not.
He's playing hockey, man.
I know. That's what I said. I was like, hey.
I haven't paid attention enough to see if he has spoken out, and if he's taken a stance. Well, ever since, Ukraine invaded us, that, I don't know if he's doing that. That dictator they have over there to Zelensky. I don't know if he's gone that route.
Yeah, you know what? It's a good call by you, and we could probably put a bow on it. That aside.
Yeah. That being obvious.
Champ, JB Bickerstaff, just an incredible job with this team. Chump NBA officials. Nobody wants to watch a free throw shooting contest. At one point in the fourth, Trey Young had more free throw attempts than the Pistons had as a team. Anthony and Mail Truck, the Pistons are 2 buzzer beaters away from having an 8-gamer. This is a scrappy team that's a hell of a lot of fun to watch. They are. They really, really are. And this infancy stages of what we hope is a trip up the ladder, because we've seen so many times with Detroit teams. I mean, it's not just Detroit teams. Other teams do it. You get a little bit better, then you take that jump and you get a lot better, and you take that jump, and the next thing you know, 3-4 years later, you're great. And it starts, the beginning looks like this. This is what the beginning looks like. And the turnaround came midway through December. And you're always looking for that time where your organization turned it around. It's been well documented. The Dan Campbell team 0-7, won a game, and then been on fire ever since, right? 3 years ago. It started 3 years ago. I hope this December turnaround for the Pistons is the beginning of their build up to being a legitimate championship contender. I mean, everybody hopes it.
Well, you go back to the last time the Pistons won the championship, right? With the going to work Pistons, and the team was going nowhere. They decided to make some moves, traded Grant Hill, got the sign and trade to work for in their favor. Went out, got some other players, kind of like the Island of Misfit Toys. Here's Chauncey Billups, been on a bunch of different teams. Let's trade Stackhouse for. Rip Hamilton. They're very similar players. We'll bring in a different guy with that. And here comes Ben Wallace. And they start to win a bunch of games.
Yep.
And they got to a level where they were winning, back-to-back seasons with 50 games. But under Rick Carlisle, couldn't get past a certain point. Then they made the big move. We're going to go out and get a new head coach, get Larry Brown, and then midway through the season at the trade deadline, you go out and get Rashid. This team feels like it's kind of gathering itself. Like, do they have enough of these players in the mix for the core group right now where they can still grow and be that team, and adding another player back into it, does that push them into the upper echelon of the conference?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay in White Lake. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jay?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good, sir.
So I got a champ and chump for you. Champ is Detroit. I mean, 3 wins yesterday. Tigers, Wings, Pistons. Fantastic. We had the Tiger game on at work, and man, it was nice seeing those boys playing down there in the sun. It was fun.
Yep.
My chump is Trent Yanni and the Red Wings forecheck. I think that's the easy answer for all of this. Why we keep doing what we're doing is we're not playing our forecheck. We're not turning the puck over in the neutral zone. We were doing that before. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on social media about Lyon and Cam, and everybody's trying to blame it on the goalie. But if we're turning the puck over in the neutral zone, those goals aren't getting scored to begin with. So I don't think it's too complicated. I think they just need to tighten up their forecheck, and I think we'll be just fine. I'm not afraid of us not making the playoffs this year. I think this is a different scenario than last year, and I'm pretty excited about it. And as far as the Pistons go, I kind of feel the same thing. They're playing at a totally different level, and I think we're going to have two sports teams in the playoffs this year. I'm pretty excited. And Ovechkin, he's going to get it. Russian machine never breaks.
So the greatest thing, what you mentioned is you just blah, 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 and you think you're going to have two sports teams. You opened a call mentioning the Tigers. So are we going to have 3 teams in the postseason, not just the 2 in the postseason? Are we going to have 4 teams in the postseason when you bring in the Lions? Seem like the surest bet of all of them. I mean, there's a difference between just making it in and actually competing for a championship. And I think we'd kind of accept just making it in for the Pistons. Maybe not the Pistons. The Red Wings, I would. The Pistons feel like
they're better.
They've moved beyond the just get in stage.
Yeah, John brought this stat up in the morning show, and it was something that I think I had in the show sheet. They're closer to the 5 seed. They're closer to the 4 seed than they are to the 7 seed.
Interesting. I mean, it's all there for the taking. Now, it's a weird year, right? I was looking at their current pace, whatever they might finish with. I can't remember what it was, like 44 wins or 43 wins, whatever they're on the pace to have this year. Wouldn't have got them into the playoffs in previous years. Like, this is one of those years where, the point totals might allow for them to get into the postseason. The point totals, the winning percentage might allow them to get into the postseason. And it's just one of those years where it's good enough for this year. But whatevs, man. They're so trending in the right direction. None of this feels fluky. None of it feels like, hey, they're just on a heater.
No, it feels like they've built up to this.
They have totally built up to this.
They've earned it. This is where you expect the maturation process to end up here with the 4th or 5th year of Cade Cunningham, that this is the type of player that you hoped he was going to be when you drafted him 1st overall. Mm-hmm. He's developed nicely into that player. Here comes Jalen Duren developing nicely. You go out and you make competent moves, bringing in veterans like Malik Beasley and Tobias Harris that makes sense for this team. You make a trade at the deadline and add Dennis Schroeder. Here we go. All this while dealing with a horrible injury to Jaden Ivey, but you're able to get through it.
Yeah, and as far as the Red Wings are concerned, this weekend might be just one of those flukes where they gave up empty net goals, blew leads, something that needs to be addressed and tightened up. I don't think this is going to be an epidemic for this group. I think it just so happened it happened in back-to-back games. But it could get, protecting leads. Sometimes players and teams just have problems protecting leads. Hell, we talked about Michigan basketball earlier this year. Their first 3 losses, they blew double-digit leads in those games. Anyway, long story short, I'm not worried yet. I think they can tighten it up. But that was kind of a weird trend this weekend. All right, so NFL Combine starts Thursday in Indianapolis. Thursday, the defensive linemen and linebackers work out. Friday, it's the defensive backs and tight ends. Saturday, quarterbacks, wide receivers, and running backs. And Sunday, it's offensive line. Start with this. It's been in Indy since 1987, but there's momentum to move it around, like the draft. And I was on Front Office Sports this weekend and reading about, which cities could host this thing. Did our city make the list? Yes, it did. It's not. I don't know that this would be in any way. It was in no way comparable to what the draft event was, but suffice it to say, the draft, the Detroit showing during the National Football League draft last year boosted Detroit's status. That, coupled with the way the team is playing, the likability of the Lions, makes us a possibility. There was like 6 cities listed that could host this thing. Detroit was one of them. Others were like Houston, New York, Atlanta.
New York?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. But L.A. A lot of it has to do with the scheduling too. But here's the thing about it. Is Indy's trying to hang on to it. And I'm starting to get into the category like our buddy Dave Beechnow from the Detroit Sports Commission. I like Indianapolis. But you don't get to have a monopoly on this event.
No.
And his whole thing, if you missed, I'm sure you maybe, I don't know if this resonated with people, but we were out at the Oakland Hills for the U.S. Amateur, I believe it was, or what was that event?
I forget what the event was, but it was actually, I think, an event for the Detroit Sports Commission.
Yeah. Anyway, so Dave Beechnow comes by because it wasn't the Woods kid was out there.
Charlie?
Yeah.
Was going to be, I think, within the next, maybe it was for that weekend.
Anyway, long story short, we have Dave Beechnow on as like the executive with the Detroit Sports Commission, and we were just asking him about, bidding on events, and he goes, yeah, I've had a little enough of Indy. I'm like, let's go steal their damn combine.
Yeah.
Bring it to Detroit, baby.
Well, we should, and we can. And if you open it up to the public, you're going to see tens of thousands of people that show up because we love the combine here in Detroit.
Well, we love sports. We love our football.
People would show up. Yeah. Absolutely, they would show up.
And
we do our show there all week.
I mean, a combine's not going to sell out Ford Field, is it?
I don't know.
No, it would not.
I don't know.
I don't think it would.
I don't think it would either.
I think, Doug, this is a Doug thing. You know what this is, right? This is who loves practice more than Doug?
Nobody loves
Nobody.
Practice more than
This
Doug.
is the Super Bowl of practices. Doug wants practice right here.
Yeah.
Doug wants front row and center practice.
But he's not wrong though. There is appeal to this. Detroit fans would go.
No, I think they would go.
Would you sell out 65,000 people? Probably not. Could you get it 30,000 people there on a daily basis? I think you could.
Well, let me back up. Neither of you are wrong. Kang is right. I do love practice. I want to start 100%. A practice network where you can broadcast. We have reporters live at teams' practices and pregame skates and shoot-arounds, and like I'm fascinated with this stuff. And I think everybody in sports would watch the practice network. We need funding if anybody's interested in the idea, and then we need approval from all coaches in all sports to allow our live shots from their practices. Seems like that might be a bit of a challenge. But other than that, I think I got $1 million idea. Yes, I love practice, but I do think Detroit supports the hell out of great events like this.
I do too. I just wonder, does everything need to be moved everywhere, or do some things just need to stay where they are? And that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. Is this a Super Bowl? Is this a draft where you have to move it around, or is it, hey, it's the combine, it's always at
What's the matter with you? Why are you saying that?
Because I'm just wondering, do we have to move everything all the time?
Sure.
All right. Well, do we move the Masters from Augusta? Do we, I think something.
Yeah, Gator.
I don't know. I just have a problem with tradition sometimes.
No, but I mean, there's nothing inherent about Indianapolis that makes this is the only place.
I'm guessing because it's centrally located.
The hollowed field of.
Well, football just lends it. I mean, we do it for the Super Bowl. We do it for the NFL draft. Why not do it for the combine?
Well, we just started doing it for the draft.
Well, it's been, 10, 15 years?
Still pretty recent.
Yeah, but the fact is they do it now, and now it's a money-making machine. Everybody's bidding on it, and they announce it like 3 years in advance and all that. It's pretty great, and certainly they do it for the Super Bowl. They have the rotation of stadiums they like, but...
Well, let me say it on behalf of everyone here in Detroit. Get her done, Beechnaw. 248-539-9797.
Not sure he's in charge of it anymore. I think he stepped down.
Did he? I'm still putting the pressure on him to get it done.
Well, sure.
Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. So you know how to do this, right? You sign up, go to FanDuel.com/971Detroit, then go find yourself a heavy favorite and just bet them on the money line. That way, you don't need them to cover any kind of spread. They just need to win the game outright, and you'll get the $150 in bonus bets to do with whatever you want. You can bet on who's going to win the whole thing. You can go game by game, over-unders, whatever you choose. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Brandon's in Shelby and is next here on 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Good. So, Karsh, can you do like a promo with Allen Iverson about the whole practice thing?
I could, yeah. He would be an awesome person to have on my network, yeah.
Like he'd be the host?
Yeah, he actually he'd be just the opposite, right?
So I wanted to do my champ and chump. My champ is Cunningham. It seems like he's always been the leader, but it seems like he took this team in a whole another direction this year, and he's leading by example. He's doing a great job day in and day out.
Next level stuff, right? He looks fantastic, and quiet, unassuming, get the job done, fun to watch. There's at this point, he's slowly becoming a guy. He's becoming a guy I used to be jealous that other teams had.
He's just been doing great every day, and it seems like he's leading his team all the time.
Yep. He's gotten better every year in the league. I mean, his points per game have gone up from his rookie season, 17.4 to 19.9 to 22.7. Now he's at 25.7. His assists have gone up every year, 5.6 to 6.0 to 7.5 to 9.5. The numbers he put up last night, 29 points and 10 assists in the first half. The only other player, I heard this in the morning show, the only other player in NBA history to do that, I believe, is Luka.
Wow.
Are we trading Cade? Oh, my God.
I hope not.
Breaking news from Gator.
Hope not.
And real quick, my trump is the Red Wings goaltending. I was at the game last night, and, I mean, some of those goals, like the one went off his shoulder, the third goal Anaheim scored was just like a long point shot, and then the last one was like a long backhander. We brought up Kosa for one game, and I'm not saying I want to bring him up for the rest of the season, but let's see what the guy can do.
I think at some point he might get another opportunity, but this is not the year that he's going to be competing for a spot with the Red Wings. It sure doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but maybe next year he'll have a chance to make the team out of training camp, unless we got 9 days to the trade deadline. Unless the Red Wings move a goaltender. And I wouldn't expect it to be Kosa or Augustine, but maybe they move Alex Lyon.
It doesn't matter if Talbot's in net or Lyon's in net. It just seems like you don't have faith in either one of those people. So when you have a lead late, even though it sometimes is the team's fault, you're like, oh, well, the goalie's not going to save those long shots.
Hey, thank you for the phone call.
I guess I have a little more faith in him than he does, but I think it's something you always look at. You're always hoping goaltending could be stronger, but I think the team looked tired after that first period. Like they went out there, whirlwind, start the first period off with 3 goals in the first 5 minutes.
Are they scoring 8 tonight? Is what it looked like. Then it slowed down, and then I went and played hockey, and when I got done playing hockey, I got in my car, and just in time to hear Ken Cal say, "Oh, no, it happened again." I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I had to go home and watch a bunch of stuff on DVR. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Gator.
Doug.
As far as the combine's concerned, we talked a little bit. And by the way, it's no longer Beachnaw.
No, Marty Doback is now the executive director. Beachnaw has kind of been kicked up to a CEO role.
Yep. So if again it falls under the umbrella of Doback, get her done, Doback.
Let's go.
Combine to Detroit. LFG. So anyway, the combine this week, it's as it turns out, one of the most important part of the vetting process that the Lions do takes place this week behind closed doors. It is the interviews. And maybe it's lifting the curtain on something that's been important to every team forever. But for us, it's new to have our organization, first of all, be competent at selecting players in the draft. This is something that we, are getting used to, and it's awesome. And the man's not perfect. Let's be clear on that. There is no such thing as a perfect drafter. But he's doing way more. The net of his drafting has been overwhelmingly positive. And so whatever they do, keep it up, right? And one thing that gets emphasized, and those awesome inside the den pieces that they did, although they didn't do it this year in Lions, I'm partially heartbroken that you eliminated that, which is the behind the scenes stuff with the draft, the war room video. But they also showed the interview process in Indianapolis, closed doors, behind closed doors, what those conversations were like. And basically what we saw were things that players would tell the Lions and what they discussed that the Lions loved. What they never showed was, well, here's why we didn't draft this player.
Right.
Because of this answer. But that basically means what's going to happen this week is a lot of incredibly important stuff that we won't see or hear about until later. The interview process, our team really leans heavily into the interview process as part of their player vetting, and it's been very good to them. And it's been very good to us. So sure, keep it up. It'd be a lot of fun to be a fly on the wall for these interviews, and mostly when a player walked out of the room. When a guy walks out of the room, what are they saying? Love this guy. Or nope. Not a chance in hell. Yeah. And see what are the things that they are using? What are the questions that they are asking and the answers that they are getting? Because let's face it. I mean, almost everybody out there listening at one point or another has been through a job interview as the interviewer or the interviewee. And there are wrong answers. There are woefully wrong answers. And we don't see what those are, but there are going to be guys that go into Indianapolis that the Lions have interest in, that at the end of the week, they won't have interest in. And there are guys that at the end of the week, they're going to love. So I'm sitting here this weekend. First of all, do you have any comments on this? I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about something we won't see.
No, but here's what I know what I'm looking forward to hearing reported. And it's nothing that you're going to see with your eyes. It's what you're going to hear the reports are, and that is Lions have an interview with blank. And you want to hear
who they're talking to?
The group of players that are pulled into this interview, because that's where we start to get the first stages of getting this draft pool together. Well, here's who they're kind of interested in and wanted to learn more, and I want to know about those players. And I love hearing about that every year, particularly with Brad Holmes, because you'll see players from that pool of players that they interview that absolutely get drafted by the Lions.
So one of the more fun things that I love doing in draft preparation is getting down into the weeds and trying to predict who the next mid-round gem that the Lions are going to select. So the first thing I do is I figure out the draft board and what positions I think are deepest, because I don't think the Lions care what position you play. If they think you're talented, with rare exceptions, I mean, I don't think they're going to use a first-round pick on a quarterback. But I think for the most part, they don't mind position redundancy. If they think a guy's going to be a football player, they just frickin' take him. So the positions that have the most talent, which I've talked about, defensive line, both tackle and edge seem like wildly deep positions. Offensive line seems pretty damn deep, and tight end. And I based upon that, I feel like first and second round picks are likely to go to those positions because they're just going to take talent. They do not have a third round pick. There's another position that I think they need to address. And so I got into the weeds this weekend. That position is wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Could you see him taking a mid-round wide receiver?
Absolutely.
I got my guy, Gator. I think he looks like a Lion-type player who's not perfect, but I'm on board. We're going to get to that today at 11:35. And like the funny thing is, the most important thing might not be what happens on the field. I want to hear that they're interviewing this guy. Again, 11:35 for that. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Appreciate all the phone calls. Yes, Aaron Glenn, because he got hired, they do get a third-round compensatory pick, which I mistakenly thought was in next year's draft. They actually get 2 of them. I thought they were the 2 that followed this, but they do have a third-round pick, which is good.
But it's compensatory, so it's after the third round.
It's between the third and the fourth round. So anyway, which is good for them because the player that I like a lot after getting into the weeds here a little bit with the draft, and I'm going, all right, who's the mid-round receiver? There is a guy from TCU by the name of Savion Williams is becoming one of my favorite draft prospects. My early favorite draft prospect that I was like, all right, mid-round guy, maybe they can get Mike Green. Mike Green is blown up.
Right.
Mike Green has gone from being a mid-round guy to being a end of the first round guy to being a middle of the first round guy. He had a great Senior Bowl. Savion Williams had labrum surgery and missed the Senior Bowl. But this to me sounds like the kind of player that the Lions would love. He's 6'5" tall. He's gotten better every year as a wide receiver. He took snaps at Wildcat quarterback. He took snaps at running back and was a leading rusher for TCU in 4 of their last 6 games at 6 feet 5 inches tall. He a little under the radar because of the Senior Bowl thing, but I think the Lions love versatility. Now, the drawback is a legitimate one. He is a receiver who has fought the football at times and, doesn't have the best hands. It'll be important for him to do, the one drill where you run down the 40-yard line and they got quarterbacks on either side throwing you the football and you're catching it right, left. Catch them all, Savion. Or drop them all. Just go interview well with the Lions.
No, maybe don't drop them all. But he's, according to Scouts Inc., who does their scouting for ESPN, and they put their, the top rated 20 rated receivers in a row there or whatever. He's 7th on that list. My guy is wide receiver anyway, is number 15.
Ranked 15?
Ranked 15th by Scouts Inc.
Gotcha.
As wide receivers, and it's from the U, Xavier Restrepo.
All right.
Felt like every time I turned on Miami this year, he was making a big play, making a big catch. Need a first down, throw it to Restrepo. He's an undersized guy, meaning that he's under 6 feet tall. But could he be like an Amon-Ra St. Brown kind of guy? And just you find him over the field, he's going to get open, and it's going to work out. We'll see when that run on receivers goes. There's always a run on receivers. Maybe it just happens in the first round, and then these guys are available later. The other position I look at in the middle rounds is tight end.
Dude, tight end is loaded.
And I like the tight end from Texas, Gunnar Helm.
Mm-hmm.
But he's ranked the 4th rated tight end by Scouts Inc. The other guy I look at is the 9th rated tight end. And I think the reason he's down there is because he was hurt. And that's the kid from Iowa, Luke Lachey.
Oh, yeah.
Both guys are big, 6'6", about 250 pounds. They catch the football, good route runners. And I feel like the Lions need to get another one on board.
Yeah, I mean, that position, and if they go that route, it is a deep, deep draft for tight ends. Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland are at the top of just about everybody's board. You mentioned Gunnar Helm, Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, Harold Fannin from Bowling Green, who led the NCAA in receptions. There was a kid from, I think it was North Dakota State, that had a great Senior Bowl. Anyway, I am... Yeah, that is a position that wouldn't shock me at all if they took advantage of and decided, let's dip into the tight end pool again.
But this is what's fun, the way they have things set up here. So we're going to whet our appetite a little bit with the combine this week.
Yep.
We start to get excited about the guys. You think the first round pick probably going to be a defensive lineman? Is it a tackle? Is it an end?
Well,
is it possible there's a corner that slips there that they can get?
It's a need, and I would imagine that the draft board is going to line up.
Well, but it'll also change because shortly after the combine, you've got free agency.
Yes.
So then you start to fill holes on your current roster with some free agents. You may have created some holes because you let guys go, but that's where things just kind of start to formulate. You get excited about this week, the players you get to see, and then free agency comes, and it's a frenzy for a couple of weeks, and then the draft comes in April, and then you can really kind of determine what you think, what route you expect them to go.
The pattern is they will attack needs in free agency. They will go after offensive linemen, depth offensive linemen. They will go after, I'm guessing, a starting edge rusher one way or another. I think it's something that they are going to address with a veteran that's expected to start. I wouldn't be surprised to take a defensive tackle and let some of their depth guys go in free agency. They might even get a wide receiver in free agency. The draft is about the talent, but this year, I think for a team with the Lions' needs and where they are picking, it lines up beautifully for them to be able to also address those needs in the draft. And Holmes and Campbell, they just take football players. But it feels like late first-round draftable talent happens to align with their needs because I think there's a lot of depth in the positions that they need. Now, Holmes and Campbell are going to speak this week from down at the Combine. So will John Morton and Kelvin Shepard. I am fighting the urge I fell in love with Aaron Glenn early because he was so good at the podium, which is ridiculous. But the guys that talk the game, that really communicate the game and provide some insight on their coaching philosophies and are really good at messaging, I think check a couple of boxes that can make you a good coach. It's not definitive. Aaron Glenn was a great example of a coach that talked the game, and it was a reflective of him being a good coach. I have others that I won't mention that are great examples of guys who talk the game, but they just weren't really a good coach. And so it can cut.
Maybe every day but Sunday?
Well, yeah. Yep.
One of those guys for sure.
Yep.
Well, and I hear what you're saying. And when it comes to the coordinators now for the new coordinators for the Lions, got a little taste of that last week when they sat down and talked with Dan Miller, if you saw any of those interviews that he did.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelvin Shepard looks like that's a guy, right? He's excited. He's very motivated. He's intense, and you like that. And then here comes Johnny Morton, and he's a local guy. He knows what it's like to be here and knows, how the Lions fans have suffered. And yet he was also here not that long ago, 3 years ago, to help install this offense and work with Jared Goff. So there's familiarity too.
Hey, man, good organization, competent organization. We have probably, Gator, unfortunately, can look back at our careers and say during many a Lion regime, we wasted a ton of time talking about the Combine and the draft.
Wasted, you say?
I say wasted because we didn't have competent people in charge. Now I'm not sure we can do I'm not sure we can do enough. Because you're right. I want to know a list of every player they want to talk to. And I want to know of those players that they talk to, are there any follow-ups?
Well, the other thing is, right, you get the players that they're like, we don't need to talk to this kid. We already know.
Yeah.
We already know he's a dude. And if he's there, we're taking him. But these other guys, we need to do some digging on.
Yep.
And the guys they're digging on, that's what I want to see. Are these the players that they would select in the first round, or are these players that they're selecting the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh round? Are they second day and third day guys they're talking to?
So, Kang, you got a mid-round guy that starts to stand out as we get into the draft prep?
I do. I've been kind of just flirting with it lately. Obviously this is uncharted territory for us as Lions fans overall, like getting into draft prep later than usual, right? It's so great. Late. It's fantastic. But now that I've gotten, like I said, I've dipped my toe into it a little bit. Mid-round guy, I'm going to go back to the well of Iowa, and I like Jay Higgins, linebacker.
Okay.
As a third, fourth, fifth round guy. I think they might lose Derek Barnes. I don't know how Malcolm Rodriguez is going to come back from injury. I think you always like to have that depth at linebacker. He's a smaller guy, but so was Derek Barnes. I feel like with Kelvin Shepard and how they are able to coach guys and this is a projection type player. I don't expect him to come in right away and help, but maybe a year or two down the line when guys maybe get too expensive or someone does go down, I think going back to Iowa, he was very productive. Doug and Gator, you guys watch Big Ten football. You guys love Big Ten players. I mean, this guy was really productive at Iowa. His measurables might not be there. Like I said, he's a smaller guy, and I don't know if he can cover well in man.
6'2", 230.
I don't even know if he's 6'2". I mean, he might be listed at 6'2", but But I think that's something that if he's coachable and he's got the instincts and he's got the motor and he's got the culture already, I think the rest can come,
So the other thing that gets unveiled this weekend is something else that it feels like the Detroit Lions value a ton. And they start to accrue the information at the Combine. We will get to that today at 11:48. And Gator, I think this is a controversial move in some people's eyes. I think you will be one of them. I think you will not like this. What some school did this weekend. We'll get to that today at 11:50. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. NFL Combine this week. So the other thing that will start to happen this week, and basically does happen this week, is the players accumulate through all the physical testing a RAS score.
Here we go.
And the Detroit Lions seem to have favored guys that do well in the RAS score.
And what's the RAS, Doug?
Relative athletic score. It takes all of your, the traits, the bench press, the 40, the shuttle run, and they put them all into some sort of formula that allegedly spits out the best athletes. And some people use it a lot. Some people use it a little. It feels like this Lions regime has, and maybe it's a coincidence, has favored RAS scores and interviews. I need to get away from something that I've always favored, which is Senior Bowl. And I think there were some examples of previous Lions regimes that love the Senior Bowl. I love the Senior Bowl. I probably put too much stock into it. Self-scout. A little self-scout.
Well, I think the practices are, you get to see ones versus ones, you get to watch those one-on-one matchups that are awesome, particularly when it comes to offensive lineman and defensive lineman. Those are fun to watch.
Yep. All right. We'll be actually going down to the Combine this week. Just got word that the Birch kid will be there covering the Combine, and we'll have a chance to check. What's wrong?
You said we're going down to the Combine this week is what you said.
Well, we're taking the audience down to the Combine. In a figurative sense, we're not actually paying for everybody's trip to Indianapolis.
No, and neither are you or I or Kane going down to the Combine.
You said we're going.
Yeah, I know. That's what he said. We're going.
Okay, so
we're
a couple things
going.
here. One is my bad. Two is, sounds like Gator wants to take something up with management.
Oh, that's not the only thing he wants to take up.
Oh, do we have a list of grievances?
No, we'll talk about it later. Well, this is a great news for you, Doug, because you live look at practice from one of our own.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, the thing that sucks, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we historically do shows where guys are running the 40 while we're on the air and we're watching it?
Have we done it before?
I think we probably have, sure.
I don't think any of the workouts start till 3 o'clock now.
Central Time or Eastern?
Don't know.
Oh.
Either way, it won't be during our show.
Well, but it gives us plenty of time to get home and then watch it.
This is true. I always liked watching it. 3 to 8 on Thursday, 3 to 9 on Friday, 1 to 9 on Saturday, 1 to 9, or 1 to 5 on Sunday.
When do we start getting the numbers in on hand size? When does that happen?
Ooh.
Well, those are usually quarterback and receiver measurements.
Arms.
And they will probably come out Saturday.
We got Hutch because of short arms. That matters.
Yep.
Jacksonville's like, arms too short. Can't take him number one.
Whoops.
Okay. So, again, using deductive reasoning, arm size doesn't matter to Lions.
Well, not if you're the best defensive player in the draft.
I'm going to guess that maybe his RAS score was good.
I would say so.
Aside from the fact that he had shorter arms.
Yep. Okay. So, interesting move. I feel like some people think this is awesome, and I think some people will think it's dumb. Gator, I have a strong feeling that you will lean towards dumb.
Okay.
Did you see what Indiana did with Mike Woodson this weekend? The outgoing head basketball coach.
Well, they beat Purdue.
They beat the crap out of Purdue.
To the point where Matt Painter afterwards went on a rant about, running coaches out of town.
Remember my old saying, college basketball season has plenty of ebbs and flows, and when you're in a winning streak, you don't think you're ever going to lose again.
Right.
When you're losing. Purdue's lost 4 in a row, and they've gotten progressively worse. They lost by 2 points to Michigan. They lost to Wisconsin by 10. They lost to Michigan State by 9, and they just lost to Indiana by 15. And it was a game had some back and forth, but in the end, Indiana ran away and hid. But yesterday was also the 40th anniversary of Bob Knight's chair throw. They broke out the actual chair from the chair throw.
The molded plastic chair that he threw?
Yep. And it was on the Indiana bench where head coach Mike Woodson sat in the chair, the actual chair that Bob Knight 40 years ago yesterday threw onto the court in protest of a call in a game against Purdue. Part of me thinks it's awesome. Knight was a controversial figure. Woodson, I guess, was cool with it. His team played great. The story goes back to, it was like a golf coach or a track coach. One of the other like Olympic coaches saw the chair throw and tracked it down afterwards and got the actual chair. And it's been preserved at, I don't know if Indiana has a Hall of Fame or a museum or anything like that. But Mike Woodson sat in the chair yesterday. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it's funny, first of all, that they've held on to this thing for 40 years. It's scary to think that it was 40 years ago because now I feel really old. And then I start thinking about Bob Knight.
Yeah.
And there are parts of me that would love to have hung out with Bob Knight because I think he's an amazing storyteller and he can be funny. But then there's other parts of me that recognize he was a jackass.
Yep.
And
bully.
A mean person.
Yep.
And did things that are way in poor taste. So I'm like torn on that. But the whole incident, it's infamous, right?
Yep.
So to bring that back, it's funny. It's unfortunate for Woodson because it's already announced he's not coming back. And yet they're doing it during this season when he's not coming back. Did it give him a lift?
The chair?
Yeah. I mean, they've beaten Michigan State and Purdue in 2 of their last 3 games.
Yeah.
And then a whole bunch of losses there too, prior to the Michigan State game, including losing to Michigan. They're trying. They're desperate to try to make the postseason.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're going to have to win out to have maybe a chance at that, or win at least. I think they got 5 games left, 4 of the next 5, and then win a Big Ten tournament.
They have to finish strong. They're in a bubble position, but on most people's brackets, they are on the outside looking in.
But those 2 wins over Michigan State and Purdue, they look
really good now.
Yeah, the rest of their schedule, they haven't beaten anybody.
Yep.
But those are 2 good games, and they don't play. Well, they don't play anybody the rest of the season. So they need to beat somebody in the Big Ten tournament to turn some more heads.
Yep. But they use the actual chair. Do you have an old chair? Like a piece of furniture, like a super old? Because in our basement in the command center, there's one chair that I always go to. It was a clearance center purchase from one of the big furniture,
Mm-hmm.
the ones that have a sale every once in a while?
Yeah, right? It's the Monday sale. But hurry, sale ends Monday.
Just marked down. So I bought 2 reclining chairs. Actually, it was 3 reclining chairs now that I think about it.
Whoa.
Out of the clearance center of one of those furniture stores. And the clearance center usually, like, the chair is real comfortable minus the spike in your back or, that kind of thing. Right. But I couldn't find anything wrong with these chairs. 2 of them now sit at our place up north, and one's still in the basement. This chair is old, but it's Dad's chair. Dad's chair. I got the old chair that is my chair, and I don't need a new chair. I'm perfectly happy.
I used to have Dad's chair, my father's chair. When I was in college, I took it with me my senior year.
Yeah.
At State, and that year I went to a summer semester to try to fix my math issue. And there was a little bit of period between the end of that semester and the next semester. So we had like 3 weeks before I had to clean the stuff out of the house, and I was taking my time to do it when I was back home, and the chair was stolen.
Oh, no.
And
Dad's chair got stolen?
Yeah, Dad's chair got stolen. Now, look, this was a probably a chair from the 60s, like early 1960, probably right after my parents had gotten married.
Yep.
In 1963. It was this gray, put in quotes, leather chair, really stiff leather. But I think about that when you bring up this, to have the chair in the basement. The chair was reasonably comfortable because it held its shape because the leather was so stiff.
Yep.
And the I don't know, whatever they used for the foam insulation inside, I think was like, it was incredibly forgiving. It was not like you would not create a butt print in this thing. It just held its form.
Nice.
And to not have that, no, I miss it. I miss gray chair. Dad's gray chair.
Chairs for guys are like good T-shirts. It's going to take a lot for me to get rid of this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's got like, I mean, can you still put it on? Yeah, I can. Can you still sit in it? Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
It's tough for us to let
She's
go.
okay.
Right?
You know, you got to lean a little to the left.
Yeah. Not as springy as it used to be, but
No. Look, I'll just put another pillow down. We're okay.
reclines a little further than it's supposed to.
Hey, man. It is, I think you're right. I think we lock in. I mean, I read something in Men's Health magazine once. The guys, you know how everybody, like old people, you always go, boy, they dress old. But the theory is the guys, whatever the happiest time in their life is the fashion sense, whatever they're wearing at the time, they wear that forever. So if the happiest time in your life where you were big into flannels, you'll wear flannels.
What did he call me out for?
Oh, yeah. It looks right. He looked you dead in the eye while you're wearing a flannel.
Or hoodies.
Right.
I'm a hoodie guy. I must have been the happiest when I was in a hoodie phase.
Backwards hats. Yeah.
I'm locked in. But is it true of chairs too? You get a chair, and happiest you are in life, you just sit in that chair forever.
I don't know why. It's hard for guys to let go. I have a chair. Actually, I don't have it at my house. My brother has it, though. When we had it as kids. And I texted him this morning. I'm like, hey, do you still get that recliner? He's like, yeah, it's my basement. This thing it cannot work. I don't know if it, he can't let it go. It's in the basement. And he's got a TV down there. I don't know when the last time he sat in this chair. But it still works. It's not, it's like I said, it's not springy. It's not it's not the same color it was once.
Yeah, I've got these like sectional chairs. It's like basically you set them up for like a couch, but they're all individuals. They're armless, and I had them reupholstered like 15 years ago, or maybe 12 years ago. Actually, it's before I got the dog, and I say that because shortly after the dog tore a corner off of each one of the cushions.
Really?
Yeah. Same spot.
Don't mess with a man's chair.
Every chair. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Man's best friend messing with man's chair.
That's been part of the Anderson family since like 1982.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, Detroit, you want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green as an official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. If you're not satisfied, True Green will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all part of the promise they make to you. Don't wait. Visit truegreen.com today and get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. Mondays mean champ and chump of the weekend. Get your champ and chump votes in. I don't even want to revisit your chump. I thought it was an uncomfortable conversation the first time around.
Sorry.
Gator chumped himself. Let's just say there was an error in trimming his dog's claws, and there was blood.
Nails. That's what it's called. Claws.
Whatever they are. I mean, there was blood, and your house looks like a crime scene, and et cetera, et cetera.
Looks like I'm tracking a deer in the backyard.
Yeah. And so Gator chumped himself. My chump of the weekend was Trey Young. The end of that game last night was every reason that you've heard me complain about Trey Young, every single reason. The way he seeks fouls and F me, it almost didn't work. And when they was down 4 and he was seeking the foul on the 3-point shot and needed to get fouled and make the shot, but whatever. Didn't work, and Pistons got the win. They're 6th in a row. Red Wings got a win yesterday. Tigers got a win. You know, your champ of the weekend was Michigan State. Their 3-point shooting. They shot lights out. They shot absolutely. They're banking in threes.
Hey, however you're going to, if you're going to shoot that well. They were 41% from the field, 9 out of 22 in the game. And the defensive effort in the second half. I mean, they held Michigan to 24 points in the second half. That's a recipe to win. And Michigan made fewer 3-pointers. They turned the ball over more. Michigan State was the better team on Friday night.
Now both teams, they actually both control their own destiny, and they have a game, the season-ending finale game, Wolverines and Spartans, in the Breslin Center. The most recent bracketology from Jerry Palm at CBS Sports has been updated today, and Michigan State has now gotten to the 2 line. They are a 2 seed in the Midwest. In Alabama's region, they would open with Norfolk State, and if they win, they'd play the winner of Louisville and Nebraska. Not that's the part that's impossible to predict is who you play, but they are on the 2 line. Michigan is on the 3 line.
It's not impossible. They'll play Duke.
Fair enough. Michigan's on the 3 line where they would face Towson. And if they won, they would play the winner of Ole Miss and VCU. That is in Duke's region. So Michigan would be in Duke's region. And the aforementioned Indiana Hoosiers are in. They're in the first 4 playing Wake Forest.
The other thing we didn't mention about Indiana, did you see that their team bus caught fire?
It was not Indiana University, I believe. Wasn't it Indiana at Indianapolis? Am I wrong?
Indiana University, Indianapolis, which, okay, why do we have to do that? But I guess it's like U of M Dearborn. But it's, it doesn't matter. Just label it. It's an IU bus.
It is their basketball team bus for Indiana University in Indianapolis. So Spartans, I mean, the question is for Michigan State now is, are they going to shoot it? Because if they're going to shoot it, it's a game changer.
Oh, if Michigan State can actually knock down 3-pointers, then look out. And they got, I think, something like 64 of their 75 points were from the guards in the game. Jace Richardson was on fire. Holloman was on fire. Fears knocked down some shots, and Akins was the one that wasn't knocking them down from 3-point land. But and they're still not getting anything from Fiddler. But yeah, it's dangerous if they can knock down threes, but be consistent, I guess, and we'll see how they do the next game out. But I'm not convinced they're going to be all that consistent with doing this big game against Maryland.
Yeah, that is a big game. Michigan's back on the court tonight against Nebraska. That is a Nebraska team that's playing a ton better. It's pretty incredible what's happened in the B1G. The Big Ten has seen Michigan and Michigan State get a couple games clear of everybody. And teams that look like they were peers, Illinois has fallen apart. Purdue has lost 4 in a row. The hottest teams in the Big Ten feel to me, I don't have the data in front of me, like the Maryland, Wisconsin, although Wisconsin blew a huge lead against Oregon over the weekend, and Nebraska. Those teams are playing way, way better. But Michigan and Michigan State they're not locks to be the 1 and 2 seed by any stretch of the imagination. Michigan's got a tough game on the road at Nebraska, a Nebraska team that's playing much better, that is in the field right now, according to most projections. So that's not easy. Michigan State's got a road trip to Maryland, and Maryland's a surging team that I guess if I were a Maryland fan, I'd be thinking maybe we can get back in this regular season chase. The news, one of the big stories for Michigan over the weekend was they signed Dusty May to a contract extension. And so
again, Indiana involved.
The threat, yeah, that's right. It all comes back to IU basketball. How does it
going to Indiana?
How does it impact the Cowboys? Anyway, yeah, it's some people might think it's early. It's a move that's killing any momentum for that. The former team manager there. But it's been an impressive start for this team, an incredible turnaround in 1 year. But the other part about that contract is it comes with a new, more monies that will be earmarked for NIL. And I think this is the first look at the Danny Wolf Fund, is can they keep him from going to the league and bring him back for another year? The transfer from Yale has been really, really good, and that could have a huge impact on that
or just going to another team.
Or a bidding war. They can match anybody that they want to keep. But that comes with the contract extension. So
yeah, I guess he's also taking care of his assistant coaches.
Yep,
I think that's a big part of it. Keep your coaches happy, you're happy, and look, it's the money machine that is college sports now. This is where it goes, and no surprise you want to allocate funds to NIL, even though this is not what NIL was supposed to be, but they'll figure that out, I guess, eventually, without the guardrails on this thing.
Well, they will or they won't. What I like, I'm finding myself liking the no guardrail rule because I feel like.
Because you're landing better players?
I feel like that now all of a sudden the bitching about the no guardrails is coming from the South, where they love guardrails.
Yeah, no, they definitely do complain about it.
I've heard stuff out of Alabama and the SEC, and why do they want guardrails put up? I mean, the cynical,
so they can break them.
Right.
The cynical part of me thinks
the table
it's so we can crash through the guardrails.
Yes, that's exactly. We need rules so we can break them and cheat.
248-539-9797. All right, Tigers. Stuff to talk about under their weekend. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:20, including this hour we'll have a surprise candidate to make the Tigers opening day roster. I was like, oh, really? We'll get to that this hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1, The Ticket.
So like 5 years ago, my garage doors are making all types of weird noises. It wasn't even in the wintertime. It was the middle of the summertime. Like, what the heck is going on? It wasn't moving up and down as quickly as it should. I didn't know what to do, so I did what I guess I should have done all along, and I'm glad I did. I called Precision Garage Door. They were awesome. Crew came out to my house. They assessed all the issues, said, here's what we're going to do, and here's how it's going to be. I'm like, this is amazing. They fixed the problem. They fixed it right there on the spot. It was fantastic. And right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door at Precision. $499 value. The sale ends March 31st. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Now, look, they're available weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. And like I said, you can mention 97 on the ticket. Do that, in fact, and they're going to waive your service fee as well. This is awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
A little warmer today.
Yeah, it's got a little warming trend this week. Hopefully up in the 40s.
Do you think this trend means? I won't finish the sentence.
That we're getting close to March. Yes.
Yeah, just say that, Doug. We're getting closer to March.
We're getting closer to
we
March.
We know how this works.
And thus, do you believe that means that we will not get?
No, I think we all expect to still get snow, Doug. I think we've been around. We've seen some things. Just because it's going to be 40-something degrees on February 24th doesn't mean we're done. We've seen snow. We've seen snow on opening day in baseball.
Still have 2 ski trips planned. But
good for you.
All right. So, with that said, it's baseball. It's baseball that I am in the mood for. It was over the weekend. The Tigers game was broadcast. We got the Yes broadcast. Get the Gotham Sports app. I was told over and over again. But I mean, we'll start with Saturday with their spring opener. The story was the new and improved Kenta Maeda, as we joked about on Friday's show, now with more Kenta. If Kenta stands for strikeouts, what, he strike out 4 of the 6 batters?
Yeah, he looked, well, it sounded like, as I actually listened to it on the radio while I was watching the Red Wings play. It sounded like he was pitching awfully well. And now it's his first outing, but where you can see something that makes sense, see something tangible. You want to grab a hold of something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kenta Maeda last year struggled to reach 90 miles an hour on the gun. Apparently he was he was throwing at 92, high 92 and hit into the 93 range with his pitches. So that's good news. That's good news for the Tigers. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Let's hear it. That's right. Evan Petzold had tweeted this out a couple days ago from the Free Press. After big changes, Tigers right-hander Kenta Maeda is ready for a comeback season, determined to win a spot in the rotation. Yeah, I throw fast now, Maeda said. Not quite 99 in numbers, but mentally, I'm throwing that hard.
I can't help it. But when I saw the numbers on Casey Mize yesterday,
Casey Mize,
who was sitting high 90s, and Cody Stavenhagen at The Athletic tweeted out that his splitter was averaging 90.1 miles per hour, where it was at 86.2 last season. I got all fired up, and then there was the Kenta stuff, and I'm like, are these guys fixed, or they have hot radar guns right now down there in Florida?
Ask yourself that question.
I worry. Now, it was 2 different stadiums, right? They played the opener in Lakeland, and the second game was in Tampa. Yeah, so it wasn't the same gun, so it would have to be 2 radar guns. But, I mean, the Casey Mize outing was impressive.
Casey Mize, he threw 14 fastballs, 7 sliders, 6 splitters, 6 sinkers, 5 whiffs. That's a 31% whiff rate. 2 fastballs, 1 splitter, 2 sinkers. His fastball averaged 96.9 miles per hour.
Here we go again. So the game yesterday featured what I would call a couple of, hey, don't forget about me performances. One was Dylan Dingler. We don't talk much about Dylan Dingler, the catching prospect. I guess he's now just simply a young catcher in the Tigers organization. But Dylan Dingler hit a hey, don't forget about me home run. And, we were at a point in Major League Baseball where it feels like if you have a catcher that provides any offense whatsoever, that's like the unicorn in baseball. But Dylan Dingler had one, and Jace Young had 2 identical down the right field line doubles where he basically beat the throw. It was closer the first time than the second time, but it looked exactly the same. Dylan Dingler and Jace Young, 2 young Tiger bats.
Dylan Dingler hit a 94.9 mile an hour per hour fastball in the 4th inning. The exit velo, 111.6 on that. It traveled 398 feet over the wall in left field.
There you go.
Oh, look, 2 games into it. You're looking for something positive. There's some positives. I'm glad to see that Maeda went unscathed, that Mize went unscathed, and that we saw a little bit of some success at the plate for Jace Young because he didn't see much last year with the Tigers at the end of the season. So just an early start to the season. Keep an eye on things. But I think the velocity is something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
If these guys are able to throw in that range moving forward and then even improving on that, that's huge because for Kenta Maeda, it was a disaster last year when he'd get out there and he'd give it all he's got, and it's 89 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, and Mize and Maeda are both battling to secure a spot in the rotation. You know, there's two things. One is you always need more pitching. Like the idea that, no, I didn't get a spot in the rotation, not going to need him. You ever heard of injuries? Guys, it invariably happens, and it'd be good to have some depth there, especially guys that are veterans.
The only thing that's guaranteed right now are the top 3 spots because Cobb is a month behind. You've got a month to show yourself that you can belong in this rotation. And then Jackson Jobe he's got to earn it. You can't just hand it to him. He's going to have to earn it. So with Mize and Maeda, the way they pitched, they're setting an example. You got to be better.
And look,
or keep pace.
Cutter Montero was supposed to go today. Game rained out. I don't know if that pushes back Jackson Jobe, who was supposed to start tomorrow. Do you think it's a coincidence that all these guys on the bottom of the rotation are getting the first starts? That it goes Maeda, Mize, Jobe, Montero, or Montero, Jobe. That those 4 guys get the first 4 starts of the spring?
Is it a coincidence? No, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think that's probably very calculated. Because I think everything A.J. Hinch does is calculated.
Mm-hmm. So, hey,
he's a savant.
Some reason to be excited. They are on TV on Wednesday. The next time they will be playing a television game. So if people want to watch some Tiger baseball.
You can see those ugly hats.
You don't like the orange hats, huh?
No. Nope.
Yeah.
You enjoyed those yesterday?
I was looking up if I wanted to order one. It's okay. We have different tastes in hats.
This is true.
This has been well documented and discussed here on the program. Probably,
but now I feel like that you're even more inclined to order it just to infuriate me.
No, I passed, and I probably will continue to pass. I don't try to infuriate you with my hat choices. It's other things that I try to infuriate you, but not the hat choice.
Well done.
Yep. I do want to give a little shout out, bonus champ of the weekend, to my nephew, who was at big league camp with the Mariners and got the start for the Mariners Saturday. Faced major league hitters, Logan Evans, kid from Saline.
Nice.
Congratulations to Logan on getting this opportunity. And a lot of hard work has gone into it. He's in a great organization for pitching. And I'm really, really proud of what he's been able to do. All right. In the meantime, a unexpected surprise candidate to make the Tigers opening day roster. We'll get to that today at 12:31. And you have there's a national day for this and for that. Today is one I think everybody loves. Like, it's not National Beer Day, but that would be one that many people loved. I think today would be one of the all-time favorites that I don't think anybody complains about. I've never heard anybody say, I dislike this. We'll get to that at 12:35. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who stood out? Who needs to be called out? We tally up your Champ and Chump votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Okay, so it was The Athletic put together a list. I'm sorry, MLB.com put together a list of surprise candidates to make the opening day roster. And for the Tigers, it's, according to Jason Beck, MLB Insider, MLB.com, right-handed pitcher Chase Lee. Tigers keep accumulating relievers with different looks, and the side-arming Lee, acquired from Texas at last summer's trade deadline for Andrew Chafin, is unique, flinging 90-mile-per-hour fastballs with high-spin sweepers out of a low arm slot. His late-season run at Toledo included a 31-4 strikeout-to-walk rate over 22 innings, impressive enough that Detroit added him to the 40-man roster to protect him from the Rule 5 draft. He faces an uphill battle to crack the crowded Tigers bullpen, but if manager A.J. Hinch wants more strikeouts in his relief corps, Lee presents an intriguing option. Gator, what do you make of this?
Well, he's a sidearm guy. He got the goofy-looking delivery, and those are kind of gimmicky guys. It feels like every couple of years you got to have somebody like that because it does throw people off, and he's right-handed, and it's usually a good thing to have against right-handed hitters because that ball's coming in on you, and it's nerve-wracking. So we'll see how he continues to go. I don't think he's played in the major leagues yet. He's 26. So, but I trust Hinch to put together a pretty good bullpen, but it's going to be competitive.
It's funny. We get, these stories of these kind of additions get no headlines, no calls, and anything like that. But I always go back to the J.D. Martinez acquisition when the Tigers got J.D. Martinez. You and I got, the email making this announcement. And at the time, I don't think we even responded and mentioned it on the air, right? I mean, it was just, all right, here's a nondescript player that we have no way of really projecting anything, blah, blah, blah. And then you realize that, oh my God, they absolutely signed a stud. I feel like that there's no position that lends itself more to that than middle relievers. Very few people get fired up about that guy that's going to take the baseball in the sixth inning. And yet they can be incredibly important. Incredibly important.
Yeah, I think we proved last year, the Tigers proved last year, every spot on the roster is important, but particularly when you look at the pitching staff, and the Tigers had to do what they had to do last year. They had 2/5 of the rotation going the last 6 weeks of the season, and yet they turned that into this unstoppable force, pitching chaos, and it carried them into the playoffs and through almost 2 rounds of the playoffs.
Well, and it got to the point where we were taking calls. We took a call last year, and then people wanted to debate whether or not it was worth even discussing. And there was plenty of people saying, yes, Tyler Holton should be considered this team's most valuable player. What? But that's how important those guys were to this team down the stretch. All right, Gator, today is one of those national days that maybe it's like Alexander Ovechkin. I've never heard anybody complain. And I can say, now I'm not the authority on this. I feel like you and Kang and Kenny maybe can lend a little bit more insight. But based upon what today is, have you ever heard anybody say, I really didn't like those tortilla chips? Today is National Tortilla Chip Day. Have you ever had a bad tortilla chip?
Yeah, I think I've had bad tortilla chips.
I don't think I ever have had a bad tortilla chip.
Might be like overly salted, funky color to it.
No, salt doesn't do it for me, Gator. I'll probably still eat it. It's stale. That's where you get a bad tortilla chip. If it's like really old, it's been out too long or something. But the salt, I usually just like kind of give it a flick or two on the chip, get some of that salt off, and then
you do what you have to do. Yeah. What about if it's too thin and like they break apart? Like you want to dip it in some guacamole, or you try to scoop some salsa and it just doesn't even hold up.
So when Doug told me earlier it was National Tortilla Chip Day, I thought, yeah, right. Who doesn't like tortilla chips? But then when you go to the store, the grocery store, there's like a bunch of different kinds of tortilla chips.
50 to choose from.
But I'm not sure I know the difference. Like, what is restaurant style?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I know. I just figured it was bigger. And I asked Kenny. He says, I think it means thinner. So he had to look it up. Do you know what restaurant style is?
I'm not for sure, but I do think it means thinner.
You do?
I do.
What does it mean?
It does mean thinner, and then I guess there's some texture to it as well that makes it restaurant style. Do you guys know, if I gave you a blind taste test right now, would you know the difference between a red, a blue, or a yellow tortilla chip? Just through taste.
I don't think so. I want to say maybe I would between blue corn tortilla and regular yellow corn tortilla.
Tastes more blue?
Yeah, it tastes more blue. I feel like it's more fibrous. I don't know. I could be completely wrong.
I think he's right. I think you might be able. I think I'd have a shot.
What?
You know, Doug's all about blue corn tortillas.
Of course.
What do you mean you'd have a shot?
I think
What's
I'd
that
have a
mean?
shot to have a regular tortilla chip and a blue tortilla chip and be able to tell the difference. I think it's possible.
Okay, because you think a blue tastes like what?
I think it's a texture thing.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. Look, I don't have a lot of strong food takes. Spare me that. I think I might have got that one right. But in the world of tortilla chips, is just like everything else. I had a favorite, and it went away.
Oh.
And I thought the favorite was popular. I didn't feel like I was on an island. I know that my tastes are different than others, and so much of what I like disappears off the market. Like yesterday, I went to my go-to Meijer store to get my cucumber lime Gatorade Zero, and it's gone. And I'm like, this is probably never coming back.
I know where you can get some. It's awful. I did not like that flavor. It's fine. It's awful for me.
It's fair. I don't.
But I can get you some.
I'm not trying to be anything, and I'm not trying to convince people to eat the way I eat. I just know what I like, and I do like. I think I know a place where I can get it too. But the thing about Meijer is you can get the big ones for 99 cents, and if I go to the corner store, they're $2.59. But anyway, there was a tortilla chip that I always liked, and it's disappeared. Tostitos made a roasted red pepper tortilla chip, and I loved it. And it's discontinued. And Tostitos, bring it back, man. Do you remember those? They kind of had a red bag.
I don't.
Kang, did you ever have those? Any memories at all?
I don't have any memories of that. I usually, if I go any flavor, it's like a hint of lime, and that's it, you know? Lightly salted.
When I get tortilla chips, I typically get something that looks like it's locally made. Like you can see like an artisan style.
Yes,
and you can see like the layers in the cross section of the chip. And then you look at it and actually, made in Detroit, something like that. I feel like those are really high quality chips.
Packaged in Midland.
I just found
or Detroit, yes.
I just found a petition on change.org. Tostitos roasted red pepper flavored tortilla chips. Bring them back. The issue, the return of roasted red pepper flavored tortilla chips.
Someone's got a cause.
Yeah, and I'm on board. That was my favorite tortilla chip. Now, I know that inherently means many of you out there will say, well, then they must have sucked because Doug liked them.
Well, everything you like does go away, right?
I know, but I can't. But you don't remember these, and Kang, you don't remember them?
I don't.
Kenny, did you ever have them? Kenny's shaking his head no. So once again, it's just me.
I mean, every time I go down the aisle for tortilla chips, it's like I stare there for too long, and I just grab and
you grab a regular tortilla chip.
Yeah,
you know that the problem with the stuff that you like, Doug, is it's too niche. I think to stay alive, you know, people have to go to it more often than not.
I know. Well, you could still get pretzel M&Ms. Those haven't gone away.
I think candy, people love trying different stuff all the time. Like, that's why they come out with them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the stuff that you like may be a little too far. But the pretzel M&M's still around. So that's one thing you like.
That's
man.
one thing I like that's sticking around. But I don't know, man. I felt like that. I even think you guys would like the roasted red pepper. It wasn't like it was some sort of kale-y healthy thing. Like it was just
I'm sure it was fine.
I'm sure it had a little flavor there, yeah.
Do you ever judge, like, pick by size? Like, hey, I feel like a scoop today or a round tortilla chips today or like, you know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. Like you want the triangle.
Like.
I'll look at the bag and I don't want a bunch of broken ass chips. You know, and so I know what you're saying. I don't like a chip that's going to hold up to whatever I'm going to throw on it.
The scoops, the Tostitos scoops, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not a big Tostitos scoops fan. I
You
like
know?
the Fritos scoops, but that's a totally different chip, and that's a Frito. But in the big scoop, that holds up to stuff.
Well, with that said, happy Tortilla Day, National Tortilla Chip Day. To those who
All
celebrate.
right, I'll get Mexican food.
Champ and
Twist
Chump,
his arm.
get your votes in. Am I the only one that misses the Tostitos roasted red pepper ones?
Not even Taco Tuesday. I'm ready to go.
I'm sure you are. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for just $379 a month. That's $379 a month for 36 months with no money down. Unlock the savings with approved credit and a GM employee discount and a Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, the number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax, along with EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in on the Lions. We were talking about the combine this week, and people are kind of giving some of their favorites. Looking forward to seeing how they do and how they fit with the Lions. My Detroit Lions mid-round Swiss Army knife is Cam Scatteraboo, the running back from Arizona State. That's from Jeff and Warren. Well, you know what that would mean. Maybe there'd be pressure on the truth.
Uh-oh. I don't think we can have that. That Kang's not going to be happy about that.
My guy mentioned Savion Williams out of TCU. Somebody wrote Savion Williams, NFL comp is Cordero Patterson. Yep, I could see that. Marlon Wald Lake said, I would love to see the Lions be able to get Tez Johnson, wide receiver from Oregon, with a third-round pick. I think he would definitely fit the offense perfectly.
I have a feeling he's going to go earlier because I think he's going to show up really well at the combine.
Yep.
I think his speed is going to be on the display, and he's a playmaking machine.
Tostito scoops are the best with guac. That's from Rick on this National Tortilla Chip Day.
Except when they break.
Blue tortilla chips are more crunchy. That's from an unnamed texter. Doug, if you check the dumpster out back, you'll probably find a pallet of that crap cucumber Gatorade.
Wow. Shots fired.
You know, I'm so accustomed. If I bring it, invariably, food topics are a gateway to rip on me.
You invite it.
So do I invite it, or am I just honest?
Both.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know if this is a great idea or a stupid idea, but what about like a discounted store? Like things that were discontinued. I'm sorry, not discounted, but discontinued.
Dude, a discontinued store would be great.
Would it though? Because it's all the stuff that didn't work.
Well,
it'd be great for me. I'd say it'd be a great business idea. I think it's great for me.
And then we got nothing else to put. Well, I guess stuff always gets discontinued, I suppose.
Yeah. You can find it at the discontinued store.
The thing about it, if you had a discontinued store, you'd have to thread the needle to find popular discontinued items, which typically are not discontinued.
And the items that have a shelf life still.
Yes. Restaurant-style tortilla chips are the same as any other tortilla chip other than marketing. They put the word restaurant style on there to attract anyone that is still unfamiliar with tortilla chips and just saw them in a restaurant and wants to buy the same thing at the store. That could be true. Paul Madison Heights says champ Trey Holloman, chump Monty Williams. Pistons just passed their win total from the last two seasons combined. Wow. Okay. Gator?
Doug?
So the Stafford story. Matthew Stafford being made available and his agent being told he can seek out a trade. So if he wants out of Los Angeles, they might be able to find a partner and make a deal. Who is it that was reporting the teams that are interested?
I believe it was Pro Football Talk.
Okay.
And they were quoting Albert Breer, so I can find this real quickly for you.
Mm-hmm.
Via Albert Breer, the Steelers, the Browns, the Giants, and the Raiders have shown interest in the Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford. And there was another report earlier in the day, I forget who had it, but it was that Stafford was looking to get a new contract with $50 million a year. Yes, they also had this. As Matthew Stafford is in line for a raise from the Rams or someone else, could he end up with $50 million per year in the $50 million per year club?
Okay. So let's start with a team that's not on the list, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford being in Minnesota is a somewhat scary possibility. Minnesota was exceptionally good last year, and they had Darnold playing good quarterback for them. And would Stafford be a candidate to play better quarterback for them than Sam Darnold? And I think that's a strong yes.
Yeah, but they'd have to give up some draft capital to get him.
Probably.
And this is the curious part to me, is what does Stafford get in trade 4 years after he was traded from the Lions?
Yeah, sure.
When the Lions were able to get 2 first-round picks and Jared Goff, what does Stafford get now? Because I think he still gets you a first-round pick.
I'm not sure he does, but maybe. I mean, it didn't feel like the Lions, even though he'd requested a trade, it wasn't really public information at the time.
No, kind of came out of nowhere.
So this feels like a little bit more. It hurts the asking price if everybody knows that he, wants out.
That's fair.
So my guess is, I don't know, second, third round pick get you Matt Stafford.
But if you already have reportedly 4 teams showing interest.
Okay, one of those teams, how the hell is Cleveland going to make this happen? Cleveland's got $70 million wrapped up in that position already, and they are currently 31st in the NFL at cap space, $28.3 million over the cap as it is. So they have to clear $28.3 million already and then add a $50 million quarterback on top of that?
Doug, I don't know. I mean, is this one of these things where you have to send somebody the other way? And it helps to even out the
person
money?
they need to send the other way is Deshaun Watson, and nobody's taken on that contract.
Right. What if they sent Myles Garrett?
Well, how would LA sweeten the deal?
First round pick?
First round pick in Stafford to Cleveland for Myles Garrett?
Yeah.
That would free up $20 million, so they're still over the cap. I mean, look, them getting it done would
I don't think he's going to Cleveland. How can we just full stop? If Stafford's going to get traded somewhere, he's probably got his say in this, right?
Yep.
He's not going to want to go to Cleveland. Would he want to go to Pittsburgh?
He might.
Would he want to go to the Raiders?
Interesting. He might, but I would think if he has a choice, I think he'd choose Pittsburgh over the Raiders. The Raiders feel like a wildly underachieving team that really just needs a good quarterback to start to reach, match the rest of their team's potential.
The Raiders seem like the perfect team to draft Shedeur Sanders if he's there, and also sign Russell Wilson to reunite him with Pete Carroll and have him be the bridge quarterback while Shedeur Sanders sits on the sideline for a year.
Mm-hmm. So other possibilities.
I'm actually surprised. All 4 of these teams, none of them, I think, make any sense for Stafford.
You don't think Pittsburgh does?
I mean, maybe. Pittsburgh probably makes the most sense out of all those teams, but I don't think Pittsburgh's got the offensive weapons to work with to give Stafford a chance to be successful.
I think the Giants are a little effed because of the division they're in. And okay, if you're trying to win, I mean, Stafford has benefited from playing. Well, that's not necessarily true. The NFC West's been pretty good, but I don't know if he'd want to be in the same division as the Super Bowl champs and a rising Washington team. But then again, if he went to Pittsburgh, he'd be in the same division as Baltimore and Cincinnati.
The league is full of great young quarterbacks and current prime quarterbacks right now. So I don't know. I feel like the whole who's in your division thing doesn't matter as much as it used to.
Yeah.
Because there's great quarterbacks and players and teams everywhere. And every year someone comes up that you didn't expect, like the Commanders this past season or the Vikings, right? So I think Pittsburgh would make sense because I think they need steady quarterback play. Obviously, Stafford's got a good resume. My issue is with the Rams, they're in cap hell. Like they were trying to get rid of Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford, 2 of their biggest cap hits. Is this where the Lions are going to look in a couple years? I know sustainability is a word that's thrown out there a lot, but at least the Rams won a Super Bowl. The Lions are still winning the Super Bowl and try to stay out of cap hell at the same time. So down the line, is it St. Brown or Goff that you're looking to move off? Because look what the Rams are doing. They were like one play away from the Super Bowl last year, and now they want to trade their franchise quarterback. And I know he's older, but he can still play.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. That's an Albert Breer report that these 4 teams are expressing an interest, or
yes,
and not Minnesota, huh?
It's early. Maybe he hasn't had a chance to confirm with Minnesota. I would think Minnesota's a slam dunk,
and they got cap space.
Yep.
I think they're in a weird area where they got this young quarterback they drafted, and then this veteran that took them, did so well last year. They didn't win a playoff game, but they won 14 games.
Yeah, they got to figure out what to do with the veteran. They didn't get much of a sense for JJ because he got hurt. Then he had a setback. Had to have a second procedure. If you're a Minnesota fan, I'm not even sure how to feel. Like, Darnold was so good for them, but you can't pay him.
No, I think Darnold was just he's fine, right? But he doesn't put you over the edge. And he was the best he'll ever be is what he was this past season.
Somebody made a great point on Twitch. I think Stafford has made more money than any other player in NFL history. Retire, please. Well, he's not going to retire, but that might be true. I said it when he was in Detroit. He was like the last year before a rookie salary cap. And so he was the last quarterback to get a massive rookie contract, massive. And then he went up from there. And he's going to set a number out there that's going to take a long time to beat as far as total money.
Who was it? I'm sorry.
Stafford.
Stafford,
yeah. And so, if he wants $50 million, I mean, I guess, but he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. The NFL's been very good to Matt Stafford's bank account.
Oh, without question.
And I'm surprised that he would. I'm not surprised, to each their own, but that's a guy who could easily say, I don't care about the money. I'll sign a Russell Wilson contract. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
He's already got one of those.
Well, then he would just stay with the Rams.
Yeah.
They're trying to rework his deal right now, Doug, to try to get more cap friendly. He carries like a $50 million tag.
He wants money. He's got his Super Bowl championship. He's got, crazy good stats. I think he's a Hall of Famer. And he can pick and choose where he wants to go, and if he wants a new contract to go with it, somebody's going to give him a contract. I can see somebody give him a 2-year, $100 million deal.
Man has made $364 million in his career.
He's got to pay for all those awful kids, right?
Ooh! Ooh!
Kidding. We don't hate the kids.
Of course
Boo
not.
Earns. Boo Earns.
Boo Earns. Oh, they're saying Boo Earns. Boo Earns.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Get to some Red Wing stuff coming up this hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Of course, we have open lines, so whatever you want to discuss. And we've touched on a lot today. Pistons on the basketball front with a win at Atlanta and a good win, an exciting win, and a ton of points. Most points are Pistons scored in a regular season game since, what was it, 84?
1984.
This is incredible. And look, last night's game was a reason why I cannot stand watching Trey Young play. The last 15 seconds, there were two plays in that game where I was like, ugh. One of them, he got called out and exposed for the felonious way he plays the game, where they overturned a call, and the Pistons challenged a foul on Isaiah Stewart, and the official said the offensive player seeks out contact with his arms. The defender maintains a legal guarding position. Thank you.
And he also went on to say, on every single play.
Yep. I've been talking about Trey Young for years and how much I do not like the way the man plays the game. And then when the Pistons were up 4, Trey Young took a 40-foot three, landed cleanly, and intentionally launched himself west of where he landed to fly into Isaiah Stewart, flail, and he got the call. Now, you're taking a three and trying to get fouled down 4. I mean, sure, it's what people do. I still can't believe he got the call.
Did you want him to review that one too?
I did. But they were up 4. He missed the first free throw, and the thing was over. By the way, while he missed the first free throw, it looked like he was talking crap to the Pistons bench. I don't
know what he was saying, but I was curious as to what the conversation was.
Yeah, it looked like he might have went with an assistant coach.
Yeah,
I just do not like
Walton or something.
Do not like the way he plays the game. Nobody wants to watch.
He's a detriment to the league.
He's an unethical scorer, as he's been called, and I couldn't agree more. On the other side, you got Cade.
He's a burden on society.
You got Cade putting up 38, only shooting 3 free throws, right?
That's impressive.
Yep. And a part of back-to-back games where Cade scores 38 and 25. College basketball, he talks of Michigan State. Spartans with a big one on the road now at Maryland, Michigan on the road against Nebraska tonight. As those two have distinguished themselves atop the Big Ten. Michigan State with the win on Friday night. Had some Red Wing talk. We'll get back to them. Some Tiger talk as well. NFL Combine starts this week. But the NFL, now you just saw this where their front office sports, I think?
Yeah. This is the NFL's competition committee is yet again looking at tweaking the rules around kickoffs, onside kicks, and replay assists. The committee's co-chair is Falcons CEO Rich McKay. He spoke with the media, and they say the kickoff rules could see the spot of a touchback changed from the 30-yard line to the 35-yard line, or simply moving the kicker back another 5 yards. Both would be intended to dissuade kickers from sailing a ball into the end zone and encouraging more returns.
So more of the safer returns, I put in quote. These are the safer returns.
Yes. And then they said that also continues on to say the competition committee is also considering proposing changes to make the onside kick more effective or replacing the play with 4th and 15 or 4th and 20 attempts. These rules would allow a team to try a long offensive play to try to maintain possession instead of attempting an onside kick. The NFL experimented with the 4th and 15 in the 2020 Pro Bowl, where Kirk Cousins threw an interception.
So this has been talked about for some time. And the concept is weird because you feel like after a score, the next logical thing to do, because we've always done it, is to kick the ball off in some form or another. The next play after an extra point or a field goal is to kick it off. That's just the way it is in football. That's how you turn over possession after a score, to kick the ball off. The idea of putting the ball on like the 30-yard line and saying it's 4th and 20, and you can try and convert the 4th and 20, and if you don't, if you get 16 yards, the other team gets it at 16 yards down the field at the 46 or whatever.
Nice.
Is so weird, and yet I think it accomplishes the desired goal.
Yes, it's not likely you convert it, but it's probably more likely that you convert that as opposed to converting an onside kick. Now, there's something else they did. They said that the report says 2 hours of Sunday's meeting went to replay assist and how they can expand it to include, quote, objective aspects of penalties. That means more clear-cut penalties like face mask could be added to a system that currently lacks things, that tracks things like boundary calls and catches and drops. The complete list of calls reviewed via replay assist is currently a dozen scenarios long, and including roughing the passer and intentional grounding. So I don't have a problem with that, because that's one of my big pet peeves in football is that you can't review face mask. That's something that is objective.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for a long time.
Let's go. Get it done.
Yep.
McKay added that the committee will see a presentation Monday about using technology on first downs next season.
To mark the football?
It just says
they already do that, right? Is this the chip thing?
This might be the chip thing. It says owners will meet to discuss any proposals at the NFL's annual meetings beginning March 30th in Palm Beach, Florida.
One of the things that over the weekend, and we talked about it briefly earlier, but was baseball's review system for balls and strikes. I don't hate the ABS challenge system. It was quick.
Automated ball strikes?
Yeah, it was quick. It felt accurate. Nobody complained. If a pitcher or a hitter or a catcher wanted a ball strike review, they quickly went to the graphic. It showed whether it was in the strike zone or out of the strike zone, and the game moved on.
Correct. And there's a lot to like about it, and yet I still think that they need to work out some more bugs before they bring it to Major League Baseball.
Did you see any bugs? I didn't see any.
Well, the one thing that's a big bug about it is that it's a universal size, which is, I think, unfair because batters are not the same size. So when you have a batter like Aaron Judge compared to a batter like Jose Altuve, and you're using the same thing, it doesn't seem like it's fair. I think it's easily changed.
One would imagine.
I think it's really easy. Simply, in spring training, you simply have each player has their own zone. You can film them, so it shows what their zone is. You lock in on it. Here it is. Or maybe you have a range for players that are 5'5" to 5'10" and 5'11" up to 6'3" or whatever you want to do to account for that disparity. I think it's easy.
This doesn't feel like a insurmountable.
No, it's not, and I do like the ABS system that they have. I think it's great because for everything you said, it is quick.
Boy, was it quick!
They limit. I think it's limited how many challenges you have, but if you get the challenge right, you keep your challenges. But it becomes a strategic thing as to when you're gonna let it go in the first inning, or you want to save these challenges for later in the game.
Yeah.
But I love it.
Which I'm as you know, and we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm not a huge fan of replay in sports, and it's mostly because it strikes me that we are no more satisfied than we were before replay, and all it does is slow down the games. But we're never going back, so it's not like this is not a hill I charge up very frequently. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, I said we get to some Red Wing stuff. Let's do it next. Red Wings don't get a regulation win, but get a win yesterday. What's going on late in games and the empty net goals that they are allowing? When the other team pulls the goalie, Detroit couldn't hold on to a lead this weekend. Lost one game in overtime, won the other. We will get to that coming up today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. The football season may be over, but the sports action never stops. At Twin Peaks, it's a great time to be alive for the Detroit sports fan. Your hockey and basketball teams in the middle of a playoff hunt, watching their games to become enjoyable again. And what makes those games even better is enjoying them at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is well beyond your favorite sports bar. They don't just serve up flat draft beer and small chicken wings. They do it right. Their draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. And they do it into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is only used once a day. They boast the extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. Now pair that with a scratch kitchen, servicing up dishes like hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, smashed and seared burgers. Takes it next level. And there's also the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave, wall-to-wall TVs, amazing food, beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh. That's Scott Anderson. It is 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, and we tally them up, post on our website on Tuesday. The people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. So Red Wings getting votes on both sides, which is interesting. People mad about them blowing late leads. Did it both Friday and Saturday. Gator, is it a major issue, or was this just a weird weekend?
I'm hoping it was just a weird weekend, and that just getting back in the swing of things, and your captain is tired from participating in the Four Nations face-off challenge and all that. But I guess what I'm a little concerned about watching this yesterday, and I know there was a lot of activity on Twitter about this. Michael Rasmussen got hit in the head by Trevor Zegras, and Zegras is going to have a hearing today with the NHL about it. There was no penalty assessed on the play. And there also really was no retaliation from the Red Wings. And this has gone on for these two games. Larkin has been banged around a lot. They're trying to take liberties with Lucas Raymond, and you want this team to stand up for themselves. And there was an opportunity yesterday when your big guy gets drilled and nobody did anything. Now, at the end, I think it was the end of the second period, indiscriminate elbow thrown, I think it was by Ben Sherratt at one of the players from Anaheim skating over towards the net after the horn went off. Maybe he thought that was Zegras, but it wasn't, or Zegras, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
But if he had thought that, okay, I guess there's potential there. But and I hate to feed into the frenzied crowd that says we need to be bigger, need to be tougher, need to do all this stuff. But
Red Wing call we've been taking for our entire lifespan.
But now, if Rasmussen's going to be out for any period of time, we don't know. But if he's out for a period of time, he's one of the fewer guys on the few guys on the team that can play physical. And if he's not, then that does leave a roster spot open. Now, they did sign a player.
Call the guy up
today. They called a player up from Grand Rapids, and that was Sheldon Dries. Yes. But he's not that type of player. He's 5'9" and 178. So they could have gone and gotten one of the big. I think it's Austin Watson. I think is the player down at Grand Rapids who's a big guy. He's got 92 penalty minutes, 6'4". But I'm not advocating for them to goon it up. That's not what I'm saying. But do they need to start considering of taking care of themselves on the ice?
We're 9 days away from the trade deadline. Yeah. I mean, you look at your list of priorities. Is that a priority?
It's like if you're going to, let's say you want to add a defenseman. All right, if I'm going to add a defenseman, I want a physical defenseman.
Yep.
Or if you're going to add a forward, do you want to add a forward that's a goal scorer, or do you want to add a guy who's going to be on a fourth line that can, help patrol the ice a little bit? And I think some way they're going to address this.
Well, they're going to make multiple moves. How aggressive is this team going to get?
Well, and hopefully Rasmussen's not out for any long period of time.
So Kopp, I don't know if you mentioned Kopp is, so Kopp is the guy that's officially out, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, an aggressive trade deadline includes a couple of moves and a team that's trying to distinguish themselves as, hey, we're the ones that are trying to grab one of these last playoff spots. Basically, everybody's in it except for Buffalo. And so, who you don't want to do something dumb, but you also don't want to pass on an opportunity to make yourself better. But God, they've been playing really well lately. And I mean, tracking down Florida for the third spot, stay out of the wild card, would be awesome too. But I mean, look, Yzerman has had moderate success, slow and steady building, much, to people's. I don't think there's a fire Yzerman move by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see that people want to see some results here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Right? And so this would be a really, really good year to add some accelerant and try and make a kind of move that will make the playoffs. They're one of the few teams in the league with cap space. There is, there's 10 teams with more cap space. They don't have a ton of cap space, but they got a little bit of cap space.
Well, for the end of the season, you don't need a lot because
That's right.
Protracted contracts, and at that point.
Yeah, so we're looking at like a quarter of a season salary.
Yeah.
But, well, it's interesting to think about with the trade deadline looming if that's something that needs to get done. 248-539-9797. They at least won the damn hockey game last night, but as Ken Cal put it on the game-tying goal, oh no, it happened again. Team empty net goals. And by that I mean they have their goalie pulled and they score late with the extra attacker. Force overtime. Red Wings at least won that game. Let's go to Josh and Warren here on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Josh?
Hey, boys. Yeah, I don't know if you listened to the broadcast last night, but Paul Woods brought it up that they the last two nights they kept trying to score on the empty net and kept icing it and brought the face-off down, and they gassed them.
He hates
and that was exactly what they did. And you said it was, the young team trying to go for the score at the end of the game, and they're not playing smart. I mean, they were shooting it from their side of the blue line, for crying out loud.
Josh, it's funny because we grew up in an era where it was pretty well recognized. The other team has pulled the goalie. You gain the red line before you shoot. Now, people just shoot indiscriminately the length of the ice, and that seems to be an accepted new strategy. Woodsy hates it. He hates it, and he mentioned it last night.
It was at least 3 icings in a row or something ridiculous like that. Like, you're on the ice for 5 minutes of real time. You're dead. You're gassed.
Is this though, an example of, an analytics theory that makes one believe that you just shoot the puck the length of the ice, that it's worth it not to try and gain the red line before you shoot and avoid the icing?
To me, I think it's just inexperience and just trying to get the goal because because they don't want to happen. What happened last year is falling apart, and they're showing little signs of that immaturity of doing stuff like that continuously. And I hope, McClellan gets it under control because, like you said, Woods he went off twice.
He hates
two nights in a row. Yeah, 2 nights in a row. I never heard him, get that kind of upset, with the team, but he pointed it out. I think it was 4 in a row, I believe.
I think he's upset that this is what teams agree to do. I don't think this is youth that are making youthful mistakes. I think in hockey now, teams are shooting at the length of the ice and are willing to accept the icing to try and score an empty net goal and finish off the game.
I mean, a lot of it depends on the situation. Like, okay, how long have you been on the ice? Because if you miss this shot, you're going to have to stay out there again. I mean, if you've been out there for a minute trying to stop this thing and then you just, launch it the length of the ice, then that's a problem. But if you're on the first few seconds of that shift, you can see it. But it was a younger player. Edvinson did one of those, I know. But yeah, you'd like to see a better use of that time than just launching it from 100 feet out thinking you're going to score.
Tom in Hamtramck, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Tom.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey.
Listen, you guys are missing the whole point on this. Why are they blowing these leads in the 12 in the third period at the end of the game?
Well, set us straight.
It's because of their defense, and nobody can understand that. I played hockey for years in Columbus in the National Hockey League, and when your defense falls apart, that whole team falls apart.
Hold on, stop there. You played for the Blue Jackets?
No, this was the Columbus international Columbus Checkers. It was in the early 70s. And I'm from Hamtramck, and I played in the International Hockey League at Port Huron. And I know hockey a little bit, and I played defense. And when your defense fails and they fall apart, my friends, that's what happens. Like the guys in the Rangers, the big forwards, they take advantage of our defense because they don't hit. They're not physical enough.
Well, again, we do appreciate you setting us straight. You could always get better everywhere. I do not. Thank you for the phone call. Columbus Checkers played in the International Hockey League between 1966 and 1970. Then they became the Columbus Golden Seals, then the Columbus Owls, then the Dayton Owls, and they finished as the Grand Rapids Owls. I did not know that. I'm glad he called. Learn a little bit of history about the Columbus Checkers. Do you think the problem is solely the defense?
No. I think it's part of it, but I think the team has actually played much better. Every aspect of the game has improved under Todd McClellan.
Mm-hmm.
They've scored more goals. They've given up fewer goals. They're just playing better. So is it still a work in progress? Sure, it's still a work in progress, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that they could improve on the blue line, and that could be an area that Steve Yzerman is going to look at when it comes to the deadline. The next 9 days, I think they're going to make a move. Just don't know if it's going to be one move. Is it going to be multiple moves? Are you adding a forward? Are you adding a defenseman?
He did say he played for Columbus at the National Hockey League.
Well, he did, and I'm like, I know, I can already tell that you played for Columbus in the NHL, and I was waiting for him to say that he played in the. I was thinking the 70s.
Well, it was apparently the 60s
because I was thinking he was in the 70s.
But he did say National Hockey League, didn't he? Yeah, just
it's okay.
Yeah, just want to make sure we understand.
The hockey guy?
Maybe we misunderstood.
Let's get it out there and let everybody know.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Speaking of getting it out there, letting everybody know, if you've got any issues at garage doors, you've got to call Precision Garage Door. These people are amazing. I needed brand new garage doors. Who did I call? Precision Garage Door. They were incredible. Jackie and the team, a breeze to work with. They walked me through the entire process, went through all the options, and what do you know? Got it done in no time, and I was thrilled. Right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value, and the sale ends on March 31st. In fact, if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. So that's pretty awesome. In the cold weather, that can cause lots of problems out there with all the moving parts. Make sure that your garage door is running right. And if you need new garage doors, Precision is the place. All calls are answered 24/7. And if you're looking for a new career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. They're available weekends at no extra charge as well. That's pretty great. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and book that appointment today.
Thank you to Max Bultman helping us out here a little bit.
With The Athletic.
Beat writer covers the Detroit Red Wings for The Athletic. McClellan, he tweeted us. McClellan just talked about this icing thing. He's okay with it because the icing gives them a chance to catch their breath. So this is when the other team has pulled the goalie. They have to. You can. The old school hockey thinking was you don't shoot at the empty net till you've got it across the red line, and if you miss, it's not icing. Now, in the game, things have changed, and people are willing to risk it and shoot at the length of the ice. So Max Bultman just sent us a direct message. McClellan talked about the icing thing. He's okay with it because the icing gives them a chance to catch their breath. Obviously, he wants them to be smart and not turn it over, but willing to take the icing to get a breather. More and more teams are okay with doing this. So there you go. There you go. And I'm not comfortable with it myself, just because I'm not used to it, but I bet that there's data that says it's worth it. Because almost everything is driven by some sort of analytic these days, right?
Sure. This is true. This is true. And everybody's got their ways of stretching things out before you drop the puck. And, the goaltender's got equipment issue.
Mm-hmm.
I need water. Hang on.
Yep. Okay. You were talking about NFL rule changes, how there's discussions right now. Is it the owners' meetings?
These are, I don't think there's
GM
necessarily,
meetings
some kind of meeting. Let's see.
Some
The
sort of-
NFL's competition committee is meeting.
Okay. And teams have proposed rules. And we were talking about the kickoff changes where a touchback come out to the 35, which would maybe have teams less. It would encourage kicking teams not to kick it out of the end zone. Probably wouldn't encourage teams not to take a knee, though, because getting it at 35 pretty good reward. But if
it goes into the end zone,
yeah. But it would probably make a strategic advantage to teams trying to kick it off short of the end zone and force.
That's what I think it's a plan. And the other was to just have the kicker move back 5 yards.
Yep.
Where he kicks.
Or there is, and the 4th and 15, 4th and 20 to replace the onside kick, which is just a weird idea to get used to, but I probably would like it better than the current announce your onside kick thing. And I don't know, they're doing so much for player safety, and they don't like the car collisions that take place on onside kick rules, I guess. Just run one play with a success rate that is similar to an onside kick, I guess. It'd just be weird to get used to. They also, though, have included now.
So they're reviewing.
Yeah, some team has proposed that they get rid of the tush push.
Yeah, it's apparently the Packers are the team.
Oh, have they come out? It's the Packers?
Yeah, the Packers have come out and said that they don't like it and they'd like to propose a rule change for it. I don't know how I feel about that.
I know how I feel about it. I hate it. To me, it's not a fun play to watch. And it feels like, and no, its success rate is not 100%. Because it's not. It's not 100%.
I think you just alter the rule. I think you can do a couple things. You can either say, okay, maybe this is just the ultimate ban is that you can't push somebody from behind, but that should include every play.
Yep.
Not just when you're in a 4th and 1 situation. It should be everything, which would mean you would take away that great David Montgomery run we had where the entire line's like picking him up and carrying him.
Yep.
Can't do that. Eliminate that.
Well, maybe it could be just you can't do it behind the line of scrimmage.
I suppose, although I kind of think that it should be the same thing all around. You just can't push another player. The ball carrier is responsible for getting to where he's got to go, not being pushed from behind by anybody.
I won't miss the tush push if they eliminate it. I will never say, boy, the game was better when you could.
I've always wondered why they don't have a quicker whistle.
On the tush push?
And not just the tush push, but plays by the goal line. I mean, I know that ultimately they just want people to score, but even when they just hand the ball off and running backs got it, and it looks like the play's done. Your forward progress has been stopped. You tried a first and second time, and then here it is your 3rd or 4th attempt, and now you're able to break around the outside or break through, and now you score, and it counts as a touchdown instead of, well, what happened to the previous 5 seconds where the line was holding up and you couldn't get anywhere? The play's dead. Should be.
It's a judgment call, unfortunately, when the ref decides when forward progress has been stopped. My issue is if forward progress has been stopped and they're starting to go backwards and then they go forward again, like, to the right or left instead of the same spot, sometimes they let that go when they shouldn't. Like, as soon as you get pushed back, that's the end of forward progress. And then, Doug, you're absolutely right. If they were to modify the tush push, it would just be the tush push, like behind the line of scrimmage, because they actually like that play, Gator, where the Dave Montgomery play that you brought up, where they're basically carrying a running back or a receiver a few extra yards.
The thing about that is it happens in an authentic way down the field, and you can't really plan for it. The other one is a called play that you can plan for. Why this makes a difference in my mind, I don't know, but it does.
Well, is the league lacking offense?
Not really.
I don't think it is. I don't know. I don't like. There's lots I like, lots I don't like, and I know that I'll be in the popular side and I'll be in the minority side and other things. We'll see what gets changed. The one thing that they're going to review that I am all in favor of is adding objective penalties to the mix of plays that can be reviewed. So like a face mask penalty can be reviewed. Hands to the face, I would hope, is also part of it that can be reviewed because it only makes sense. That you're not reviewing. Why aren't you reviewing this? Roughing the quarterback is something that can be reviewed that they're going to propose.
I think they want to get things right, but they don't want to slow down the game.
Yeah,
right? So they're walking this tightrope like, hey, we want to challenge things, but we want to challenge everything.
And this would be from replay assist. So this isn't necessarily, hey, we've got a challenge to the play. This is coming from upstairs before the ball is snapped, which seems like things can happen so quickly. Let's just do more of that. They can get it done, and they do announce it on TV a lot with replay assist, and these are good areas to have because when it's so obvious. Like there was a face mask there, dude. You missed the face mask, or that's not a face mask at all, and you called it. Replay assist can bail you out.
248-539-9797. Paul is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Paul.
So here's my suggestion on rule changes. It's bugged me for years. I know other people have talked about it. The play clock, the delay of game on the play clock. Yeah. Why don't they make it automated rather than say, well, the ref gets eyeballing, it takes a beat, half second. They miss it so many times. They don't have to do like NBA 3-point shot, right? I'm sorry, 24-second clock. Yep.
It's the most easily measurable thing in the sport. It is. Yep. If they made that the rule that as soon as that clock hits zero, if that ball hasn't been snapped, hasn't been moved, the intention to snap it, like. It is so easy. That would be the easiest thing to monitor.
And it's so lame for them to constantly be saying, well, the ref takes a beat, his eyes go down and up and down. It doesn't even make sense. They make that as an excuse.
Completely nonsensical.
Yep.
Paul, you're 100% correct.
Well, let's do it. Call it the Paul rule, and we go from there.
Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye. Oh, got it.
Yep, done. An overwhelming majority have approved this rule. I mean, this is not subject to interpretation.
But it is.
No, it's not.
It is.
But it isn't.
Blandino's come out and said it, and who's Pereira, all those guys, like, they tell you the rule is they're allowed to look down, look up, and then interpret whether it's been snapped or not.
But this is why the rule should be changed.
I'm the one who said this from the beginning, man.
What if at some point we just said, hey, by the way, some touchdowns are worth 4 points? Because it makes as much sense as this.
No, I want it to be where literally the play clock and the game clock line up exactly, and you tell me what they do at that moment. If the center doesn't snap the ball, do they get that grace period all of a sudden? Or no, because the game clock says 0 and the game is over.
Just bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Thank you, Paul. Competition committee, get on this. It's not like we don't have the technology. It's not like, well, we could do that, but it cost $500 million to implement the review. You've got the review system. In fact, they've created the technology. It's called a clock. The clock was invented hundreds of years ago, and that's the only thing we need to put this rule together. We have clocks. We don't need lasers We don't need chips. We've invented the clock. Use the clock. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's weather's going to change here, and it's going to get nice and well, say warm, but it's really 35, 40 degrees. Listen, you still got issues. You know it. If your furnace isn't working, or if you've got busted pipes, you got issues that have to be fixed, and you want to make sure that your house is warm. This is why I recommend you talk to the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The red, white, and blue trucks that you see everywhere, they're there for a reason. These folks do great work. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm this winter. You don't just take my word for it. They've got 5-star reviews all over the place on Google. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're amazing. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
So, we were talking about the Red Wings a little bit earlier. And they got a big game coming up this weekend at the Shoe in Columbus. Little outdoor hockey action. Question.
Is that Saturday? The first?
So. Yeah, Saturday, right? So does that mean the weather's going to cooperate?
Well, as we're seeing a warm-up here, it's going to warm up, further south, which is where Columbus is, geographically, Doug.
Yep.
Today, for instance, it'll be 50 degrees with a low of 38.
In Columbus.
Tomorrow.
Ice surface has been laid already.
Yeah, and saw a picture. It looks great. But now temperatures are starting to rise. Tomorrow it's going to be 56 with a low of 31. Wednesday it'll be 57 with a low of 41. Thursday, 45 with a low of 30. Friday, 49 with a low of 40. And on Saturday, 43 with a low of 22, which will happen later on in the day because Sunday is going to get back down to 35. Something they have working for them, though, is it's going to be mostly cloudy on Saturday. So the sun's not going to – remember when they had the game at Lake Tahoe?
Yeah.
Beautiful setting. It looked like it was going to be great, and then there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and it was just devastating to the ice surface.
Yeah. So one thing that's kind of odd is college hockey. Michigan's at Ohio State this weekend.
They're playing there, aren't they?
Yeah. What do you mean by there?
Are they playing in the Horseshoe?
No.
They're not. I thought they were.
So here's what's odd. They did play outdoors this year at Wrigley Field. Michigan will be in Columbus for a Thursday and Friday night game against Ohio State, but not in the Horseshoe. So maybe there's a belief that they can't sell it out twice and they want the NHL game to have the spotlight.
Or that, this was done a while back that it made that decision, right? This isn't just like a new decision.
No, they're just not playing.
Yeah.
They're just not playing there. It seems like it would be a natural fit, but then you're talking about selling out, 100,000 tickets or 90,000 tickets? I don't even know what the shoe holds. Probably should. You're talking about selling out that stadium twice. You want it to be a sellout, so maybe that's not possible. I don't know.
Well, and the way the weather is shaping out, it's not going to be terribly cold there Thursday and Friday. So I hope it works out because I love the outdoor games. And just judging from the picture I just saw on Twitter of the two Columbus Blue Jacket players kind of standing at one end in their street clothes while you could see the rink behind them, it looks great. I love this game to do it, once a year or whatever. You have stadium series, a couple games a year to see it in different locations.
Yeah.
And again, none was better than Lake Tahoe. Unfortunately, its sun ruined it.
Yeah, you're always taking that chance, right?
Yeah.
And so, I'm okay with the risk is worth it. And quite frankly, if they had another outdoor game at the Big House, I'd go. I'd still go. If they had one at Spartan Stadium, I'd still go. I didn't go to Comerica Park when they did. Actually, I was there for a skate around, but I didn't go to the games that they play there. But
I went to the Michigan State game at the Big House.
Did you? You didn't go to the Spartan Stadium one?
No, that was way
the
back.
Spartan Stadium
one.
No. Yeah, being the first one was electric. I mean, it was awesome. But you
went
can't
to overtime?
The one in Spartan Stadium went to overtime.
Jim Slater, I think, had the goal.
Yeah, I think Michigan scored late to tie it, and then the Spartans won in OT. The one in Ann Arbor was like 4-1, 5-1, or something like that in favor of Michigan.
Not being very close.
No, but I got to tell you, I would not hesitate to go again. And sometimes people think they can lose its luster too many times. You keep going back to that well. I still like them. I still like them a lot. So
yeah, I'd love to call your shot weather-wise. It'd be great if not a ton of snow on the ground, but yet it's cold enough. It's below 30, so you can get great tailgating going on for those games, and go into the stadium and it's 30 degrees outside or 25 degrees, but the wind's not blowing, so the wind chill isn't anything. As long as the ice isn't compromised, people can have a great time watching it.
Yep. So that could be fun Saturday afternoon. Hopefully the weather does cooperate and we don't have to worry about that. In the meantime, these hockey games are important. We talked at great length about what the Pistons have done to solidify their spot. Hey, there were like 8 teams in the battle for the wild card spots, and the Red Wings right now are in the most advantageous of all 8. They hold on to the top wild card spot. Nobody's got games in hand on them that is within striking. Well, the Islanders have played one less game, but they're 7 points behind. They have really done a wonderful job of late to get this position. And so hopefully they can finish the deal, and we'll find ourselves with some playoff basketball coming up, some playoff hockey coming up. And when losses are disappointing and people are vested in them, the stretch runs for both teams will be interesting. What'd you say? It's 25 games for both teams?
Yep.
And the Red Wings still have the trade deadline that they can maybe make an important move. We welcome in Mike Stone. What's up, man?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
By the way, the worst tortilla is the Tostitos ones that just have no taste. They're just bland. There's no flavor.
Is that the name of it? Tostitos bland?
No, I have no idea. But either that or
just a regular plain old Tostitos.
Either that or they're just stale. But man, that's bad.
I don't remember. They have an unflavored bland one?
I think they have like regular or mild or whatever.
Really?
I think.
Do you remember the roasted red pepper ones?
No.
Rico, do you remember the roasted red pepper Tostitos chips? I think it's just me. Maybe I deemed it. They were like my favorite of all time, and they went away. But then again,
how long did they
kind of
last?
checks out, doesn't it?
How long did they last?
I don't know. Seemed like they were
long enough for Doug to like them, and for the rest of the world to say we got to stop that.
Yeah, I hate that. That's how I feel about TV shows. I hate to say the words out of my mouth. I like this show. Canceled.
Yeah.
So no, bro.
I'm more of a Fritos guy than a tortilla chip.
Well, the reason we brought it up is
are delicious.
I know it's Happy National Tortilla Chip Day, right?
Yep, that's why we brought it up.
Do Doritos count as tortilla chips?
Yeah,
I guess.
Tapatio.
Technically.
Well, by the way,
Tapatio Doritos. They finally hit Michigan.
What are they?
Tapatio.
Oh, the hot sauce that they
Yeah.
Tapatio hot sauce.
Interesting.
I was listening earlier in your show today.
Yeah.
And your disdain for Trey Young I found very humorous.
Did you?
Yes.
I think he is the player I like watching the least in all of sports.
And from what I've been told, he's not exactly loved by his teammates either. And he also belongs.
Do you have good Hawk sources?
Is that inside scoop, Stone?
No, that's what I've heard. The other thing
Word
is
on the street.
He also looks like he's part of the All NBA guys who look like they smell team.
I won't disagree with that. He's got the funny hair, right? It's like he's got the mange, and yet there's something there.
Yeah, I know.
So,
the weird hairline straight across.
It's
but
gonna be a long week.
You know, I mean, I got to tell you, I went out of my way not to mention that today. That has nothing to do with the way he looks. It has 100% to do with the way he plays. But since you guys brought it up, yeah, what the hell?
Pile on.
Yeah.
What's coming up today, fellas?
At some point, real quick, based off of multiple conversations I had with Jeff Rieger, at what age is the cutoff for just total devastation after a loss, where you're just crushed? Like at some point, you figure you age out. You can be disappointed your team loses, but just totally devastated in your 20s, I get it. I was that guy. But it seems like you should have aged out. And then in the 3 o'clock hour, at what point with the Wings, Pistons, Michigan State hoops, not how far do they go, but how far do they have to go before you say, you know what, they're back?
Interesting.
I try to be interesting.
No, well, that's obviously the bar is different for every team.
Right.
You know?
But everybody says, well, if they make the play, no. We're back. You're pulling the Texas. We're back.
I wonder if the Red Wings and Pistons need to win a series, or if and I know nobody's going to say, I'd be fine with losing, but in some ways, just getting back in the dance. Yes. I'll tell you what, and not getting swept. I know that feels like that's a low bar, but not getting swept. Make it a series.
No, that's
It's
that
a
is-
realistic bar.
That is a success. I'm saying we're back.
We're
It's a
back.
difference.
No, you're right. There is a difference. All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by your Hamilton Chevrolet Chevy dealer. It is a double-duty day of basketball on the court tonight. We'll start off with Michigan, who looks for a bounce-back game following their loss to Michigan State on Friday. They take on Nebraska for an 8 p.m. tip-off, that game on WWJ. Michigan State does not play again until Wednesday when they face number 16 Maryland. Meanwhile, the Pistons look to continue their impressive run in search of a 7th straight victory. That action can be heard right here on the ticket. Tonight's game against the Clippers will be the second of a back-to-back for Detroit. Fresh off the heels of a 148-143 win over Atlanta last night, it was another monster performance for Cade Cunningham. He shot for 38 points and a career-high 7 triples. Detroit currently holding a playoff spot at 6th place in the conference. Also currently holding a playoff spot are the Red Wings, who get an off day today following back-to-back games over the weekend. An overtime win and an overtime loss gave them 3 points over the last 2 days, which is good enough to keep them in the first wildcard spot in the East. They take on the Ice tomorrow against Minnesota, looking to redeem their OT loss on Saturday against the Wild. Finally, off to a 2-0 spring training start, the Tigers play their third game tomorrow afternoon against Baltimore. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. All week you got to put up with my crap. What's up, Rico? How are you? Kenny Cott is healthy. The Hatchet is here. David Hall. What's going on, boys?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm just preparing for a week with you, Stoney. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
You know what? There are worse things in life. I could be digging ditches or working with me, praying that nothing inappropriate comes out of my mouth.
I was about to say, Stoney, you are the human embodiment of keeping your head on a swivel and just making sure.
Yeah.
Did Stoney just, yeah, he did.
Which Michael Rasmussen would have done that late yesterday, getting that cheap shot he got hit by was Zegras of the Ducks yesterday. So anyway, yes. You doing good, Rico?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, good weekend?
I did.
Yeah, I mean, started off great.
I did. My Friday night was really good and had a really good weekend. And it kind of leads to where I want to go with this.
Okay.
So Jeff Rieger was here on Friday, and Rieger and I got into the whole who would win the Michigan State game. And Rieger, he was just going full, like, this is it. Michigan State's going to lose this game. And I'm like, okay, well, Jeff, we'll see. He's like, Izzo is done. And
Izzo is done?
Dusty May he's going to be this thing. And it's just like, okay, Jeff, I get it. But are you really this way? So he makes this bet with me on the air that he upped it in the parking lot, because I told David, like, it changed. And he gave me Michigan State and 8 points in a 3-for-1 bet for dinner. And they lose. And then I didn't want to call Jeff the next day because I'm not that guy. I don't want to be that guy where it's just like, okay, you can't wait to rub it in. So I let it go for a little bit. And then I finally called him. Rieger was devastated. I mean, devastated. I mean, like, you could hear it in his voice the next day. Hey, you know how, Stoney, you've been in the loser locker room before.
Oh, yeah.
That was Rieger. Rieger was loser locker room voice, where he was just, yeah, we.
For a Michigan State, big rivalry, but near the end of season basketball game, regular season where they're going to play again in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Devastated.
Michigan State wins 75-62, and Rieger just had this long list of things. Apparently, he went on Twitter or X, and I was just like, okay, that was your first mistake, Jeff. Just when you're that angry, put your phone down, because you're only going to say things you're going to regret. You're only going to do things that you're going to have to apologize for later. He was just like, this team is soft. They are this, they are that. My question to you guys out there, 248-539-9797, before I land this plane, Kenny, and then I'll let you talk. How old is too old to have this type of visceral reaction where it destroys everything? I'm not saying you cannot be angry And then about a half hour later, you kind of move on. I'm talking where it still sits in your craw for 24 to 48 hours. Rieger is still mad. I talked to him. He is still angry over this game. And I'm like, Jeff, they're going to play again. I know, but it was embarrassing. And you heard go green, go white. And the players are soft. And I'm like, you know they're going to play again, right? I'll give you a chance to get your money back. But it devastated him. So it just led me to wonder, at what age is too old to be this way?
It depends on the stakes and the situation. There are people that are a lot older than Jeff Rieger who were devastated by the Lions-Commanders game for weeks, and I understand that. But for this, no. I could understand if it was Michigan State football, trouble at the snap game. That might take you a year to get over. I understand that no matter how old you are, if you're a big fan. But that game? Come on, really?
So I'm just wondering if Rieger was upset because of the loss or of all the stuff that he was talking to you and online and Twitter, and he was wrong. Jeff seems like the kind of guy who'd be angrier about being wrong than a loss.
Oh, no. He was more angry that Michigan State won. He is a type that, and I know we all know those people who, would you rather your team win or the other team loses? He 100% would rather MSU loses. MSU goes into Chrysler, wins 75-62, did everything how I told him it was going to happen, and I think that was part of the thing that he had to admit that I was correct. Now, you know who it did not bother? Vlad Golden, center for Michigan. Want to know why? About 30 minutes after the game, he decided, I think I'm going to get engaged.
Good for him.
Right there in center court.
He's got his priorities straight.
No, it's not good for him. You change your plans. That's a bad omen, I'm telling you.
Stoney,
you change your plans and say, you know what? I'll do this tomorrow in private.
Well, I hope that the young man has I hope that he has a long marriage, is very successful, very fruitful, healthy. You could have waited 24 hours. You could, if I'm his teammate, I would, no, you're not doing this. No, because maybe I would rather it sit with him the way it sat with Jeff Rieger, because he's an actual player in like 24. She ain't going nowhere. She's been waiting 2 years. She'll wait another 24 hours.
I get it, but
that's a bad look.
I'm going to give him a pass because he's new to the rivalry, maybe. I mean,
that's the problem.
Then at that point, I blame Dusty May and I blame everybody in that program. Hell, Warden Manuel should have been standing out there blocking him like, no. Go back in the locker room, son. Go take a shower. Go think about this. You just got your ass handed to you, and this is the first thing you wanted to do? Come on, man. But, hey, I could be wrong. 248-539-979.
I get it completely, but to me, it's because he didn't understand the depths of the rivalry is how I take out of it. And maybe he had permission. Maybe he asked. I have no idea.
I just would think
I just think first of all with Rieger, and that's what I don't like about trolling. You troll and you talk crap afterwards. He talks crap before the final. It's like him and even like our buddy TJ after the United States beat Canada on the regular game. Mm-hmm. Oh, we own you. Yeah, really? How's it look now? I mean, seriously. But then again, I'm not a big trash talker. But if you are going to talk trash after, not before, because then you end up looking like a dumbass.
No, I mean, in essence, you talk your trash before because it's easy to talk trash afterwards because it's like, oh, but I just don't. I think that there has to be a cutoff age where games just don't become the gut punch that they used to be. Like for me, I remember I was in my 20s and it was the Braylon Edwards game at Michigan. And John L. Smith, and they somehow had this gigantic lead, and they lost it, and Braylon just goes nuts.
Right.
And I was devastated. I mean, just utterly devastated. Just didn't want to talk. Ruined my entire weekend.
Oh, I've had as a
that
kid.
Was some 20-some years ago.
I know. I had one in the 70s when the Flyers got knocked out of the playoffs with 4 seconds left in the season. and I just went completely bat you know what when I was 12, 13 years old. Look, there are still plays, and I've talked about this before, where I'm taking a shower, all of a sudden I see Rashid double Ginobili and Robert Oizop. Still today. That still happens. Plays.
See, that's the one. That's the one that did it for me, and I was out of high school by then.
Yeah.
But you're right. To this day, if they play that on NBA TV right now,
I can't watch.
I would yell. I would scream. I would say, "Get this off of my TV!"
Yeah.
Because it still upsets me. But again, I was 20 years
Right,
old, 19
exactly.
years
Right.
old. So
Yeah.
now, please. I was upset. I heard go green, go white at the end of that game. But an hour later, you think I cared? No, I moved on and said, we'll see you at the end of the season.
Now, plus the go green, go white. I mean, there were the few years where Michigan was really down, where it was Chrysler was Breslin.
It was.
I mean, so it wasn't like that. So Michigan fans should be happy about that.
Well, no, it was a large percentage of Michigan fans wearing yellow. I don't know why the student section had those ridiculous cowboy hats that lit up. I mean, just the only thing missing was circus music. And then it was just funny because you're watching Trey Holloman hit three after three after three. When Fears banked in the three, somebody called in a bomb threat at Chrysler because it was just yellow walking out of the building. They were done. Game was over. Rieger, crushed, devastated. I chastised him, and he's like, "No, I'm allowed." And I was like, "Rieger, you're too old for this." So I just decided to put it to the people and ask the people, 248-539-9797. At what point do you not let sports and just a loss, a regular season loss,
Regular
affect
season.
you like this? I'm not going to, I get it. NFC Championship game last year. I understand.
Josh Reynolds dropping the ball. You with Tart dropping the pass from Stafford a few years
Right.
ago.
I get certain games. But even then, I was angry. I only get angry when Mike brings it back up, and I'm just, would you just leave me alone? But 48 hours later, you're still sitting and stewing over this, and you're going to play the team again? Yeah, we'll get to your phone calls. We'll get to your ticket text next. But at what point, at what age do you just say, no, not enough? Or if there's still a game that you can't let go, let us know what it is. 248-539-9797. Let's talk about the Chevy area in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet and choose from the great deals they have on the lineups of new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection, guys, it's best right now, and they are ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal. Still a few days left. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT, $279 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Look, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys in Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
248-539-9797. Jeff Rieger, I guess it shouldn't be that stunning, Rico, knowing Mr. Rieger, but he was very upset with his favorite college basketball team on Friday. As he really thought that they were going to win.
He did. And
Michigan State was favored on the road, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Michigan was favored.
Michigan was favored?
Michigan was favored by 3.5 points.
Okay, I know it's 3.5 because I forgot. I bet it.
Yeah, and he was like, I'll give you 8 points. You know, we're going to win. I was like, you give me 8 points? All right, I'm going to take the 8 points.
Yes.
Even when you win, you only win by 3 points or less. So I'm thinking I'm covered either way. But yeah, in the second half, when Michigan ran out of gas and the Michigan State point guards just kept making basket after basket. And like I said, and when Jeremy Fears makes a three, let alone banks in a three, man, you're in trouble because he's not the great. He is basically Tum Tum Nair in 2.0, but he makes the shot. He sends the crowd away. Rieger, utter devastation. I did, David, before we get to the phones and the ticket text, a friend of mine did text me and said that the game, he's still not over, and he's older than me. And he sent me a text saying, don't even ask why. Is the Michigan State, Syracuse beating them 55-53.
He didn't send you a glossy of Ben Carter?
No, he did not. But that's don't even get him started on that. That's one where we just end the conversation. No matter what we're talking about, I'm like, okay, Chuck, and we're done. Good night. Goodbye.
That game
we're done.
was ridiculous.
So what is that game that you can't let go of? Or are you like me? Like, there's a time and a place, and as you get older, these things don't matter as much. And I got to think about it, Rieger, because I told him, Rieger, you got a family, you got a kid. Are you really this devastated over this game?
Right. I could see it being, him being devastated when they lost the Trey Burke game with the controversial block, no block. That
championship game.
Right. This is ridiculous.
They're going to play again in 2 weeks, but
yes.
he was devastated. So, quick ticket text, Dave, before we get to the phone call.
Yeah, someone's basically texting exactly what you just said. Steve from Lansing says, once you have children, it is time to grow up and not let sports affect you. Much higher priorities in life, fellas.
Right, and I don't have kids, but I'm just like, Jeff, are you serious? I mean, David, I called him, and I thought maybe, like his kid was like right there asleep because
trying to be quiet.
Right, he was like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, Rieger, you okay? You need? You're like, no, I'm fine. Kid right there? No.
Then he brought it to work the next day.
Right, he's like, no, I'm just so angry, and I mean, it was like when you go into the losers' locker room and you speak in the whisper, like, so you lost this game. Coach, how does it feel knowing that you suck?
You're so righty. You're so right because we all do. We're guilty. We ask the question like we're upset.
Right. It's a whisper.
That was after the Commanders game. All the media were, Dan, how does it feel? Devastating. You didn't do it to them.
Right.
They did it to themselves.
Right.
Here's another one. Rico, if you love sports, especially when it comes to your teams, it's never too old to be upset and stay mad for a long time. That is from Marlon.
See, Marlon, I get the upset. I'm not saying you can't be upset, you can't be angry, you can't be mad, you can't be frustrated. I'm saying when it sticks with you for 48 hours, a regular season game.
I was going to say, the question becomes, how long are you able to stay? Are you allowed to stay upset about a game?
I mean, a couple hours.
Because it took me like days to get over the Niners loss last year. It took me days.
But
I get that.
But it's higher a regular season game.
For a regular season game?
Okay, so the Lions lose to Buffalo. 3 days later, are you still like, oh my goodness, we lost to the Bills?
I woke up the next morning and was like, that sucked, but today's Monday.
Yeah, you were more upset that you had 3 guys get injured in that game than the actual loss.
Yes.
So yeah, that's why he's like utterly devastated. I'm like, they play again in 2 weeks. Well, there's no way we can beat you there, and blah blah blah, and we suck, and blah blah. Okay, Jeff, that's okay. You know what? Just pay me my dinner.
Let's go to Cal in Bloomfield. What's up, Cal?
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Good.
Hey, man.
So, I was telling this call screener, both of you guys will remember this. He didn't, but you boys will. Game 6 of the 1988 NBA Finals will never, ever not be a raw cut to me. Bill Laimbeer to this day still hasn't touched Kareem.
There are so many, for me, there are so many layers to that. Get the siren, because I was out covering that game for Channel 4, and the locker room had already been cellophane for champagne. And then let's forget, Isaiah was playing on the ankle, had that great thing. He threw that bad pass that Byron Scott intercepted. They cut the lead to 1, and then the play that you're talking about, the phantom foul.
Yeah, and that thing is that cost us a three-peat. Not just a title at the point, yes, but eventually it would have been a three-peat.
Well, you assume, I mean, yes, if everything played out. But what's interesting about that, not to go too deep into the woods, but I'm convinced that Adrian Dantley would have been the Finals MVP if they would have won that series. So that they've still traded him the following year. I mean, you have no idea. There's a lot of ifs and buts there.
Great question.
But then again, you could think, wouldn't Isaiah be the MVP putting up 43 points in that game, winning Game 6?
No, because I think Dantley was the guy the rest of the series. I think, but we'll never know. We'll never know.
You'll never know. Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah, that was definitely a toughie.
But once again, Game 6.
Yes, your first ever.
Kenny.
Your first ever Detroit Piston championship is right there.
Right.
They've never won one before.
Right. NFC championship game. I get that. Regular season game. Yeah. Like I said, when you're younger, you could be angry, you could be upset, but then you move on.
I think the last regular season game I truly got upset was, I believe it was the Jesse James. I always mix it up with Heath Miller. James game against the Patriots, where it should have been a touchdown. They called it not a touchdown. But I knew that affected seeding. And we ended up losing in the playoffs because we weren't the number 1 seed.
Right.
The Patriots were. So that was upsetting because I knew what the result was going to be. It's like, we're not going to get the number 1 seed now. But that's a long time ago. So 2017.
I think the last one I got upset at was last year when the Wings went on that losing streak. They lost to like San Jose
and Anaheim,
and I think they lost to Phoenix or Arizona now. They went on that trip, and every one of those losses.
They lost to them twice, I believe.
Yeah,
they lost to Arizona twice.
Yes,
or Utah.
Yep,
they lost to the Coyotes twice within 2 weeks. And they had back-to-back losses to San Jose and Anaheim.
But that wasn't even one game.
Oh, no, that was
the
San
San
Jose Anaheim was this year. That they lost back-to-back to.
The road trip they went out west last year and they lost to a bunch of teams they should have beat. But that's more than one game. That doesn't count.
Right. I mean, losing over. There are people, but it would be extenuating circumstances. There are people who for a long time couldn't get over the Armando Galarraga game. And that was a regular season game, but that was history taken away from you by a bad call by an umpire.
Fair.
But that's still
fair.
Another
buddy just texted me. He said the Big Ten championship game in football for him. The
Isaiah Lewis game?
Yeah, Isaiah Lewis ran into the punter because
that was
because State forgot the guy
they played
took it
Wisconsin,
back.
Right?
Yeah, because they took the punt back all the way to the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
Looked like they were set up to score the game-winning touchdown, and there's a flag, and you're like, really?
And it was ticky-tack. Yeah. I mean, there was a little contact, but it really...
He got him. He got him. It was. I enjoyed that moment.
He sold it.
Yeah, I enjoed that moment. That was a great moment.
But once again, it was a championship game on the line.
Yeah.
And then, it allowed your team to go to the Sugar Bowl.
It sure did.
As they were sitting on the couch.
It sure did.
Doing nothing.
Yes. That was Denard in the Sugar Bowl, that game, when they beat Virginia Tech.
I believe that was the same one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they didn't want to play Baylor in RG3.
All righty, I'll read this text here. I was in middle school when it happened, but it was the playoff game where LeBron scored 25 straight points. I literally cried.
Oh, my God.
But that's allowed. Where was he?
Game.
He's in middle school.
Oh, correct.
You're younger.
Right. Yes, you're okay.
Now, if he told me he was 60, I get it. But once again, younger, devastating. Things happen.
I'll give you this one. Someone says, I'm 61. Still get fired up when MSU plays Michigan. I will say I take losses better than I used to as long as we didn't deserve to win. But when I stop getting fired up, I'll know it's time to start digging the grave.
Ooh.
And once again, people, you can be excited. You can get angry if a loss happens. You can get happy when you win. I'm talking about just utter devastation that Rieger is sitting there whispering to me on the phone, and I thought something was wrong. He's like, no, I'm still bummed out over this game. Like, seriously, brother? It's been 24 hours.
Someone is asking, real quick, Tom's asking, does game 163 count as a regular season game?
You know what? That qualifies, I think,
That's
to be upset for a few days.
No, I think that was the precursor to the wild card.
Oh, the extra wild card game?
Yeah.
That was the precursor to the wild card game.
I mean, it doesn't count as, it counts as regular season stats. But yes, Brandon Inge getting hit, the jersey hit, and they never called that. I mean, there were some brutal plays in that game. Look, that's okay to me. That counts. But yeah, he brings up the LeBron game. That's when Jason Maxiell decided to be a matador and just let everybody go right down the lane.
I mean,
LeBron, you're in the way. Here, go ahead. Take a nice path.
Here you go. Yeah, I was there for that game.
Yeah,
and you didn't realize at the time that nobody else scored,
right?
But him.
Yes.
Until everybody was like, "You do it." Like, no, he did. Wait, did he? He did. He did. Wow. But yeah, he made another basket. Yeah, he took the thing over.
I think, didn't McDyess get thrown out of that game early, if I'm not mistaken?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, he was a good guy, Antonio McDyess.
He got tossed out of the Spurs.
Oh, that was the Spurs game? That was the Robert Horry game, maybe.
Yes, it was the Spurs game because he said he was just walking around Auburn Hills. He was so angry that, he said he got dressed and just started walking around Auburn Hills. He was that angry. He didn't want to go home.
Downtown Auburn Hills,
right.
The metropolis that is Auburn Hills, Michigan.
The gas station and the garbage dump.
Yeah, and the post Auburn Hills that became like a Cicerelli's place for a while.
Right.
God, I love the Palace.
All right, your phone call, sticky text next, 97.1.
248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney here for Mike all week. Kenny Cott is back healthy. Hatchet Man back there doing his yeoman duty as he always do. By the way, I do want to take a chance to say happy birthday to my twin daughters, Marissa and Jessica, 25 years old. Oh, my Lord. It's unbelievable.
I feel old because I remember when Wojo used to make fun and call them Jasmine and
Miranda.
Mm-hmm.
He still does. He still does when he sees them. Absolutely. Wojo calls everybody's kid by the weird names. He calls Rieger's daughter Pickle.
Yeah.
And her name's Olive.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, yes,
Time goes fast, man. It's ridiculous because I was sitting there going, wow, the next 25 years, when they turn 50, God willing, I'll be 91.
Yeah. Stoney at 91. Think grandmother from Wedding Crashers, folks.
Still roaming the halls trying to get on.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
What do you mean 90's not a good demographic? All
right.
Talking about losses that still stick with you because our buddy Rieger, as we just mentioned, was devastated by a regular season loss, Michigan to Michigan State on Friday.
Yeah, he hated the fact that Michigan State went into Chrysler. Dusty May got the contract right before the game started, and Michigan just looked like they didn't care. And then you had Vlad Golden proposing to his girlfriend right after the game. He's just like, they just don't get it. They don't understand the rivalry. I'm like, well, this is the transfer portal.
Right. Exactly.
And unless you have a coach like Tom Izzo, like, guys, you're not going to do this. But, yeah,
Right, the coach doesn't understand the rivalry yet either.
I have to think back. I don't think that there's anybody from the state of Michigan on that team unless it's like a walk-on Michigan's team that actually know. Like, I know Will Cheddar played in the rivalry game.
Right.
But, you could have left him out on the court for 40 minutes. I would have loved that, David.
Yeah, he didn't play very well at all.
He could have, you know what? Give him 3 more fouls. Just stay out there.
Can we count another team's regular season game? Because I think we needed the Capitals to lose last year. It was the last game of the season. Do you remember that?
Oh, when Philly had to pull the goalie.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I was a couple of days that one took.
Really?
Yeah.
See,
I wanted to be in the playoffs so bad last year, Rico. So bad.
I know, but see, that was one where that was your own fault. Like, you needed somebody else to cut your grass, and they didn't feel like cutting it.
That doesn't make me feel better, Rico.
He's back with energy, folks.
Oh, good.
Kenny Cott, ladies and gentlemen.
Steve, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
I completely agree with letting things go, but I'm 65 years old, and I still can't forget I think it was 85-86 season, the Scott Skiles-led MSU team that went into Kemper Arena in Kansas and got absolutely ripped off when the clock stopped working for 15 seconds. And if I'm not mistaken, the NCAA actually changed the rules as to where you can play. Bad calls are one thing. I will never forget that ever.
Well, they changed the rule that you had to have a neutral person working the clock, I think. Okay, kind of like what they did with Spartan Bob and that. However, as the head coach of Kansas at that time, Larry Brown, told me when I brought up the same thing, Steve, he said, you people all forget, that didn't affect the game because I got a technical foul in arguing the way that something that happened in that scene, and you guys made technical foul shots, and that's what cost us the game. It was and nothing.
No, but they're saying at the 15 seconds not
right,
been there.
I understand that
They would have won the game.
But because of that, Michigan State ended up for some reason getting more points because Larry Brown was argued about it and got a technical foul.
Yeah, well, Larry Brown's going to say that, but that was.
Oh, I know.
That was a joke, man. It was beyond everything else. Bad calls I can give up. I'll never ever forget that, and I will never root for Kansas, and I root against them every time they play.
Well, there's a lot. You know what? It wasn't a Kansas game, but to me, if you're going to go back and Rico, I don't know if you'll agree or disagree. The Kenny Anderson one was more hurtful, and more. That was more of a bad call than that. Kenny Anderson of Georgia Tech in an NCAA playoff game hit a shot that what they called a three, and it
wasn't
a three.
1990, I believe. Yeah. Yep, I remember that game because that was just devastating.
That was worse.
Are you kidding me? That really wasn't it. But now they have replays, so those plays wouldn't happen.
No.
But yeah, because I'm trying to think, did he hit the three to send it to overtime?
I don't remember, but I know that it shouldn't have been a three, and Spartans ended up losing because of it.
So maybe that's what it was.
Mm-hmm. Let's say hello to Danny in Sterling Heights. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. Great subject. My epiphany came actually in a victory. What I used to do was run on the field after. I did it in several stadiums and fields, but Michigan, Ohio State, 97. I'm running around the field like a maniac, and I realized I'm 8 years older than these guys, 8 to 10 years older. And I tried to run up to Jansen because he was standing on the field. I didn't have the guts to say anything to him, but I'm thinking, what are you going to say to this dude? You know, you're my hero. I'm like 8 to 10 years older than him. So I wish he was here to hear that. That's a true story. But,
by the way, you could if you would have known, because I didn't know till I heard something today, Jansen refuses to go in the ocean. Because they were talking about.
I heard all about that. I had a fun time with that, but Jansen was funny. I don't want to embarrass him, but I'm gotten close to him, and some dude in plain clothes made eye contact, and he obviously knew him, and he sounded like a little kid. He goes, "Man, we beat the living effing out of these," and he was going on, and it was cute and it was funny because such a big dude was acting like a kid, and he really is. He's part of me being. I kind of thought I was pathetic at the time, so I went home, my 6-month-old girl, and I never really got all bent out of shape anymore, but it's a true story. Funny subject, guys.
He grew up after that. Nah, it's okay, Danny. Yeah. But no, you get it. There's that one point where you're like,
and you won.
I mean, that's a different topic, but yes, I mean, this year, actually sitting there the first game that Jace Richardson played and said, I was here when your father played his first game.
Oh, there's a lot of that in my life where you see kids.
Right, but I'm like, I was on this exact same court for his first game, and now there's his kid out there. And then I saw Jason afterwards. He was like, man, we're getting old. I'm like, I know. I'm like, I saw you. David, no, that's just old. Yeah, that's you play the old-timey music there.
I saw Jason earlier. That's good. You're right. I should have played the other one.
No, because it was just that moment of like, oh, my God, I've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, we all have.
All right, let's get a little football action in. David, got any more ticket texts?
Yeah, let me read a couple here. Someone says, I cannot let go of the 2013 National Championship game for Michigan. They were up 13, and Luke Hancock had his one-hit wonder.
Well, so did Spike Albrecht, so let's be fair
here.
We
lost, so I don't care about Spike.
Who was a better player, Luke Hancock or Spike Albrecht? I mean,
both for nothing. So
Luke Hancock was a better player.
Yeah. Here's a regular season one. Someone says the malice at the Palace made me mad for a while because it made the fans in the city look stupid. It's kind of a different thing, though.
Yeah, very different.
And that whole thing really still looked like something out of a movie, even to this day.
It did, yeah.
It doesn't look real. It looks scripted, and
I remember I met somebody who was. It took him a couple years to get over Hearns losing to Sugar Ray. The second time when he got screwed by I think it was ruled a draw, and Hearns really won the fight. But that was, Tommy represented a lot of people here, and they felt they got butthurt when he lost.
One more here says regular season losses. You get to complain that night or by noon the next day. Bigger games get an additional day.
Okay. I'll give them that. And football gets bigger than basketball.
Because it's fewer games.
Yeah, especially in the Michigan State rivalry because they only play once a year.
Right, but that's like Rieger. They play again in a few weeks. Doesn't matter. Oh, he was wow. He was fit to be tied. I was like, wow. I felt bad, but then I really didn't. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to twist the knife. All right, let's get a little football in. Let's touch the table. We'll do football blitz next. 97.1.
248-539-9797. All right. It's time for a little pigskin action. It's football today.
That's right. It is football today. So let's get to this because it is Combine Week.
Oh, boy.
First on-field drills will be Thursday, but I believe that's just kickers and punters, so no one cares about them. But I have a question regarding it because
the Niners need a new kicker.
Okay, so you care about the kickers
kicker
and punters.
they got is absolutely horrible. I
All
don't
right.
know what school he came from.
Ashton Genty and Shedeur Sanders, both of them have decided not to participate in any on-field drills. They will only do medical and team interviews. So my question for you, since this is Combine Week, what is the best pathway for prospects at the Combine? To work out or not to work out?
Well, it depends, obviously. If you're a guy like Sanders or Gente, who are pretty much projected to be, top 15 picks, the only thing it could do is hurt you unless you really believe that your 40 time or whatever can propel you up, more spots so you can eventually make more money. But I think, working out is more important for the guys, down the end of the first round or even in later rounds. The most important thing for those guys is the interviews.
Yeah, I think if you're a top 10 pick, you have enough tape. People know what you can do. People know who you are. They've seen you playing games. They've seen you playing big games that you go there and you do that. Because here's the thing. If you're a top 10 pick, the only place you can go is down.
Mm-hmm.
You go out there, you have a bad 40 time, that could cost you. Now you're sliding down in the draft. It's just how it is. So they're trying to find bad things about you. And you know what? Watch the tape. I'm telling you right now, I'm not injured. I'm just come to my pro day, but you're not going to see anything here.
But here's my question, though. What's the advantage of doing it at the pro day if you're not going to do it at the combine?
Controlled environment, because everything is you're on your campus, on your practice field, your receivers, everything. Because if you're a quarterback, you're throwing to brand new receivers. And yes, when you go to the NFL, you can be throwing to brand new receivers. But that's a problem I'll deal with later, because if they drop too many passes, well, is he overthrowing the ball? Is the spin off, rate off? No, I'm not giving you a chance to nitpick me. So I get it for those two. But yeah, for other guys, this is how you rise up in the draft. And, next thing you know, it's like, oh, okay, Jackson Dart goes in there and kills. Now he's first round pick.
I do have a question regarding Shedeur Sanders, because this also came out from Mel Kiper Jr. over the weekend about there's one NFL scout reportedly believes that Sanders' true value lies between 15 and 30. And if his last name was Williams, Shedeur Williams, he would be drafted in that spot. But then there's a quote here that says that he's reportedly not the type of QB the majority of NFL teams are looking for right now. What does not the type of QB mean?
I don't know. He's got some mobility. He's not known to be a runner, though.
I don't know, David. That's got so many different layers on.
It is. That's why I asked.
Do they saying is he too cocky?
I don't know.
I don't know if he's.
Can he be as successful as his father there?
It felt strange to me to see that as a quote.
Because I look at the kid and I actually think of all the quarterbacks, that's the one that I would take, only because, look, there in college last year, there was no other quarterback that I would select if I was down by 6 points with the ball with 2 minutes to go, because he just made plays. He would just break the backs of defensive players. He would use his legs. He would use his arm. He has a very strong arm. He just had no O-line.
He also had Travis Hunter with him, too.
But he would throw. He wouldn't throw to Travis. He would throw to everybody. He would scramble. He's the type that it reminded me of. And guys, okay, I'm not saying he's Jaden Daniels, but it reminded me a lot of Jaden Daniels, where who did Jaden Daniels have other than Scary Terry? Exactly. He just found people, made plays, used his legs, scored. That's what I see from him. He just never had an offensive line. So, yeah, you put him on a team with offensive line, and I do think that you're going to see a good quarterback. Great, I can't say that, but I do think that he could be a good quarterback.
So right there, we get to the future rookie quarterback. Let me get to a veteran quarterback here. That is one Matthew Stafford. Because over the weekend, he has been granted permission to talk to other teams. There are 4 teams that have shown interest. Before I give you those teams, let me give you what Stafford wants. According to reports, he wants $50 million AAV. $50 million AAV. Here are the 4 teams that have interest. Giants, Steelers, Browns, and Raiders. Now, the Raiders have a little layer to it because they're also mentioned as maybe trading up in the draft for a quarterback. But Vic Toffer, who covers them for The Athletic, says that don't be surprised if the Raiders go after a Cousins or a Stafford.
Well, to me, if you're Stafford, and look, you already won a Super Bowl, you're going for the most money, or you're going for the best chance to win. And to me, the best chance to win is with your Steelers. I mean, they are technically a playoff team, even though they weren't great, but they have a really decent defense. They still have players. I mean, you still have a really good coaching staff. I mean, the Giants, yeah, they got neighbors. They're still a ways away. You look at the Browns, what do they have offensively? Nick Chubb, right? I mean, and the Raiders, they don't have really crap offensively. Why, if you're Stafford, would you want to go to any of those teams?
Right. Because I guess you have the Super Bowl ring already, so now it's about cashing in and making as much money as you can before you hang it up.
And it's wherever Kelly wants you to go.
I didn't want to say that, but yes, that as well. It is. I mean, you're going to end up, like I said, this is when you see Emmitt Smith with the Arizona Cardinals or Jerry Rice with the Seahawks. Like,
yeah, I know.
This is not going to help his legacy because he's literally just taking the paycheck and not necessarily going to a winning team if he is looking for $50 million, because I can't think of too many teams outside of the Raiders who would actually pay him that much.
No.
By the way, Stafford has made $364 million in his career so far.
Now, he just wants that one final payday. And, David, the team that's going to pay you that amount of money, you probably don't want to play there.
You're right.
You know what he should do? Pick up the phone and call Aaron Rodgers and ask him, how does it feel to take a paycheck to pay for a bad team?
You're right about that. So let's get to some of the rules here that may be changed. And about an hour ago or so, sometime today, there was a proposal from an unnamed team to ban the tush push. Well, that team is now being revealed. It is the Green Bay Packers.
Not who I thought.
Who did you think?
I thought it would be somebody from the Eagles division, right?
Yeah. I thought it was going to be like the Cowboys, or I thought it was going to be like the Kansas City Chiefs.
I thought it was going to be the Rams because they lost to them in the playoffs, but it was the Green Bay Packers. And
also lost to the Eagles in the playoffs.
Correct. So is this rule actually going to be changed? Because this is like 3 years in a row now, 4 years in a row.
No, it's
not. Will they do something?
I don't think they'll change it. I mean, it appears to be unstoppable. There have been a few times where they have stopped it, but you know what? If you're looking for, everybody says, sports obviously is entertainment. How much entertainment is there in the tush push, brotherly shove, whatever you want to call it? Not much. But there's not that much entertainment in a 1 yard run up the middle either.
Here's the thing, and I have this conversation with Mike all the time. Not you, Mike, but Mike Valenti. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's illegal.
Right.
Okay, you don't like the play does not mean it is illegal. I don't like the new kickoff rule. It's not illegal.
That may change as well, but we can get to that another time.
I hate it, but there's it's rugby. Stop it. Because here's what happened. Philly has mastered it. You know who hasn't mastered it? The Buffalo Bills. Did not master it. Why? They got stopped. Okay?
Yes.
Philly, it's inevitable. When the referee comes out and says, guys, look, if you keep this up, keep up these shenanigans, we're just going to go ahead and give them the touchdown. So I get if it were me, like every college team, I would send somebody to look at what Philadelphia does, and I would bring that to college. If I'm Michigan State, I would bring that to the Big Ten. It's
we
an
had
advantage.
the push, remember, the Notre Dame USC game years ago.
Well, that was illegal.
Yeah.
But this isn't. So, no, you may not like it. Not illegal. Stop it. Be that defensive coordinator that figures out how to stop it. But other than that, really, honestly, the Eagles are the only team that run it well. Nobody else does it consistently.
See, Rod Marinelli would just talk about the pad level it's needed to stop it.
I don't like it, so I want to get rid of it. So that's how it works for me.
Why don't you like it, David?
Because no one else can do it. They're the only one team that can do it.
Okay, there it is. Okay, then get better.
And they've done it with 2 different centers.
Hey,
Correct.
Get better.
Now, that's what I would do. You talk about somebody learn how to do it. If you're a college team or probably another, he won't do it to another NFL team, but bring in Jason Kelsey. Show them, consult on how to run this play.
David, if I was a college team, I would ask Philadelphia, can I come in and study this and talk to you guys for a day? Bring my offensive line coach, bring everybody in, take as many notes as possible, and then go back to your college. Because imagine if you're that college team that masters this, money in the bank.
You're exactly right.
How much more successful is the tush push than just a normal quarterback sneak, though?
I have to find that out.
Because mostly quarterback sneaks usually work. Obviously, tush push is a little more successful, but especially with guys like Josh Allen and taller quarterbacks.
Correct.
I always can't understand why Goff doesn't do it more.
Because he's not athletic.
You don't have to be athletic to go sneak 1 yard.
Actually, you do.
Okay.
You do. That is in football today.
It's an off day for the Red Wings after they gained 3 points over the weekend. An overtime win last night over Anaheim and an OT loss to Minnesota on Saturday has them sitting in the first wildcard spot of the Eastern Conference. Detroit does have a chance to redeem their Saturday loss when they meet the Wild again tomorrow. Meanwhile, no Tigers baseball today as their spring training game against Toronto has been canceled due to inclement weather. They look to improve to a 3-0 spring start tomorrow when they play Baltimore. Michigan Hoops returns to the court tonight against Nebraska. Michigan entering as 15th in the country after a loss to MSU on Friday. Michigan still in position to win the Big Ten should they win out. They trail the number 8 Spartans by half a game with a game in hand. And switching gears to the pros, the Pistons look for win number 7 in a row as they play the Clippers tonight at LCA. You can hear that action right here on 97.1 The Ticket with a 6:35 pregame. A win tonight would put Detroit 1 game back of Milwaukee for 5th place in the conference. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You could also head to Odyssey.com.
What is this, a dirge?
Big Sean.
What?
Big Sean.
Oh, okay.
You know, the greatest. No, it's not the greatest anything. Never mind.
And having a Big Sean night at the Palace against the San Antonio Spurs.
Fellow technician. So, shout out to Big Sean.
Oh, that's right.
That means he only can count to 97.
I read that they're getting a new field, huh?
We are. Finally, the city approved that we're going to get a new facility.
Okay. So, real quick, this is now what we're going to talk about. Are they going to actually use the empty space next to the high school?
Don't get me started on that because that was a whole thing when they built the. It was.
Have you ever been to Gas Tech?
Yes.
They were supposed to originally do that.
Supposedly, the smartest school in Detroit, Kenny, they got this. They knocked down the old school. There's tons of land.
It wasn't.
And they jammed a 97-yard football field in this little shoebox.
It wasn't the school's fault. It was the old alumni that did not want to tear down the old school, so they had to find a space for the field in the meantime. And then you had that issue. Finally, they tore it down, and you have everything right there. You can have a baseball field and a football field.
Hey, the field doesn't matter. That's okay. Just fudge the numbers.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever know.
It looks like it's going to be a giant parking lot, you know?
Correct. It pissed me off so much when that happened. Like, just tear it down already. Who cares about memories?
By the way, you mentioned Big Sean. Can somebody explain to me, because I don't know, and I'm not criticizing at all, the Detroit, I guess, designer called Senna, S-E-N-A. I went to the hockey game early last night because we had a station event that I was with Kenny Cal. So I was there at like 2 o'clock for a 6 o'clock game. There were people, hundreds of people, lined up outside Little Caesars Arena. I said, what is this, the line for stadium? He goes, no, Senna's dropping their stuff. Like inside. So these people had tickets to the game, I believe, and they were buying like these hoodies and stuff for like $300 and $400, among other things. And it's just something that I don't know. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's crazy. It's just I was completely ignorant on it.
You mean your daughters aren't down there buying their birthday gifts?
No. I don't know if they even knew about it. But it is because Evan was telling me they've done it for the Lions and they've done it for the Pistons as well.
For hoodies?
Or whatever, all sorts of clothes by this Detroit designer, S-E-N-A, Senna. So maybe somebody can enlighten the old fart about what's so exciting about what makes these, hoodies better than anything. Like I know that I saw jerseys with it said Senna on it, but the jersey looked the same as a normal jersey. I don't know.
Now I got to look this up.
Yeah, S-E-N-A. Anyway, so, well, Rico, it looks like, as speaking of Detroit music people like Eminem with Slim Shady, guess who's back? Detroit is back. Our sports are back. Playoffs might be back.
I mean, if you think about it, Sony, the playoffs didn't go how we wanted in football. Tigers made it.
Yeah.
Won a series.
Yeah.
Lions made the playoffs. Looks like the Wings. Looks like the Pistons. Michigan made a bowl game. State did not.
Right.
But right now, both Michigan State in the tournament.
And basketball.
They're in there. Okay, so
hockey, Michigan State is one, although they've lost 2 games in Penn State this weekend. They're one of the best hockey teams in the country.
They're still ranked number 2 when it comes to the seeding, but we're talking to two
Michigan's
people
going to
now.
be on the bubble.
Michigan's 14th. But I do want to ask this question because guys, this is 2 separate questions. I talked to Doug about this. It's not what would be a successful season for Michigan State, Lions, or Pistons. What is the point of delineation where you can say we're back? We are back. We are back to being that team or that program that you grew up watching, that you said, yes, from here on out, we're putting the world on notice. We are back. At what point in the playoffs is it the championship? Is it the Stanley Cup? Where do they have to go? Not success. I'm not saying, if you just win a playoff series or if you win a couple games in playoff four, you just no. It's the difference between success and planting your flag saying, damn it, we are back.
I think if they make the playoffs, both talking about the Pistons and the Red Wings, you can say we're back. And the reason I believe that is because both teams have really good young foundations, the Lions as well. Look at the Red Wings, their best players. Larkin obviously is not young, but he's not old. But like Raymond, Evanson, Sider, those guys, the Pistons, Cunningham, one of the best players in the league this year. He's young. Ivy, when he comes back, Jalen Duren's young. Thompson, they're all young. The Lions, all their players. Even the Tigers. Hopefully they'll be able to sign Skubal. He's, late 20s, but like Riley Green, people like that. We have allegedly Clark McGonigal. Right, everything is there. It's different for college when you look to the future because if you're any good, you're going to leave after a year anyway.
But I'm saying where the program is back, where you start believing, you know what? We're going to do this all the time. Like Michigan State, you just knew.
Right.
We're always going to the Final Four.
Right.
This is what happened. For Michigan under Beeline, they became that team that they were really good, made it to the national title game. Yeah. And you knew that no matter who left the next year, they were going to find somebody else. They were going to be back. I mean, because when you look at what the Tigers' success was, it was a fun ride.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying they're back because, no, they're not. I'm talking about where you have the confidence to know this is going to happen many, many more times. We are not going anywhere. This is not a fluke, not a flash in the pan. We are back. This team, Hockey Town, will not be Hockey Town again because the Wings are back.
I think all 4 teams are legitimate playoff teams, so we can say Detroit is back. I mean, dare I say that, April in the D and all that crap? No, but I think the Tigers, after those years of crap, I think you could say they're back because of their youth. That's the reason.
See, when I look at teams, okay, let me redefine this because when I look at like teams that can say they're like the Yankees. Yankees haven't won a World Series in a while. They make it to the World Series. I can say, you know what? They spent them. Yankees are back. Okay. Look at the Dodgers. Okay. They're there. Like, I don't see that for the Tigers. Tigers, it was a fun, cute story. But I don't expect them to compete on that level. I'm talking about we're back, whereas, based upon all the stuff you're saying with the youth and all of that, but we are going to win a title. We are going to be one of those teams you talk about winning a title. Not just, hey, we made the playoffs. Everybody makes the playoffs in the NBA. A lot of people make the playoffs in the NHL.
I know. Well, then we're not back because I don't think any of these teams right now in the next 5 years.
Well, I'm saying if they make the playoffs and they go this far, can you say, you know what? For me, example, if the Pistons make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, it means you knocked off some good teams.
Oh, yeah.
Now you can sit there and say, with Cade and the young players, guys, Pistons are back.
Well, they're not going to be back this year then because they're not going to make the Eastern Conference Finals this year.
Well, we don't know that. I'm saying, Stoney, that's what I'm saying. At what point with the success they're having can you say, if they make it to this point, I can say They're back. 248-539-9797. Not for me, the bar is higher for me. Making the playoffs, great. It's a start, but I'm talking about that you can now put yourself in the conversation of you start thinking back to the other teams, the historic teams, and saying, you know what? This team, they're going to be just like the bad boys. They're going to be just like the going to work Pistons. They're going to be just like, the Eiserman-led Red Wings. They're going to be just like some of Izzo's Final Four teams. They're going to be just like Beeline's championship teams.
Well, I think the closest team to that right now is Michigan State basketball. I mean, as far as getting to, let's say, a Final Four, I don't think the Pistons or the Red Wings are there yet. I mean, the Tigers basically were 6 outs away from being in the Final Four last year.
Right.
So I think the Tigers basically have a better chance of competing for the championship of their sport right now than anybody else between the Tigers, between the Pistons and the Red Wings. The Lions are at that level, but we're not talking about the Lions right now.
So 248-539-9797. Pistons, Red Wings, Michigan and Michigan State hoops. How far do they need to go in their postseason for you to feel like I can plant my flag and say they are back? 97-1. So we're asking the question because we see that the teams now are going to probably make the playoffs. Pistons, Wings, looks probable for the Wings. Michigan State, they're going to be in the tournament. How far do they need to go for you as a fan to plant your flag and say, we are back? And by we are back, it means that we are back to being what we thought that these teams used to be. For me, I'll give you the example, as I just told David and Kenny in the break. Pistons and Wings, the final, Eastern Conference Finals. You make that, to me, because you've knocked off two good teams. You've made it that far. That tells me there's a lot to build on. You got some youth here. You can do this. Michigan State, it's got to be at least the Final Four. You haven't been able to get out the first weekend since like ever. Like you did it one time where you made it to the Sweet 16. For Michigan, I think for Dusty Man his first year.
Sweet 16.
No, I was going to say Elite Eight. Okay. Because here's the thing. Granted, they look bad Friday night, but I'm not going to sit here and hate on Michigan. Wolf and Vlad Golden are something that most teams in the NCAA tournament will not be able to handle. 2 7-footers and one who can actually dribble the ball, that's going to be a problem. So, yeah, Elite Eight, Michigan, Final Four, Michigan State, and conference finals for Wings and Pistons. You do that. Success is different than we're back. Success making the playoffs for both Pistons and Wings, yeah, it was a good year. It's like the Tigers. You feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
I'm talking about where you want to put yourself back in that conversation where, yeah, we're one of the best teams out there.
Well, I don't think then none of those teams are going to be back for a couple of years because I don't see the Wings being a Stanley Cup contender. I don't see the Pistons being an NBA championship contender. The Tigers have more of a chance than they do. Michigan State is number one because they can get to the Final Four. And by the way, you know when you're back is when you're willing to lay out $165 for a Santa hoodie, which we looked up, so I was ignorant. It's SANA, and it's a whole style here in Detroit from a designer. Was his name Michael Santa, I believe, is his name. And there's one hoodie that I would buy, but it's $158 where it says play effing hockey with the 2 asterisks where the UNC should be.
See, here's the thing with this question. I guess I was debating within myself because it's been so long for the Detroit teams to have done anything. I was thinking, you know what? We'll have all of them in the playoffs. Yeah, we're back. But then you think about the standard that each franchise has.
Yes.
And the standard for the Pistons, they were 6-7 straight years of Eastern Conference Finals.
Correct.
And they've won championships. So that standard is make the conference final.
But that standard,
I'm with you.
But that standard was 17, 18 years
ago. But Stoney, I'm saying looks like they're going to make the playoffs. If they make the Eastern Conference Finals this year,
oh yeah. But
can you now say we're back?
Yeah, you could because I don't think
because that means you knocked off 2 pretty good teams.
Correct. See, I think that would say you're back.
To me, saying you're back means that there's a buzz in this town about the playoffs. To see Little Caesars Arena have its first hockey playoff game, to have the Pistons have their second playoff situation in that arena where that beer garden that's out front, Little Caesar Arena, is not empty, where people are hanging out. And like when you're on national television and they go and show people watching it on the big screen at the arena, like they do in Toronto and in Milwaukee and things like that. That's, to me, says we're back to being, relevant. Because if you're sitting there hoping that the professional teams are going to make it to the Final Four, I think we're waiting for a long 3-5 years.
I think to say you're back, you have to have won something of note. I don't want to just show up in the first round and be cannon fodder for somebody else.
Right.
So if once one of these teams wins a playoff series, Pistons, Wings,
okay,
I think the town will be buzzing when that happens. Yeah. Because now we actually the proof is in the pudding. We see that we can actually do this. That's when I think you're back. You win a playoff series.
All right, let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Huntington Woods. Josh, good afternoon.
Hey, guys. Hey, Stoney, I don't think you're back just because people are going to Detroit and drinking before a playoff game. People do that for very little. I think you're back when your team is so solid, you're looking for that last one or two free agents that takes you over the top. The Rasheed Wallace, the Mark Aguirre, the Hasek Coffee.
Okay, that's fair. Miles Garrett.
That's when you're really back, like the Lions looking for a defensive end. Although they were never there, so they're not back.
Well, they made it to the final. Okay, yeah, they never made it to the Super Bowl. Yeah, but they did make the Final Four last year. But yeah, you're right. We can sit there and say, God, we just need this one person to take us over the top. That's a valid.
Yeah, because like I said, making the playoffs, or I've heard, well, if they just win a game or two in the playoffs, that may be a success. But a success and we're back are two different things. We're back is how, what? It's how Lions fans feel. You know what? We fell short against the Commanders, but we're back, and we're going to do something about it next year. Kind of what Josh just said. With these teams, these 4 teams have all been kind of struggling as of late. Can they do something this postseason that makes you feel like, you know what? We're back.
It's basically become a semantic discussion between we're back or we're successful.
See, but I'll tell you this, and maybe I'm wrong here, but this is just how I felt. Bregman wasn't, oh my gosh, we got to get him, to me. But after coming off a playoff appearance, if we would have signed him, to me it would have felt like, oh my gosh, we're back. Well, we're now doing something here.
Right, we're back like Mike Ilitch would have done. I get that. So
while completely. Everybody's not going crazy over Bregman, it would have felt like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, and obviously it's different now because in the NHL, most of the good players already signed. But in the old days, pre-cap, the trading deadline was a holiday around here. The NHL trade deadline, that's a week from Friday. And, you'd look for Yzerman to do something. It's going to be very difficult this year probably to get anybody really significant. G in Redford, what's up?
Hey, guys, great show. I'm riding home from work. I'm on 8 Mile, just for your info. Stoney, I agree with you. Damn it, the Tigers are back. They're back. They're not trying to go backwards. They're advancing. I see the Tigers in a favorable position.
Yeah, I do too. I mean,
I see them in a favorable position, but then I look and say, okay, but can you beat the big boys? And I think that the answer is probably no. When you're back, you compete with one of the big boys.
I beg to differ because we were one bullet short. We barely lost that game. If Kerry doesn't get hurt, we win that game. He was playing hurt, if you recall, Rico. He wasn't 100%.
Who?
Kerry Bonds.
Oh, Kerry
Carpenter. Okay. Okay. Now, I get it, but then it meant that you would have had to go and play the Yankees in a series, and I don't.
We're not scared of the Yankees. Rico, we're not scared of them. The Tigers have always matched up well with them. I don't know why. They've never been scared of them pinstripes.
That's true.
They didn't want to play us. They didn't want to play us.
Gee, I get it, but I don't think that pitching chaos would have worked. If you had pitching chaos for at least 4 games, I don't think that would have worked.
Rico, the Tigers, I'm serious. Check the stats. Pull the stats. They not scared of them pinstripes, man. They not scared of them.
Oh no, historically they've had a good time, but this year it would have been duct tape and chewing gum if they would have pulled that off.
Right.
Because this team, I like the Tigers too, but come on.
We had one starting pitcher.
Right. You can't pitch Schoolboy 7 times.
Well, in 06, you had Verlander was on the team, but Kenny Rogers was the playoff dude. You got any ticket text, David?
Sure do. Says, you aren't back until you win something. Not just a game or a series, but a championship. Then sustain it by being in the conversation every year. Wow, we got to win a championship to be back?
Well,
okay.
But here's the thing, especially with the Pistons and Wings, being so young, you make it to your conference final, it means that you knocked off 2 other teams to get there.
It's true.
So you've knocked off some teams that are ranked higher than you, better than you. Now I can say, all right, with the youth, watch out. Watch out for the Wings. Watch out for the Pistons.
The city sports teams are back right now. Everybody's on the upswing, I would say. Right freaking now we are. And as far as teams playing the way they did when I grew up, I prefer the Lions not play the way they did when I grew up. That is from Matt. Oh, that's fair. The Pistons will be back with a series victory. Success has increased expectations. crazy that we haven't won a playoff game in 17 years, but I am now calling for a series win this year.
I mean, well, if things stayed the way they are right now, it means they'd have to beat the Knicks. Which
We can beat the Knicks.
It's just possible, especially if Thibodeau keeps playing those.
We can beat the Knicks.
No.
We can beat the Knicks.
You're not one of the top 3 teams.
We can beat the.
They're 0-7 against the top 3 teams.
Right.
I believe in them. We can beat them.
Okay.
Yeah. The Knicks can't beat a top team. They can beat the Pistons.
Correct. You're probably right about that. I'm sorry.
Speaking of the Pistons, let me ask you a question coming up next.
Oh.
How good are they? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, folks, listen up. You know what? The snow is starting to melt, and pretty soon it's going to be deck season. And if you don't have one, well, here's your opportunity. Koi Construction. They will design and build the perfect deck for you in your backyard or wherever you want it to be. They are a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. They designed and built one for me. It took them about 4 days to get it up there. And trust me, I love it, especially every year. I don't have to stain the deck. I don't have to do any of that stuff. I can sit back on my deck and watch my neighbors do all of that artwork and enjoy life. Koi Construction can do this for you. And they're doing this stuff year-round. All you need to do is call Koi Construction today so that when the weather warms up, you will be ready for the barbecues, for the picnics, for whatever you want to do, whether you just want to sit back on your deck and drink coffee in the morning. Koi Construction can build that perfect deck specifically for you. Koi's expert team will make your vision become a reality. Call Koi Construction today and get your deck project started.
It is the Valenti Show with Rico Beard. I'm Stoney in for Valenti all week. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. The Detroit Pistons conclude their back-to-back tonight. They are home at Little Caesars Arena against a team that's actually played much better than people expected, the Los Angeles Clippers. James Harden, it's actually worked out really well for him. Norman Powell, I believe, is playing terrific basketball for the Clippers. But the Pistons have won 6 in a row. They've won 10 out of their last 15. So my question is, how good are the Pistons? Doing the Pistons Restore the Floor podcast with Evan and other people have accused me of being like an NBA slappy. I love the NBA. I love the Pistons, just like I do all the teams. There's no really one favorite. I probably partial to football a little bit. But between the Pistons and the Wings, it's all the same. But I love the Detroit Pistons. I just always have since the bad boy days. But anyway, so I don't want to, I want people to understand that. So what I'm about to say, you may say, oh, Stoney, you're always so freaking negative. I thought negative boys on vacation this week. Okay, but the Pistons have won 6 in a row, like I said, 10 out of the last 15. My question is, when asking how good are they, who the hell have they beaten? Okay, because out of all their wins that I just mentioned, only 2 of them, Houston on the road January 29th, which they won. It was a really good game. They won by 11 points. And a home game against Dallas, and I believe that was pre-Luka. It was before the trade, I believe. It was right around there where Dallas was kind of shorthanded. But other than that, here's who they've beaten in this, 10 out of 15 stretch. Like I said, Houston, Atlanta, Dallas, Chicago, Philadelphia, Charlotte, Chicago, San Antonio without Wemby, and Atlanta. Now, it's more important that you win these games, and winning on the road, and they've won quite a few of these on the road, is really good. So I'm not saying they're a bad team or anything like that. To me, it's kind of like our question we just had, are they back, in not such greater detail, but they have a 4-game homestand here against really good teams. Well, 3 of the 4 are up against pretty good teams. The Clippers tonight. Then Wednesday they play the defending champions Celtics. Friday and Saturday they got back-to-back against Denver, and then the easier game against Brooklyn, who's actually playing. You thought they were tanking, but they're playing their way into a play-in game. So if they minimum for me 2-2 out of these 4 games, I'd be okay, because then they go on the road for some tough games as well. But and as good as they're playing, and look, you can go through a lot of reasons, Rico. Cade is turning into, I'm not going to call him a superstar yet, but he's turning into a legitimate star. He was great. I mean, I thought he was going to end up with 50 last night. He had 39 in the first half. Duran, suddenly the light seems to have clicked. He's playing actually really good defense for the first time in his limited career right now. Schroeder was a brilliant pickup. Beasley was a really good pickup in the offseason. They're playing really well. So how good are they? How good do you think they are? And do you think the level of competition means anything?
Well, I mean, Stoney, the level of competition does mean something, but look, in the NBA, it's no secret that a lot of these teams would rather have Cooper flag than a playoff appearance. A lot of these teams would rather be in the lottery than be in the playoffs. The Pistons are a team that's taking advantage of the bad teams. So beating the bad teams, you know what? Good for them. That's a step. They are saying, you got to rise to our level. And that's why you see this 6-game winning streak. Now, it kind of goes back to what I said. Do I think that they can go out there and beat Boston? Probably not, but I don't think too many teams can. But I look at this, and I do think that they are a legitimate team because you're seeing consistency. It's not like a flash in the pan. It's not like, oh, this guy this night. Like, Cade Cunningham is growing up right in front of our eyes.
Yes, he is.
And Stoney, here's the thing, and I know ifs, but 2 of their losses, one was a Trey Young 3-pointer at the buzzer that gave Atlanta a win, a 132-130. And then, they had Cleveland, and played 118 to 115. Like they were right there. So I'm gonna say this is legitimate. Like, do I feel like they're gonna win the NBA title? No, but I think that they are doing what good teams do. When you play a bad team, you beat the bad team, and you don't let them get up off the mat. You just go out there and you punch them in the mouth. So yes, I do think it's legit because they care, and a lot of these teams they're playing don't.
No doubt.
And that's not their problem.
No. And they have a coach who looks like he cares as opposed to the corpse they had last year.
Well, he took the money. I think we all know.
248-539-9797. How good are the Pistons? Let's go to Bobby. You're on 97 The Ticket.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, thanks for having me on, Stoney. I knew you were going to go there, and I can't say that I don't disagree with you, but I think they are a good team. You got to consider the fact that they are playing without Ivy, and they seem to be a little bit more better without him. One point though, I think they'll make it into. They won't back into the playoffs. They will make it to the playoffs. My only concern is who they match up with. They don't match up very well with Indiana, so I know we probably wouldn't be matched up with them anyway. I think New York. We can beat New York, no doubt in my mind.
David is clapping right now, Bobby.
Right. But NBA Finals, no way. The thing is, we're talking about from 14 games to what, maybe 42 games now this year. That's a great improvement, man. What is that, about 100, 200%? From that point on,
they've won more games this year than they did the last 2 years combined, I believe.
They can lose their next 100 and have a better record than the last 2 years.
Exactly. Now, my thing is this. They're scoring these points, man. The only concern I have is the defense. We can beat the marginal teams, the less better teams, or what have you. But it's just the defense. They're going to have to really, really do something with that defense. They're giving up way too many points. That's the only concern I have. But thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, and they are. Thank you for the call. They are much better defensively than they have been in the past. But that's the way the NBA is right now. It's not that they're not trying to play defense. They, like last night. I mean, Trey Young is Trey Young. He's going to make shots. I mean, that's what happens. And when you ridiculously sometimes when he's driving, just let him go. If he makes it too, fine. But they double him, and then he would kick out, and the guys would hit, wide open threes.
No, like I said, I think to answer your question, this team really is a good team. I don't think this is a mirage.
No, I think they're good.
I think this winning streak is legit, and I do think that. I think if they play 500 ball the rest of the way, they're in the playoffs. And right now, they're playing themselves out of the play-in game, where they're actually in the playoffs.
Right.
So, yeah, I like what I'm saying. I think it's legit. 248-539-9797.
We have any text, David?
How about we get to him next?
Yeah, we'll get to it next.
Okay. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Somebody pointed out on Twitter they've beaten the Knicks twice in the Garden this year. So
yes, they have. Yes.
Yes. I'd rather face the Knicks than face Indiana. Although Pistons Indiana series would just bring so many memories back. Not just even the Malice, but the Eastern Conference Finals the year before that, even a few years before that. I remember Corliss Williamson got into it with, I don't know, it was Antonio, one of the Davis brothers or whatever. They're not really brothers, but you know what I'm saying. That was a great rivalry if we're looking about who's back. I do think the Pistons are good. I just asked the question, how good are they? And I brought up the fact that some of the teams that they've beaten in this stretch have not exactly been juggernauts. And I think that's fair to point out.
See, but here's the thing, though, and I get it. I understand what you're saying, and it's legit. But this isn't the NFL. This is a little different to me. Where in the NFL,
why the NFL teams, I almost said something stupid. The crappy NFL teams at least try. The crappy NBA teams, a lot of them don't.
But it comes to who have they beaten? To me, that's an NFL thing. In the NBA, because so many crappy teams are out there, you just gotta beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Keep beating them, and you'll be fine in the NBA. Now, when expectations are different, then sure, beating the best teams is what you want. There were no expectations for this team.
No. My goal was double their win total from last year, and they've already exceeded it.
So I just didn't expect them to beat the better teams like Indiana, beat the teams like Cleveland, beat the teams like Boston. But beating the Knicks a couple times, that's why I keep saying we could beat them in a series. They haven't shown me anything. Against better teams, they don't look that great, and we've already beaten them. So to me, in my mind, we're better than them. We could beat them in a series.
Yeah, okay. There's a difference between you can beat them in a series and we're better than them.
We've beaten them already this year.
Okay. There are ways they can beat them. Like I would do something unorthodox and put Asar Thompson on Brunson.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's different to me. I think we're just fine. We're a good team. We're a really good team.
Let's go to Clarence. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up in Detroit, Clarence?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I think we're sleeping on one fact that we see every year, and even our Lions went through this. We're a good team. We're just not respected because we're young. We have a star that's getting 30 a night and is getting no foul calls, but we're getting foul calls on us all the time. We see this all the time from new teams that are coming up. They don't get the respect from the refs or the league or anything of that nature. A lot of their losses against great teams come down to simply foul attempts or lack thereof. Those games are extremely close, and it's just like if K could get to the line more than 3 or 5 times, he's a big guard. Obviously, he's getting hit. He drives more than he shoots.
That's a great
point. I think it's like nobody's looking at that aspect, but we see that a lot from the younger teams. Young guys don't get any respect. So our whole lineup is young. Duran's down there getting bullied around. He doesn't know how to be a real big yet. He doesn't know if he's going to be a stretch big or a down low big yet. K's figured out his game, but, you think about young guys, we're not getting calls. At some point, you start to get deflated, but because we have such great morale, that keeps us close in games. So if that key turns in itself and Thompson can figure out a jump shot, who knows what we could be? Because, yes, we've beat the Knicks, but we've also look what we've done with the Suns. With KD playing, it's been scary for them. I think we're a team that teams don't really feel comfortable with playing because of our size. We don't get tired, but because they know that they have vets that will get these calls, and if they play physical, they'll play us mentally out of most games by the end of the fourth quarter.
Well, yeah, that's a great point. K definitely does not get calls that stars and prospective superstars get.
But see, I think a lot of that goes back to what we talked about early in the show. And if you miss it, use the Odyssey Rewind. Win a couple series, make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and now all of a sudden it'll be Cade's grand opening. The world, like to us, it's going to be no big deal. We've seen this before, but to the world, it's going to be like, oh my God, have you seen this Cade Cunningham kid who plays for Detroit? Remember when he played for Oklahoma State? Like, yeah, that's what's going to happen where, oh, yeah, I remember it. My case in point, Like, I remember Trey Young when he played the Knicks in that series.
Oh, yeah.
And he went off, and that was his coming out party. And everybody knew who Trey Young was after that. Cade needs to do that in the playoffs against a really good team.
At the Garden, let's say. I mean, he's had good games at the Garden before. There's no doubt.
Garden, he does it in Boston. He does it against some good teams. And then, starting next year, he gets the calls. He goes to the foul line because everybody's going to know who he is.
Worst case scenario, he's third team All-NBA this year, right?
Yes, that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
I think he can make second team, but yes, worst case scenario. Although the Indiana series would be very nice for certain reasons. So that would be pretty nice. Maybe Tim Hardaway Sr. can come out of retirement. People that's been on social media this weekend.
Just Google that if you don't know what it is.
I'll just read
David,
some text.
You know what? You're better than that.
I just read. Am I?
It's my influence.
Couple texts here says, Stoney, who cares who they beat? They won 14 games last year, and the East sucks. They have some building blocks.
Right. But what I was saying is if you're determining how good you are, I think who you beat helps you measure that a little better. That's all. I think it's I love the fact what they're doing.
The Pistons beat all the good teams they were in the playoffs last year when they had the worst record. That means they have potential this year. They have a way better team. Someone else says, Stoney, they won games this year that they should have won or should have lost, rather, last year. I don't care. They haven't beaten the quote-unquote good teams.
Okay. They've beaten. I'm just talking about in this stretch. They have beaten teams earlier in this. They beat the Lakers here.
But see, I think this is one of those where you can only play who's on your schedule.
Right.
And the teams are crappy, but you know what you're doing? You're beating the bad teams.
I know.
Now we'll see what happens when you step it up, and they're going to be stepping it up in a few weeks.
Oh yeah, with Boston, Denver, LA, Golden State. We'll Oklahoma
see.
City.
But you know what? You can't beat those teams right now. You can only beat the bottom teams, and they're doing that. So that's why I'm like, as of right now, they are legitimate.
And they have to avoid doing something that they did last night. That's one of my pet peeves of basketball.
What's that?
The end of the game, okay? They pass the ball from under their own basket to Asor Thompson, who gets fouled. Why is the worst foul shooter on the team even touching the ball? He should be the one inbounding, right? And then the other one was, I know it really probably wasn't a foul, but there's no need for Isaiah Stewart to even be in the same zip code as Trey Young. Why even giving the referee a chance to make a bailout call?
Now, that's on Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah.
He has no basketball IQ. It's ridiculous. You're right. Let him hit the 2-point basket. That doesn't hurt us.
Right, or even the 3. They were down 4. You had a chance if he makes that shot of making it a 4-point play and tying the game. That was very tough to watch. Just little things, and you're talking about if you're in a playoff situation or must-win situation, you can't make those mistakes. Better to get them out of the way in the regular season in a game that you win.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. 248-539-9797 is the telephone. Do you have any pet peeves?
Do I have any pet
peeves?
peeves?
Like pet peeves in game in sports. Like, guys who are like, I don't know, for example, besides the ones I just mentioned, like who refuse to like make a fair or run the ball out of the end zone when they shouldn't. They should just take the ball at the 30-yard line.
My pet peeve is this. On either third or fourth down, quarterback in the shotgun.
Oh.
Or you turn around and hand it off to a running back who's 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage instead of just either doing a tush push or a quarterback sneak. Yeah. That's my pet peeve. Like, guys, you're here. Don't take it back 5 yards in order to get here.
I so agree with you. That's why the Montgomery play in the playoff game, it's 3rd and 1 with a quarterback that has no mobility and you're in shotgun. Yeah. And you know, not that you're in shotgun, you're in empty. They know you're going to pass the ball.
I know.
Anyway.
You know what? More football talk next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. No Tiger baseball today as their spring training game against Toronto has been canceled due to inclement weather. They do look to improve to a 3-0 spring start tomorrow when they take on Baltimore. We do have Michigan basketball tonight, however. They take the court against Nebraska. Michigan entering as 15th in the country after a loss to MSU on Friday. Still in position, however, to win the Big Ten should they win out. They trail number 8, the Spartans, by a half a game with a game in hand. And switching gears to the pros, the Pistons look for win number 7 in a row as they take on the Clippers tonight at LCA. You can catch that action right here on 97.1 The Ticket with a 6:35 pregame. A win tonight would put Detroit 1 game back of Milwaukee for 5th place in the conference. And it's an off day for the Red Wings after they gained 3 points over the weekend. It was an OT win against Anaheim last night and an OT loss to Minnesota on Saturday. That puts them in the first wildcard spot of the Eastern Conference as it stands. Detroit does have a chance to redeem their Saturday loss when they meet the Wild again tomorrow. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on The Ticket or head to 971theticket.com.
Thank you, Dustin. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
You know what, David? How about we get a little football?
Plenty of NFL news over the weekend. Let's start in San Francisco, though, because George Kittle, he spoke. Deebo Samuel has permission to seek, and George Kittle is now speaking on, I guess, his behalf, saying that the 49ers can't really replace Deebo Samuel. In other quotes, he's hoping that they can figure out something and keep him. It's just a friend just hoping that his friend could stay, but in the end, it's just not going to happen.
Well, you know this team better than anybody, so I'm going to
I was about to say, yes, that's his buddy, that's his teammate, and, when you look over at that locker and see somebody new in that locker, that's always going to be Debo's locker. Debo didn't do it this way. He wants to keep him around. Of course, you want to keep the band together. I think that, David, you know how I feel about receivers. Okay, this is nothing new. I just think that receivers are replaceable in the NFL unless you have that Justin Jefferson type where you have to keep this person no matter what. He's going to be gone. I think Kittle's just going to have to get used to this. His play was diminished this year in a year where Brandon Ayuk was out. So, I honestly, Stoney, I thought this was going to be a year where he's going to make it very difficult for them. Like, Brock Purdy made it difficult because he lost a lot of pieces and still was like one of the better quarterbacks in the league playing with a bunch of nobodies. Debo didn't take advantage of the fact. Ricky Pearsall did after missing half a season, not Debo.
So let me ask you a hypothetical question.
Yes, sir.
Completely hypothetical, and I know there's no way this would ever happen. But if the 49ers are looking at a short window, let's say, would you trade Purdy and Debo for Stafford and a draft pick?
No.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't. Because, aside from the fact that the person who sits in that chair hates him,
right?
If you do a blind taste test and look at Purdy's numbers and you didn't know who the quarterback was, you'd be like, no, I want that guy. Oh, it's Brock Purdy. Oh, yeah, because he looks like a geek. He drives a tractor, and he was drafted in the 7th round. So all of those are strikes against him. I understand.
Right.
But as far as on the field play, you saw when he played the Lions. He looked pretty good in that game.
Oh, I know.
With nobody's out there.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I think Stafford probably, he's not weird like Aaron Rodgers, but I think Stafford probably has about 2 years.
Right, that's what I mean. That in that window.
Yeah, I think that window has passed that too. But, should the Lions?
Well, let's get to quarterback talk, but let's get to those that are going to be at the Combine. I have a question. 4 quarterbacks here. Kyle McCord, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, Dylan Gabriel. As of right now, they are expected to throw. Who can take the biggest jump in the draft with a great performance from these 4 guys?
I think Milroe can take the biggest jump because a lot of people are questioning how good he's going to be because they look at him as just as a running quarterback. But if he throws the ball really well, I think he could take a huge jump.
Yeah, because who was the first one, David?
McCord. I was thinking
Kyle McCord.
You know, he's the forgotten guy. He got exiled to Syracuse and actually played well, but nobody watches Syracuse football unless you're just a football geek. I think that he can help himself. I think that really, look, when you look at what the Bama QB did, if he does this right, and because it was the accuracy problem, because some games he would look great. And in other games, it's like, what are you looking at? Who are you throwing the ball to? That I think that he could become a bigger, more athletic version of a Jalen Hurts, where he could take off, he could run, he could take a hit, and he could also throw. Because remember, Jalen Hurts, that was the big knock on him. He's just a running quarterback, but he can't throw the ball. He's inaccurate. So I see those two. And Dylan Gabriel, I think that he could sneak maybe into a third, fourth round selection and kind of be that backup kind of quarterback grooming. This older quarterback's leaving, and like the Seahawks.
Right.
They could take him, groom him for a couple years because he can make plays. I've seen him make plays. His height is going to be the biggest thing that goes against him, Stoney.
So far, I've seen experts for the NFL draft say that this is basically a meat and potatoes type draft. Would you be shocked if only one quarterback is selected in the first round this year?
Yes, I'd be completely shocked. I think 2 is the realistic deal with Sanders and Cam Ward. There's no way from everything you're reading that one of those 2 that both of them are going to get taken probably in the top 10 to 15, definitely.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would set the over-under at 2.5 because between Cleveland, between the Giants, between the Raiders, like there's so many teams that need a QB that's like, okay, once again, if one of those guys somehow slides down to Seattle, you don't think Seattle's going to ball up their game plan and say, we're taking a quarterback. There's certain teams that probably are thinking there's no freaking way we're going to get some guy to come here. And now we have somebody here. Those 2 guys, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, unless they get injured or just,
bomb in an interview or something.
Right. Dion has a photo of his son in a bong mask, which I don't think he's going to do. I think they'll be fine. Still can't believe that happened. Like that really
it felt like a story. Like
once
a
again,
movie.
It was like a movie. Like, and here's a picture of Laramie Tunsil, like his stepfather. Like, what are we? Honestly, to this day, I still wouldn't talk to him.
Nobody went to Cam Ward's birthday party at Miami or in Incarnate Word, where he was before. He was in between, someplace in between too, right? Washington State.
Washington State, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Kickoff rule change. We may see it change again. They may move the touchback spot to the 35-yard line. You get a touchback, you now get the 35-yard line. I think the most important portion of the kickoff rule change that could happen was what McKay, who is the over the
Rich
rules,
McKay,
Rich McKay over the rules committee. He said he believes that the teams will look again at 4th and 15 or 4th and 20 attempts instead of the traditional onside kick.
See, that's the only thing in the kickoff rule I don't like is the onside kick should be what it's always been. Makes no sense, especially now that you have to announce it. I mean, that's ridiculous. As far as the other rule with the actual kickoffs, I don't think it made that much of a difference one way or the other because most of the time they're kicking the ball out of the end zone anyways. So if they do move it back a little bit, you might get more, returns.
Stoney, what are you talking about? You saw all the problems that college football had with the kickoff this year. I mean, it was like so refreshing. Because it's like, oh, yeah, you can kick the ball off and have guys run. Or you can do an onside kick. If the NFL wants to eliminate this, then just get rid of it. And go 4th and 15 if you want that shot. But I'd rather see a 4th and 15 than the onside kick because the part of the onside kick was the element of surprise where the other team didn't know. So even a savvy kicker, if you see something and that everybody's been sprinting back, go ahead, kick it to yourself, and you jump on top, And it's like, great, it worked. But like this.
No, I know. I hate the onside kick rule.
Everything about this, I don't understand it. I didn't understand moving the extra point back. I guess I kind of see because now they're not automatic,
right.
But this is just okay. And touchback, and touchback, and touchback. Oh, no, you just wait. You're going to. No, it was all boring. It was just extra TV commercials. That's how you could squeeze them in. And we were suckers, and we didn't even realize it.
You are exactly right. And one final thing is we are finally getting a game in Spain. The Dolphins will be
for this game?
Finally. The Dolphins will be the first team to host a game in Madrid.
Yes! Who cares?
It says, quote, "We are thrilled to play the NFL's inaugural game in Spain, a country of rich history, tradition, and passion, and home to a vibrant Dolphins fan base."
Yeah.
Really?
Honestly, I do believe that Europeans look at this the way I look at how they try to force the soccer matches here. Like, guys, nobody asked for this. No, you're going to love it. We really didn't ask for it. Now, here's where the thing, Stoney, Lions are overdue for one of these overseas games.
Right. Yes, it'll be either this year or next year.
So I'd like to see if there's going to be a Lions takeover. If you're going to do it, I guess Madrid would be you could turn it into a vacation.
Well, they're not scheduled to play the Dolphins.
Not this year.
Right. It'd have to be the Lions would have to be the road. You'd have to give up a road game. Well,
yes,
who cares?
so it could be.
I think it's two games that they could possibly. Kansas City on?
Kansas City's on the road for them, so
right.
I think they can't. I don't know. We'll see, but it could happen. Yes.
It's the sad reality is you don't even look out for your fan base in doing this. Because Stoney, you brought it up. You don't release the schedule until later,
right?
And now I can't buy a ticket right now where it may be a little cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Just wait. Like. You really don't care about the people.
No.
Just admit it.
I don't know. It's brutal.
Yeah, it is brutal. And that is in football today.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout from strength training to cardio to stretch. Brand new plate loaded equipment like the hack squat and the supine benches. This also includes free weights, the cable towers, treadmills, stairmasters, you name it. Planet Fitness has it for you, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. So there will always be time to invest in yourself. And if you need that little bit of a nudge, a little bit of a help, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. You get all of this, folks, for just $15 a month. That's it. You walk in with $1 down and you get a membership for $15 a month. Take the time, invest in yourself, become a better you through Planet Fitness. And you can go to one of the 50 locations throughout the Metro Detroit area to get started. You can go online or you can go on the free Planet Fitness app. Look, we're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. All right. Stoney in for Mike today, and we do have a question for you guys out there. Fresh off of looking at what Michigan State did to Michigan in that game. We kind of touched upon it earlier in the show, just about Rieger and the crying that he did. But Michigan State goes into Michigan, and they win 75-62, knocking off the Wolverines on the road. And the thing was, in a 3-game stretch where Michigan State looked like they were dead because they had just lost 3 out of the last 4 times, they played at Illinois at the Spaceship. They didn't have Purdue at home, and then they had Michigan. At the time, all 3 were ranked teams. They not only defeated them, but a stat that was given to me by a friend of mine from the BTN, basically in the final 4 minutes of those 3 games, held their opponents to a score of 30-9, shutting out Illinois, shutting out the Wolverines. And Purdue, let's face it, 3 of those 9 points was a meaningless shot by Fletcher Lawyer at the buzzer. So, Stoney, I think you put it best. Is this Michigan State team a Final Four team? Looking at how they are now playing, the depth that they have, and oh, by the way, they actually hit some 3-pointers.
Yes. I mean, the fact that Holloman, when he hit those 3 in a row, is like unbelievable. If they can shoot the ball a little bit, they absolutely can go to the Final Four because of their depth. And you're seeing, hopefully it'll last more than 1 year, but we have no idea if it will, the progression of Jace Richardson. He seems to be getting better and better every game. Their bigs showed that they could, not stop Michigan's bigs, but they can compete with most teams' bigs. Their guards are better, and if they play look, everything's matchups. If they play, a team that runs up and down the floor a lot, that's good. Bring it on.
That's what they want.
That's what they want, and
if they go back to like the Princeton days,
yeah,
that's where. But you're right.
Yeah.
The bigs learn how to use the 20 fouls that they have a collection of. Mm-hmm. That, yes, I do think that they can. So
they're really good. You have so much parity in college basketball right now. Whether it's good or not is up to you. So yeah, they're good enough to go to the Final Four. Are they good enough to win it all? Yeah, I don't know if they will. I wouldn't bet on it. But they're also, because of the way it is, they could lose. After the first round too.
Yeah,
especially if they can't shoot. If they play a team that plays a lot of really good zone or something. Like how good is Syracuse this year? I don't think. The ACC's horrible.
No, yeah.
It's Duke and maybe one other team might get in, right? Clemson.
I think it's really like 3 teams.
Duke,
that
Clemson,
make it.
Louisville, right? Is that the third? Because they had a renaissance.
Yes, yeah. So, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So
North Carolina is awful.
North Carolina is a bubble. Like all the bubble teams is amazing to me. Like Indiana, bubble team. Like there's. Arkansas with all the money that they spent and getting Coach Cal there, bubble team. 248-539-9797. College basketball fans, how far do you think this Michigan State team could go? Especially you Spartan fans out there. You always say, hey, well, you guys don't talk enough Spartans. We're talking to them right now. Can this team make a Final Four run based off of what you saw on Friday night? You know what, Stoney? The funny thing is you talked about Jace Richardson. I'll be one of the first to say sometimes you're wrong about an athlete. Mm-hmm. I didn't think he was like all that. And people were like, no, he's athletic. He's good. I was like, no, he had a good game. Like I remember his first game, he came out there, he scored 11 points. And it was kind of like, okay, well, yeah, but it was at the end of the game. And, this kid has gotten better and better. So much so that he took Trey Holloman out of the starting lineup. He took that challenge, and I thought, okay, we're going to see what he really is. I didn't think that he would rise to this occasion where he was that guy. And the thing that makes it so – the thing that I like about Jace's game is he makes a lot of points on low volume of shots. Mm-hmm. He doesn't go out there and shoot the ball 20 times, 13 times where he may go 8 for 13. He'll go. It's like a low number, but he makes the baskets, and a lot of you can almost tell that he's played a lot of pickup games with a lot of older players.
He seems to be even more consistent than Akins. If Akins can get consistent,
you're not kidding.
He'd be really, really good. And I'll tell you who else quietly has really gotten better, and we talk about the depth, and that's Fiddler. Fiddler, the last 3 or 4 games, I don't have the stats in front of me, just seems from afar and watching that he's starting to figure it out. You know, he moved up a level in competition from where Nebraska, what was he, Kansas?
Nebraska, Omaha. Right. Yeah. I think for Fiddler, Sony, he did something that a lot of people aren't willing to do. He realized, I got to accept my new role.
Yeah.
And my new role is not playing a lot. But when I get in the game,
yes,
I have to make an impact, whether it's a shot, whether it's a defense, whether it's rebounding. But he knows I'm not going to play the minutes that I played at the others. He started at the beginning of the year.
Right.
And now he's down to about maybe 6-7 minutes a game.
And it took him a while to figure it out, and he's embraced it.
Right. He's not complaining.
No.
He's not, F this, I'm leaving.
No.
Okay, coach, if you need me to do that, that's what I'll do.
Right.
And a lot of games.
He makes his foul shots. Well, the whole team does, which is really important.
So, So based off of what you saw, Spartan fans, do you see this team being a Final Four team? Because, I don't know if they're going to hit as many threes as they did. The funny thing is, Stoney, they make them in practice. They make them in shoot-around in the warm-up before the game.
Right.
But then all of a sudden somebody places a lid on the basket and they just don't fall. But, when Jeremy Fears is hitting threes, you know that's your night. I mean, Trey Holloman, I'm not saying that he is, but his game reminds me a lot when he's on, and you'll know, of Vinnie Johnson.
Yeah.
He can come off the bench and just start scoring. David, stop that. I didn't say he was, but I'm saying when he comes off the bench, he can score in bunches. And if you ever saw Vinnie Johnson play, that's why they called him the microwave. It didn't take him long to warm up.
David wants to call him the toaster, not the microwave, right?
Okay.
No, I know.
He's the air fryer.
The air fryer.
He's the air fryer. How about that?
Put a little Paco on there.
Right. He's the air fryer.
Yeah.
So, but I looked at that, and he took his demotion well.
Yeah.
He did not pout.
Right.
He was like, okay, sure, but I still get to shoot the ball? Yes,
Right.
you do. Okay. And he went out there, and he got it done. So, 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, do you think this team can make a Final Four run? Because right now, they're playing some of the best basketball in the Big Ten. They got 2 big games coming up this week. Wednesday at Maryland.
That Maryland game's like, a 6:30 start, which means Mr. Terp Scott Van Pelt will be there. And,
Right.
it'll be a big deal.
And then they got Wisconsin at home on Sunday. So, and then,
I think 3 of the next 4 games are at home, right? The Iowa game's home, and so's the Michigan.
Iowa game's at Iowa.
Okay.
But that's the one game. Look, you don't want to take anything for granted, but that's the one that you can say, okay, we could take a little deep breath here. We should probably beat Iowa on the road.
should.
And then you got to come back for Senior Day, Michigan's revenge, if they're still doing that revenge tour. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Maybe, Vlad's fiance will be sitting courtside.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Can this Spartan team make it to the Final Four? We'll get your phone calls, ticket text next, 97.1.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Talk a little Michigan State basketball, their Final Four team. What do you like about them? Because the depth is just incredible, and the growing athleticism and performance of Jace Richardson is very impressive to me.
Yeah, and not to get too geeky before we get to the callers and ticket texters, but yes, the depth is it, Stoney, where you're seeing that they literally are going out there with 10, 11 people wearing the other team down, and a lot of missed shots and missed free throws by their opponents, and they've been capitalizing on it. And their players are a little fresh. Even Jace, not starting, he didn't play that much, and now he's just kind of hitting his stride as a freshman.
And we didn't even mention the most exciting player in maybe the country in Cohen Carr. I mean, he's not a great player by any means, but he's certainly the most exciting, especially when they can run. And then you have the law firm, of Cooper, Kohler, and Zapata. I mean, when you can throw three guys out there like that and use their 15 fouls,
right,
that's pretty damn important.
See, I think a lot of people see Cohen Carr and they see the dunks. The best thing about Cohen Carr is his defense.
And he's good on free throws, too.
Now he is. But his defense, because it's the one thing that they put him on Wolf in the second half. Mm-hmm. Wolf scored 4 points. They put him on the best forward big man, and he shuts him down. And he'll sacrifice the dunks and all of that to make sure you stay under your average. Because when they kept Wolf to 4 in the second half, that was going to be problematic because your boy Pippen, David, nothing.
My boy.
I forgot he was on the team. I literally did until they said his name. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's Scottie Pippen's kid. So, yeah. But
he ain't Scottie.
No, he's not. But, yeah, everybody likes the dunks. I really like how he can shut people down.
All right, let me ask you a question because you're obviously a lot closer to it than I am. What's the deal with Xavier Booker? Is he ever going to develop? I mean, he's gotten better than he was last year, but it's still – he was pretty much a 5-star player, right? Or pretty close to it?
No, he was a 5-star player.
I'm just not seeing anything.
Because, Stoney, and I like to tell people, because you're a 5-star player does not mean you're the best player. No. It means that you had a good weekend in front of the right people, and they said, oh, you're one of the best in the country. Okay. Or you played up against a player and had the game of your life because, your girlfriend said, hey, meet me after the game. And you were all excited. But
you didn't propose to her, though.
He didn't propose to her. But I look at him, and the development is very slow. And it's almost like he's trying to do it his way instead of doing it the team's way and Izzo's way. And it's like he's fighting himself instead of just like we talked about how Frankie Fiddler said, okay, how Trey Holloman said, okay, I'll do what I need to do. He's more of I'm going to show you my way works. That's just my opinion. So let's get to the phone lines.
Oh, let's say hello to our buddy Bob in Brighton. What's up, Rob?
How we doing, Stoney?
Good.
Nice
How are
to
you?
hear your voice again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good. Yeah. Hey, I did go down to the Notre Dame Ohio State game.
Oh, good.
It was over by halftime, but I went down by myself, Stoney, and I didn't have a chance to tell you, Rico. I had a great time, even though we got trounced. It was awesome. I've never been to a game like that, and it was great.
Wait, you guys had a great season.
You left at halftime? Because,
No, I didn't.
You said it was over at halftime.
You made a little comeback at the end.
Yeah, but you guys, after that first drive, Stoney, Catholic Central football, that first drive, that 10-minute, went all the way down the field, ran the ball. I was like, oh, okay, we could actually, give them. And then once they got the ball, it was like, oh boy.
Right. And you tried to figure out why the hell they didn't do that against Michigan.
Exactly. But guys, State is so funny. They're sixth in the country in free throw percentage. They're shooting 80% from the free throw line. Guys, you got to listen to this, guy. They're right now field goal percentage. They're 65th out of 360 some teams. They're 350th from 3-point percentage, which factors into the field goal percentage. Imagine if they were half better from three, they'd be in the top 20% in field goal percentage. Mm-hmm. So, long story short, what I'm saying is if they can just make, I don't even want to put a percentage to it, but just improve on their 3-point game and then cut down on some turnovers, I 100% think that they're an Elite Eight or Final Four team. But those two things are going to be tough to do just based on what we've seen.
Rob, I'm looking at the stats now. Okay, Jace Richardson is their leading percentage-wise at 3-point. He's averaging he shoots 40% from the three. Akins,
which is wild.
Akins 28%. Holloman 33. Carr 33. Kohler 31.7. Fiddler 18%. Fears 37. And Booker 23.
You asked Rico Stoney the question I wanted to ask him, but he just answered it about Booker.
Yeah.
That is one of the things, Rico, I don't understand. I agree with you. I have no idea, but I think that he's just not doing it Tom's way, and he's just not playing them because there's no reason. I don't see why he's not playing.
Hey, Rob, I have a question for you. Do you follow Notre Dame basketball and the other sports like you do Notre Dame football, or is they completely exclusive?
Women's.
So you follow the women's team.
Because they're number one, right?
Well, they just lost.
And,
right.
Yeah, they just lost to NC State yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a great game, but or on Saturday. It was a great game. But, guys, I'm very excited about Michigan State. They just need to tighten up from the three-point line, and I think
you know what,
be good.
Rob, here's the thing. Only shoot three-pointers when you need to. I'd rather you just drive to the basket and get the and one and do it the old-fashioned way because you said you have a higher percentage shooting twos than threes. Threes is just not in the cards for them. I don't know why. And I like the fact that Jason, those guys, they just drive to the just drive to the basket.
Right. You're going to get calls.
Get it the old-fashioned way.
Melanie from Southfield, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Stoney, you correct me up with that Auburn Hills Metropolis thing that you said. I was laughing my butt off.
Thank you.
Anyway, so really quick, can I tell you the game that ruined me? It was the Red Sox series where Ortiz blew Scherzer's start. He missed the catch where he crashed into the wall. I totally think that Michigan State is the Final Four team. I mean, they just blew out, Purdue and Michigan in back-to-back games. So, I mean, I think that's enough said. And that Fiddler kid, I think, Rico, you brought him up. He brought me up. He does not look like a basketball player, but he gets out there and he he makes stuff happen immediately.
Yeah, he looks like a rec league player, like somebody you would just kind of pick up on the sideline.
Right. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
He does, but again, he accepted his role. He knows that this is who I am, and he was brought in. He was brought in to be like this 3-point shooter, and they didn't fall.
No.
Like he shot, I want to say like 40-some+% in threes, and all of a sudden he got here, and they're not going in.
18% for Fiddler. Yeah.
But at least he says, okay, I'll play defense, I'll rebound, I'll do what I have to do. That's Booker. Okay, things aren't going your way, so pick something and become a specialist in that, and that'll get you back on the court. Because right now, he just wants to jack threes, and that's why he's not standing games that long.
Let's go to Royal Oak. Jason, you're on 97.1 the ticket. Good afternoon.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm just basically calling to talk about Michigan State basketball, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I had put money on them, early in the season because my rate of return was so great, and I had some amount of confidence that they could make a deep run. But after the Michigan game, I gave them about a 50-50 chance of winning it on the road. They are definitely going to at least the Elite Eight. I mean, I know a lot of it does depend on matchups, but they're definitely going to the Elite Eight at least. What was I going to say? Shoot. Jackson Kohler is going to be an X factor in the tournament. And I love Koentar. Fiddler is going to be rounding into shape. But what you said about Xavier Booker, I think he might be a lost cause. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to get his head in straight. It was awesome what Holloman did, hitting the threes. We got to be able to hit some more threes and cut down on the turnovers a bit, and we're going all the way, baby.
I don't know about all the way, but yes. Okay. We got a text from Rieger.
Yeah.
You guys beat Michigan, and now you're a Final Four team. Who knew a win against Michigan meant so much? I didn't say they were definitely going to the Final Four, but I said with the parity of college basketball, depending on matchups, because that's all this tournament is now, because there's no great team, Yeah, they can go to the Final Four. I wouldn't guarantee it or anything like that or bet on it, but yeah, they can go to the Final Four.
And yeah, as I just sent him back, they are playing better hoops right now. They just went out there and knocked off, because people said, kind of like the Pistons, you're not playing anybody.
Right.
Okay, they just went out there at Illinois, Purdue at home, at Michigan, won all three. They still have more big games this week.
Look, it wouldn't stun anybody if they lost by double digits in College Park on Wednesday.
Right. So, but yeah, they may end up winning the Big Ten.
I know.
So we'll see. Sorry, Rieger. I know you're still upset.
Let it go.
It hurts.
Let it go. It's the regular season. 97 won the ticket.
College basketball returns tonight as Michigan takes on Nebraska. The current polls has the Wolverines as 15th in the country, while the Spartans sit at 8th. MSU resuming play on Wednesday as they take on number 16, Maryland. Also in college basketball, the Utah Utes at 15 and 12 have reportedly fired head coach Craig Smith after 4 seasons of leading the team. Switching gears to the pros, Pistons tipping off tonight. It is the second of a back-to-back following last night's win against Atlanta. Tonight they host the Clippers, and that action can be caught right here on 97.1 The Tickets. The Red Wings, they rest up before a rematch of Saturday's matchup. As they take the ice tomorrow, the Wings battle the Wild in Minnesota. After splitting overtime games over the weekend, they currently hold the first wild card spot in the East. Tigers also with a day's worth of rest, this one unexpected following inclement weather canceling today's spring training game against Toronto. They face Baltimore tomorrow. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to 971theticket.com.
It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Yes, it's Stoney here, sitting in for Mike all week.
Don't kill me, Stoney.
I will not. 248-539-97. Believe me, if there's one person who will be wanting to be killed by somebody here, it'll be you'll want to kill me by the end of the week. Tonight, by the way, the Pistons are home against the Clippers. The resurgence of not only James Harden. Now, the Clippers have lost 2 in a row, but they've been playing better basketball than most people thought this year. But you know who you can see tonight? Ben Simmons is now an L.A. Clipper. He's actually played okay.
I still can't believe he's
actually playing. I guess he is playing. I saw some stats.
Yeah. Yes, David, when he goes to a new team, he gives him the best 15 days of his life. And then he gets bored, and then he decides to sit out the rest.
My back is out again.
Right, my neck, my back. Pay me my money.
But like the beard is playing really well actually this year, and Kawhi's been playing too. So this is not going to be an easy game tonight for the Pistons, just because they're home, coming off a back-to-back. Clippers are a quality team with somebody who some people consider one of the top 5 coaches in the NBA, if not better than that, Ty Lue.
Yeah, this is one where we were talking earlier in the show, and if you missed it, we talked to Pistons. Use the Odyssey Rewind. Now they can start to establish themselves going up against the next tier of talent.
Yes.
Yes. You can beat the bottom feeders. And you know what? Good for you, because last year, that was you. Last year, you couldn't win 3 in a row. You've now won 6 in a row. Looking at trying to win a 7th in a row. You got some better teams coming up. I like where this team is going. I like the fact that they actually give a damn, and most of the teams in the NBA are more concerned about Cooper Flagg than making the playoffs. So I get that. So, yes, let's see what they do tonight.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Now, if the Pistons lose this game tonight, Rico, I don't think we'll get the visceral reaction from Piston fans that our buddy young Jeffrey Rieger had Friday night.
No, and Jeff just wanted to add another log to the fire as he sent us the message. Oh, because Michigan State beat Michigan, now they're going to the Final Four. Like, Rieger, you know what? I can't even help you, buddy. But yes, Friday, if you listen to the show, Rieger was super confident that Michigan was going to defeat the Spartans. You couldn't tell him any different. We made a bet. He actually sweetened the bet out in the parking lot, and instead, Michigan State goes in Ann Arbor. They beat the Wolverines 75-62. They keep Michigan scoreless for the final 4:16 of the game. They shoot like over 40% from the three-point line. The game was, after about 10 minutes left in the game, it was not in doubt. They had this game. Michigan wore down. Rieger was disappointed. And by disappointed, Stoney, I mean devastated. Called Rieger the next day, because I'm not the type that calls you at the end of a game, especially when I know it's your team. I respect it. I give you your space. Rieger's speaking all quiet tones, and I'm like, dude, what's going on? Like, you around your kid? Is she sleeping? No, it's this team just sucks. And what? Like, are you still mad over this game? Yeah, I'm mad. And then he just unloads and just tells me, you guys walked in there, your go green, go white chant. Tommy Izzo just owns all the Michigan coaches, and he's just. I'm like, they're gonna play again in 2 weeks, right? He's devastated. Called him the next day. 48 hours later, still devastated, which got me to thinking. At what age do you get over losses in regular season where it's not devastating? It's not to say that you cannot be disappointed, because nobody likes to see their team lose. But disappointment is, man, my team lost, and you know what? In about 5 to maybe an hour, you shake it off.
Like Saturday, the Wings blowing that game that they had. They lose in overtime. You're disappointed, but you get over it. It's a regular season game. They got another game coming up the next night, which they actually blew another lead, but they
found a way to win in overtime.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But you're right. You're not devastated.
Who gets devastated and thinks about regular season losses unless it actually is the last game of the season and keeps you from the playoffs?
And see, you thought I was probably exaggerating,
yes.
And you saw the text.
Yes.
Rieger's still angry. He's still ticked off over this game. And I even said, Rieger, I'm not trying to cash in the bet. I'll let you have double or nothing. He's just, no. I'm going to get you whatever. And he's so down on his team right now. Like, Jeff, look, it was a bad day for you. Was it embarrassing at home? Yes. Honestly, you probably wish that Vlad Golden had as much passion for Michigan hoops than Jeff Rieger did, because after the end of the game, he says, I don't really care. I'm going out to go and get engaged to my 2-year girlfriend, which I thought was weird. Like, she's waited 2 years. Take her out to dinner the next day. And they're like, well, the family was here. Take her out to dinner the next day. Where's the family going? They're not going anywhere. They're probably here for the weekend to celebrate with you. Do it then. Like, after a loss? No, that's one where if I'm Dusty May, if I'm his teammates, I just stop you.
I think you had a complete culture with that basketball team that obviously wasn't as passionate as Rieger, and most of them, not all of them, because Burnett was on the team last year and Shedder's been there before, didn't understand the scope of the rivalry, including the head coach. Because one of the assistant coaches that was there last year was on the other sideline with Sadie Washington. So I don't think that's a big deal. I actually thought it was
for him. Sadie, that was a big game. Sadie did not want to admit it afterwards, but it's like I saw Sadie on the court. Mm-hmm. That was a big game for Sadie. He was Joe Cool in the tunnel, like, it's just business as usual. Right. And I helped put 4 banners up in there. I'm like, I get it, but I'm like I saw you, man. This meant something to you to come back here and beat them. And he basically was the pep talk of, guys, this is what we would normally say about you, and here's what they're saying about you in the locker room. Apparently, they weren't saying too much except for, hey, what angle do you want me to get your marriage proposal at the end of the game?
I think
David, that's your team.
I think that's much ado about anything. By the way, I was watching College Game Day the next day, and Reese Davis asked Izzo, he goes, do you feel a little bad about you spoiling the guy's engagement? So he goes, no, I hope he has a 70-year marriage, but no, why would I feel bad about winning a game, especially against them?
Right, like, no, I gotta address 600,000 Spartan fans. They don't want to hear me saying I feel sorry for him.
No.
Hey, you know what? Sorry I ruined your night, but I'm not really sorry I ruined your night.
No.
But hey, you know what? She said yes, David. There you go.
248-539-9797. All right. Excuse my ignorance. What the hell was that?
That's just a former caller.
That was that caller, Nick?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
yes.
He was just going on and on about the NCAA, and he was just like,
he was so angry that day.
He was furious. We were like, we got to clip that right there. That was organic and unique. So 248-539-9797. Is there a game that you just cannot let go?
And you can bring up playoff games. We do understand playoff games a little bit.
You're right. NFC Championship game. Heck, I would even take the Lions game against the Commanders. But a regular season game, like, were you that devastated they lost to Buffalo? Were you that devastated that they lost to the Buccaneers early in the season?
No.
But Rieger just lost it. And to reinforce the point, he sends Tony in, just because they beat Michigan, now they're going to the Final Four. That's called projecting, Jeff.
Right. Nobody said they
You're
are,
angry.
but they could.
I get it. That's okay.
Yes.
You backed the wrong horse again.
Any text there, David?
Yeah, Rico, you nailed it on Friday. Once Rieger started breaking out to disco ball, it was over for Michigan. That is Drew in Woodhaven.
Yeah, Drew. And also, and then right before the show, we found out Dusty May got the contract. And I'm like, that's the kiss of death. Anytime you extend a coach midseason, very next game or two, loss.
And that's when I changed my thought on the game. I'm like, we'll probably be losing.
Yeah.
We're probably going to lose.
I don't know. I don't. It's like the new coach in the NHL. I can't explain how all of a sudden the team gets better. They just do. You sign a coach in the middle of the season, and trust me, I've seen it. I saw what happened when Mel Tucker got his deal.
Yeah, I know.
Right after the Michigan game, sky high. After that, Ohio State.
Well, someone agrees with you somewhat. This has nothing to do with the rivalry. I've watched this all season. Dusty struggles to maintain leads, make adjustments, and struggles to beat bad teams like Indiana, Rutgers, PSU. That contract extension was a jinx.
The contract extension, like it or not, was out of desperation.
Yeah.
You were afraid of Indiana, and that's why. That's why you extended him right now, because you knew the original contract you gave him was junk, and there was going to be a $4 million buyout, I think, on May 1st, that they could, ironically enough, they could have waited and took him.
What they should have done is, okay, we're going to extend it, we're going to sign it, whatever, but we don't have to announce it till after the season.
And I guess the rush was to do it before the game, because could you imagine if they announced his contract extension after the game?
Right.
It's like, you paid him the money and he just proposed to his girlfriend. All right.
See, and that's where I'm with you, Stoney. They can have it all, just announce it later, because it's not signed, from what I understand, still not signed.
Right. It's like Harbaugh sitting on his desk.
So you could get through everything this season, then it could be signed and announced, and you're good. It wasn't necessary now.
By the way, the Michigan blowing of leads, I think it's a program deal, not just the Dusty May thing.
I agree.
I mean, Juwan had that problem.
He did.
How many games last year did they have where they had leads? And they weren't double-digit leads, but they had leads.
Does 2-0 count?
No, they had a lot of leads. They had leads like late in games, like 2 or 3 possession games, and they would just blow games. And Michigan this year has blown tons of double-digit games. Now, if you watch enough college basketball, you'll find that's what happens in college basketball all over the country. It's a game of runs, as I like to say, which pisses a good friend of mine off.
It is. And now, David, I guess the biggest question is, does MSU beat them twice? Because they started off, Michigan plays tonight at the
Nebraska.
The Pinnacle Bank Arena, I think, in Nebraska, which is a difficult place to play. And Nebraska was favored. Now, they've crossed the bridge, David, but initially when the line came out, it fit into the category of the system that's not a system. Because I called the master of this, I texted the master of the system on vacation, and I got a text saying 1,000% it fits the criteria.
I'm not ready to have this conversation yet. Not ready.
Wounds too fresh.
Not ready. I don't know what I'm going to do if they lose tonight.
It's a regular season game.
It's going to start feeling like a collapse to me, but, we'll see.
If they lose tonight, I have to drive over and do a wellness check on Jeff. I'd have to come up to the station and make sure he's okay.
Well, he's here. I seen him.
I know. I'm going to have to come up here to the station and make sure he's okay. Go get him some Chipotle. Here you go, buddy.
Right, yeah.
Here you go. Comfort food. Feel better.
Absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. We talked a little bit about the Pistons and how good they're playing. They play tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket against the L.A. Clippers. James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, the return of Ben Simmons. By the way, speaking of returns, returned to Little Caesars Arena yesterday. And they actually did a little thing on the scoreboard just to welcome him back. Was Robbie Fabry. I was kind of stunned that they even bothered with that. Robbie,
he gets a welcome back. What are we doing here?
It wasn't like let's welcome back. They put a picture up of him and said, welcome him back, Robbie Fabry. It was a nice thing to do, but that's all they do now.
Nice. What does he want here?
Nothing. Well, nobody.
Exactly.
Well, nobody's won anything here. So
no one deserves it right now.
Okay.
No one.
It's called filling time.
Yeah. So Kenny, I was curious. What do you think of the Wings weekend? I mean, they got 3 out of 4 points, but it was the way it happened that, when you look at the schedule coming up, I mean, Minnesota on the road, we saw what Minnesota's a pretty good team, and they, beat them, the miraculous comeback the other night. And then they have the back-to-back, with Columbus, right?
They have the Stadium Series thing. It's a hard league, man.
I know.
And to get 3 out of 4 points over a weekend, I mean, yes, you can worry about them blowing leads. I completely sympathize with that, and that's got to get cleaned up. But if you tell me every weekend I get 3 out of 4 points,
oh yeah,
hell yeah,
that's good.
Absolutely.
But they lose a regulation win, which, as we saw, what happened last year.
I don't want to think about it, Stoney.
I know.
Bringing it up.
I'll sorry.
Hey, what happened?
But yeah, it was nice to see them. A lot. I mean, McClellan said after the game, Larkin looked a little gassed, which is so totally understandable.
How many wins do they have to string together for you to buy that hoodie we were talking about?
Oh God, we got to win a playoff series. That's a lot of money for a hoodie. Because we were talking earlier, they have the designer Santa from Detroit. All the teams have been, making their stuff available. And I got there yesterday because I had to do an event with Ken Cal before the game. So it's a 6 o'clock game. I'm there at 2 o'clock. And there's got to be close to 200 people lined up outside Little Caesars Arena. I said, what the heck are people doing here? So I asked. I said, you here to get in line for standing room only? I don't know. No, Santa. Okay. They're dropping Santa.
You're like, it's
stuff.
not December.
Yeah. Santa Claus is coming down. So
no, we're not going to let that one slide, Rico. I didn't like that one. I think that one was bad. That one was too bad.
No.
So evidently, for those who don't know, because I didn't know, I was ignorant. Michael Santa is a Detroit designer, and a lot of the teams have been, making his stuff available with logos and things. And it's kind of pricey. So there was one thing I went through on the website, and they had a hoodie that says, play effing hockey. And it was F *** KING hockey. Pretty nice, white with the red letters. That's kind of cool. It's $180 or something like that. I said, no.
You got it. You can afford it. Come
it has nothing to do with being a.
You get it, Stoney. Tomorrow. I want you in that sweatshirt.
No.
You're going down there tonight. You're going to get the sweatshirt.
No, I'm not.
Do we have to blur that out on the YouTube? No, it's the web. We don't have to blur out anything.
No, we're good.
No.
We would be
there
good.
You go, Stoney.
Well, there's nothing to blur out because they do have the asterisks.
Oh, they blur it on purpose.
Okay. Yeah, they have the asterisks anyway. No, it has nothing to do whether you can afford it or not. It's just basically sometimes principal LE is more important than principal AL for me.
Look at that. Okay.
That's a lot of money for a hoodie.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess I'll come up here with it next week.
Okay.
No, I won't. No, I won't at all.
David, you make.
I like the sweatshirt though.
Yeah, it is nice. I do. It is cool. But if they win a playoff series,
I can't wait to see you do a sermon in that one at Greater Life.
He would say, instead of play effing hockey, it would be pray effing pray.
Mommy, what is why I can't read that word, Mommy? What does that mean?
That would be interesting. That would be something there for sure. Oh my gosh. Ticket text here. Someone says every time Rieger calls his shot, rest assured you can bet the opposite. He's terrible. Okay. I will never let go of the 2016 OSU Michigan game. JT was short. Couldn't talk to my friends at dinner after the game. They were Buckeye fans.
See, that game, that regular season game, big rivalry games at the end, which actually decide who's going to the Rose Bowl, that I can understand, as opposed to a normal, especially in college basketball. You know, even like if you're into the Duke, North Carolina rivalry, especially the first game when they're going to play each other in 2 or 3 weeks, just like this was, you let it go.
Right. Now, I guess the only time is, and this is probably why the Carolina coach still has his job, because he basically put a bullet in Coach K multiple times that final year.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was like the final game. It was Duke's senior day. Dead. Okay, we see him again in the tournament.
Dead.
It was, the senior day was a funeral. I watched it, and it was Jeff Rieger. Everybody was just like, no, we're going to still have this. And, I mean, you could see the tears and people sitting around there, and it's just like, pull the plug on this thing.
Listening to Coach K speak.
Right, like, nobody wanted to be there. That's the worst part about it, is the ceremony you have for senior day if the team loses. Nobody wants to be there. Just it's canceled. Everybody go home.
See you another day. Someone says Notre Dame losing to NIU this year had him upset. In parentheses, he says, I am a Notre Dame fan.
Well,
of course.
Obviously, either that or you bet $10,000 on Notre Dame. That would be the only reason, right?
Right.
Yes. Someone else says, Rico, to be fair, Jeff was upset that he had to explain to his wife he lost another bet. That is from Jay.
Well, how much is he betting?
He can't help himself. Like
He needs to call the number.
Every now and then, I'll just text him the number because I know you're doing something. Just call this number.
I mean, I bet, but it's like, $20, $25 usually the most. I mean, because it's for S's and G's, and I'm not very good.
Well,
today, I took the anti hometown parlay. I took the Clippers in Nebraska.
I didn't think you would tell the people that.
Oh, well, that's what's betting. But I'm such a jackass, though. I root against my bets. Especially for the Pistons.
Okay, so
it's like the hedge.
The emotional hedge. Okay, so either way.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. Now, for Rieger, money is gone. It's we do dinners. Like it took him way too long to pay me back all of that money. So that's off the table. And I still can't believe he actually got his wife to call me to say he's not going to pay me. Man card just burned. You don't ever get it back.
No.
Ever.
Agreed. Someone's saying good hoodies are like $130, so it's not that much more.
Okay.
Go get it, Stoney. That's what they're saying.
All right. Well, I have a lot of hoodies.
That's the good hoodies, apparently, $130.
I guess the hoodies I have aren't that good.
I guess mine either.
Right. Okay.
Because I have a Lions hoodie. I have a Michigan National Championship football hoodie. I got a lot of hoodies. They certainly weren't over $100.
You just taught me something.
That's amazing right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And then one more here.
I should just burn my closet.
They're not good. Right. They're not over $100.
Just walking. You all suck. Get out.
And then one more here. I'm a big fan of my teams, but in the end, these are just games. If you attach your identity to your teams and let them dictate your mood as an adult, it's kind of concerning.
Yeah. And if you're an adult for regular season games, you definitely might need some help.
And once again,
I agree. Because even as a kid, I understand it as a kid because I used to go through this all the time. And my mother, because I was such a huge Flyers fan as a kid, she uttered the famous words, "Why do you care so much? Flyers don't care about you." And I thought about it for a second. I said, well, she is right. They don't care.
Statement
they
right
don't
there.
care about me, but, it's not going to change anything.
Jeez, that is a mother statement right there.
I know.
Exactly. Yeah, we were all devastated as kids. As adults, you have kids, you shouldn't be that devastated.
Which game for you as a kid devastated you the most? Not as like a,
You know what? As a kid,
yeah,
it was my baptism into the Lions. It was the Thanksgiving Day in 1980.
Oh, the David Williams kickoff return. Okay.
Right. That's the day I learned that life is not fair. I was like, well, they don't get the ball. No, they don't. It's over.
So did that lead to the moment of you becoming a non-Lion fan?
No, I still stuck around for the Lions. I still, you know what?
You still like them? They're just
no,
not
I
your
like
favorite?
them. I just said, when Barry left, I said, this is a good point right here. This is a good point. I can't be a Lions fan and a Spartan fan and have my both days ruined, Saturday and Sunday. So I left. All right. Hey, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Well, you want a career in radio, you want to sit and maybe do a show with Stoney one day, let Specs get you started on your journey. Or perhaps you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist, don't worry, Specs at LTU has you covered. You just got to be curious. Go visit that website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business, which means you're not going to get your time wasted. From day one, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in your new future field. With the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Well, Planet Fitness cares about you, and they're offering you high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time so you can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for full workouts, from strength training to cardio to stretching, with brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat, supine benches. It also includes free weights, cable towers, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, you get it. They got a lot of stuff there for you, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. That means no excuses, whether it's early in the morning or late in the evening, they got you covered. And if you need a little more motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. You get all of that for $15 a month. Seriously, $15 a month. You walk into Planet Fitness right now, $1 down, $15 a month. Get you started on your fitness journey. And you can go to any of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area to get started, or you can go online, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. Look, we're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
248-539-9797. Valenti and Rico show. Stoney here in for Rico, just warming the seats for Jeff Rieger before Pistons basketball. By the way, we mentioned briefly the hit that Rasmussen took from Zegras last night. No penalty was called, but Zegras will be suspended 3 games. No penalty, but a 3-game suspension. Nice job, officials. And it was like right in front of the bench. I mean, I don't know how you missed that. It was so obvious. Headhunting, so to speak. He's a weird dude, that Zegras, man. Everybody thought he had so much potential, talent coming in, and nobody wants him, including their own team, I don't think. Anyway. Hi, Jeff Rieger.
Guys, how we doing?
Hey, Rieger.
We're doing good.
Good to see you.
Feeling better?
The funny thing is what's the written word? What's the spoken word? Is it libel or slander? Stoney and Enrico, you teach a class.
Libel.
Libel's the
written.
Yeah. Well, I have filed a lawsuit against one Rico. What's your middle name?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Jeffrey.
Rico Jeffrey Beard. I tuned in at 2:00. I'm listening, doing some stuff around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard Rico say, first of all, he called me devastated. I was more furious and pissed than devastated. Second of all, you claimed you're the kind of guy that doesn't call a guy right after a game because you know he's in a bad mood. You called me at 11:01 on Friday.
It was because...
How dare you?
No, because they were like, have you seen your boys Rieger's tweets? You may want to check on them.
Who said that?
So I was just like, okay, let me. Oh, wow.
Who said that?
Jeff's angry.
I think it was a fair tweet.
Jeff was it was a wellness check, and you didn't answer, so I got a little worried.
Oh.
And then the next morning when I called you
at 9:30 in the morning,
you were like, yeah, well, you know. You okay?
I didn't pick up that time either. I think it took till Sunday till I actually talked to you.
Like, yeah, well, you know. Like, hey, is your kid sleeping? No, just this team sucks. And then you just let it all out.
But here's the thing. Like if you're a fan of a team, I don't like the fans that are like, oh my God, we're so lucky to be here. Okay, yeah, it's a hell of a lot better than Jawan. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful. But you had a chance to show the world not only that you're the best in the Big Ten, but you're better than Tommy Izzo in Michigan State. And they embarrassed you in the second half. It was Michigan looked soft. The crowd chanting, go green, go white. Michigan fans filing for the exits early. The whole thing was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. And then I put it out there on social media.
So,
people
hold
were
on
like, calm down.
I have no problem with fans leaving early if their team is going to lose a game.
It's a weird dynamic, Stoney. I hear you. But when Michigan
Maybe
fans
it's because
are
they were
leaving
all
early,
wearing yellow and those weird hats.
They were all wearing cowboy hats. And then did you see the Michigan State videos? Some players from Michigan State got the weird yellow cowboy hats, and they wore them during the postgame.
That's good. That's classic. I like that. That was probably
And then
done.
Vlad Golden apparently proposes. That's the other thing. Listen, I'm happy for the young man. He's 24 years old.
This was my conversation.
Very happy. Very happy. But, tell me you don't understand the rivalry without telling me you don't understand the rivalry.
Well,
would Tom Izzo ever allow one of his players to propose after Michigan beating them at Breslin?
No, because he came out the next day and was just like, yeah, help he last 70 years, but no. Don't care that I ruined his night.
Because Tom Izzo understands the rivalry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I love May. I love the extension. But when you got a team of nothing but transfer portals and nobody's from Michigan, it's hard to understand the rivalry.
So
and that's probably what pissed me off.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. You start crosstalk by saying that Rico was wrong about everything he said.
No.
But
He just lied.
He lied. But yet you have confirmed everything that you spoke to him about on the phone. You are devastated. You just went point by point
I would call myself
of what he
more
said you
infuriated.
said.
No, I'm just saying that Rico said he's a nice guy and he would never call me so quickly after a game.
So
and he called me 2 hours after the game.
So is this 96 hours later?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm over it. We got a big game tonight against Nebraska.
Kenny,
See what happens. Probably lose.
You're the neutral party, Kenny. You don't care about college hoops. Does he seem like he's over it?
Over it.
It seems like he's making a big deal out of it. Still.
Yeah. It's a regular season game. It's not football.
Whatever.
They play each other in 2 weeks.
I understand.
And they'll probably get their ass kicked again.
Exactly.
So, yeah, they were like, have you seen your boys Rieger's tweets? I was like, no. So I was getting ready to leave Chrysler, and oh, boy.
Oh,
they weren't that bad. I just said it was
wanted to make
embarrassing.
I wanted to make sure it
pathetic.
stopped right there.
Well, what else am I going to say?
You were teetering.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
You were teetering.
Come on.
You were teetering.
Michigan basketball should be ashamed. Sparty chanting, "Go green, go white" at Chrysler. Wolverine fans headed to the exits early. Michigan didn't score a basket in the last 4-12. Yeah, man, yeah.
I went on to say, and on the day they extended Dusty May, this is pathetic. That's
correct.
all. And all these Michigan fans got upset with me. Why is that so bad?
Michigan looks soft. MSU is bullying them. Embarrassing.
Yeah, the tweets got progressively worse. I mean, that is fair.
Well,
Next thing you know,
you're setting the scene for the Ben Simmons and the LA
playing.
Clippers. Oh, he's not playing?
He's not playing.
Oh.
Neither is Kawhi.
Kawhi's not playing?
No.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, I missed that. Maybe I
Hold
shouldn't
on,
have.
let me get my
Maybe I
shock
shouldn't have bet the Clippers tonight.
Hold on, let me get my shock face ready. Wow, neither one of those guys are
I know.
playing.
Yeah.
Oh,
According to
wow.
the both scratches.
Oh, really?
I know, right?
Has this ever happened before?
No. I tell you what, if every NBA game is like the one we saw yesterday, the Hawks and the Pistons, especially late, I think the NBA would have fantastic ratings.
They would, but you know what?
You want to see some defense.
No, I mean, that was fun.
I just want Ben Simmons, man. All that, but I thought he was going to be all that, and now he just keeps tricking people into paying him.
I know.
For nothing.
I know.
Great guy.
He's like Aaron Rodgers. He's like Matt Patricia. That's a great topic. Who is the biggest con man in sports?
All right.
248-539-9797.
We go have that up next.
Yes.
97.1.